When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 1151, Terrifying Bug. For almost half a minute, the hall was in complete silence. Killing someone above your cultivation level wasn't rare, but what was terrifying was Yimo's silent strike. Some people could tell that Yimo used the same strike to kill Tai Baifei and Nan Jiansheng, but it had a completely different effect. Almost everyone thought Yimo was going to lose for sure and he would be killed by Tai Baifei, but instead Yimo killed Tai Baifei. Only a few disaster transformation state and higher masters saw that Yimo used another attack before using Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike. It caused that pause in Tai Baifei's movements. Yan Guan took a cold breath in. He was thinking about how to explain to Pill City Lord that Yimo was killed, but now there was a turn of events and Yimo killed Hollow Spirit State Level 6 Tai Baifei, when Sai looked dazedly at Yimo and even forgot to be angry. She knew Yimo was very powerful. Before Yimo fought Nan Jinxing, she thought Yimo was nascent Soul State Tertiary Stage, but he killed Nan Jinxing in one move. Clearly, he was Hollow Spirit State Power. Nan Jinxing said Yimo was Hollow Spirit State Level 1, she was dubious but she still believed him. However, Yimo killed Tai Baifei now. Tai Baifei was Hollow Spirit State Level 6, a Hollow Spirit State Level 1 wouldn't be able to kill him. When Sai was a prodigy herself and she was Nascent Soul State Level 2. She knew that even if she wanted to kill Nascent Soul State Level 6 it wouldn't be that easy, maybe even impossible. Was Yimo Hollow Spirit State Tertiary Stage? How could that be possible, she soon thought of when they first met. Yimo was only nascent soul state at that time and he killed Lu Jianxian. Yet how long had it been and he was Hollow Spirit State Tertiary Stage? Was there really such a genius in the world? If he really was, then the difference between him and other 9-star sect prodigies was too huge, that Smiling Youth Cultivator wasn't able to react for a long time. He didn't believe that Tai Baifei would be killed by Yimo so cleanly. But after another minute, he finally realized this was reality. Yimo really killed Tai Baifei and his body was turned in a bloody mist. I'm going to kill you. That youth cultivator's face snarled, and without hesitation he charged into the middle and released a dark gourd. Yimo knew about the Infinity Sect. They were a sect that focused on sword cultivation, but this youth used a black gourd. Wujin, come back. An elder yelled, but that cultivator was filled with rage. Yimo sneered. This Wujin was Hollow Spirit State Level 7. But he wasn't scared at all. He waved and Zisu appeared in his hand. That young cultivator saw Yimo's actions and forcefully stopped his impulse of running up. He slowed down and even his face became extremely calm. He then turned around and bowed to Infinity Sect. That elder saw this and breathed easy. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want that young cultivator to go up. Yimo's performance was too strong, no weaker than any Hollow Spirit State Tertiary Stage. Now that this young cultivator calmed down, he wasn't as worried. The only confusion was when Ming Wujian had obtained a gourd magic artifact. That young cultivator let the black gourd float around him and said coldly to Yimo, "You have balls, you dare to kill our Infinity Sect's Hollow Spirit State core disciple. I'm Infinity Sect's Ming Wujian. Don't worry, I will let you die with my martial brother Tai Baifei. I will take care of that Luo Susu for at least a few years." Yimo's killing intent rose crazily when Ming Wujian talked about Luo Susu. A faint purple mist had already formed around Zisu. Ming Wujian sneered and used a few hand signs. The gourd suddenly made a thunderous rumble and began to expand, becoming 2 meters long and 1 meter wide in size. Yet, it still seemed to be expanding. Yimo looked at the dark gourd's mouth and felt a little uneasy. He felt his spirit sense couldn't scan in at all. Without hesitation, Yimo took out his octagonal cauldron and hacked out. Seeing this, everyone was dazed. It was obvious that the octagonal cauldron was a top-grade defense magic artifact. Yet Yimo didn't even use when he killed Tai Baifei. This guy was a madman. Yang Feiqing's face grew bleaker. He felt more and more that he must kill Yimo as early as possible, but he was here with Lu Wuhu today. Other than attacking together, there was no Infinity Sect cultivator that could single-handedly kill Lu Wuhu. No one recognized this octagonal cauldron, but when Sai knew it. She saw martial brother Yuan get it in the Truth Fall Palace. She was now even more certain that Yimo killed martial brother Yuan. Ming Wujian saw this and was dazed but ignored it soon. He even didn't care about Yi Mo's purple sword rays. He waved his hand and countless black lines reached out from his gourd. Those black lines were extremely fast and had an ear-piercing and spirit sense-hurting screech to them. After the first wave of purple sword rays were blocked, more purple sword rays were swept away. Yi Mo thought of that Imotianli he killed in North Far State. His evil soul strands were similar to this, but they had no sound. These ones had screeching sound and were faster. Yi Mo soon saw that they weren't strands but small bugs. They were all black and not only had wings but also sharp teeth. Strangely, they only had one leg each. These bugs were extremely fast and dense. Yi Mo could only use the octagonal cauldron to protect himself as it spun faster and faster, but the bugs seemed endless and soon doubled in numbers as they clashed against the octagonal cauldron. Yi Mo felt it was harder and harder to control the octagonal cauldron. The octagonal cauldron slowed down and thus, its defenses dropped. At this rate, if the octagonal cauldron stopped, he would be swept away by these bugs. He knew that if they all came on him, not even a single bone of him would be left. Yi Mo was unhappy. He wanted to fight with a cultivator who could take on his illusion cloud strikes and fight head-on in a clash, but no one was able to satisfy him. He killed Nan Jinxing in one strike, Tai Baifei used blood snowflakes, and now this Ming Wujian used countless bugs to attack. Yi Mo used illusion cloud division strike again, but before the purple sword rays formed, they were devoured by those bugs, such powerful bugs, they could even devour sword rays. Yi Mo didn't keep using Zisu. His spirit sense was barely able to control the octagonal cauldron, much less control Zisu. The key to illusion cloud was spirit sense. The more powerful the spirit sense, the more powerful the purple sword rays. Yi Mo had many means and he didn't believe he couldn't deal with these bugs. He used Mist Lotus Heartfire the next moment. He didn't have a heaven flame cultivation method, but it should be fine to burn these bugs. The cultivators saw Yi Mo release heaven flame and knew these bugs were done for. Heaven flame could easily burn any bug, yet Ming Wujian just sneered at this. The Mist Lotus Heartfire went into the middle of the bugs. Countless bugs fell down, but in a brief moment, more came up. Yi Mo frowned. He used Mist Lotus Heartfire and burned, and there were indeed some dead, but more weren't dead. Yi Mo was shocked. What bug was this that even heaven flame couldn't burn? Although the level of the heaven flame was low, he was sure he could even burn a body condensation state peak stage cultivator to death if he let him. He suddenly thought of a spirit bug that was on thing and his face turned dark. Chapter 1152, Not Number 1 Shadowless Worm, Fire-Eating Bug, ranked 7th on the rare spirit bugs ranking. They devoured metals and liked devouring all sorts of flames. They grew in flames. It could be said that they could devour anything and there was rarely anything that could counter them. Yet, Ming Wujian had so many fire-eating bugs. How did he keep them alive? Even though they were the lowest grade, with this many there even a sect wouldn't be able to afford keeping them. This was because they needed to not only devour flames but also large amounts of ores, or else they wouldn't reproduce. The higher their level, the harder it was to keep them. But Ming Wujian's bugs were the lowest level, so they used a lot of resources, but they wouldn't be high level. Even the other sect leader and elders' faces changed when they saw this many fire-eating bugs. They recognized them and knew their terrifying power when they matured. They're actually fire-eating bugs? Even Lu Wuhu was shocked. Even Yen Guan and other 9-star sect elders were shocked. They thought of the Infinity Sect. The Infinity Sect had such terrifying bugs. If they used the sect's power to raise them, what other sect could stand up to them? If all the fire-eating bugs were released, they could definitely annihilate a sect immediately. But they knew that it was impossible to fully mature all of them. Even getting 1/1000000 mature was extremely hard, but just the name fire-eating bug was enough to strike fear. More than 10,000 years ago, there was a great evil on Luoyu continent. He was the fire-eating bug demon. This person kept countless mature fire-eating bugs. No one could stop him. He annihilated a 9-star sect all by himself just because he liked that location and wanted to use it as his own sect. The 9-star sect rejected him, and in his fury, he annihilated the entire sect. That fire-eating bug demon ravaged for 1,000 years before encountering Chu Joyu and being killed. Since then, his fire-eating bugs disappeared too. Now, 10,000 years later, the fire-eating bugs appeared again and they belonged to Infinity Sect. Yang Feiqing's face was also bleak. He didn't know that his sect member had someone that kept fire-eating bugs. If he knew this, he wouldn't let Ming Wujian fight. He would make these fire-eating bugs Infinity Sect's top secret. Yet, this insolent Ming Wujin not only fought but also used fire-eating bugs immediately. Even if he killed Yemo, other sects wouldn't allow Infinity Sect to keep the fire-eating bugs for themselves. It was hard to keep them, but as long as you had the method and resources, another fire-eating bug demon would appear. Yet, Chujoyu was someone who didn't appear for 10,000 years. If there wasn't someone like Chujoyu around, the fire-eating bug demon would be able to do whatever he wanted in the cultivation realm. Yang Feichen clearly could see that Ming Wujin wasn't used to controlling these bugs. It was very hard for him. Clearly, he either just got these bugs or someone had just taught him. Yemo realized it was no wonder these bugs weren't afraid of his heaven flame. Luckily his heaven flame was red level and could burn some, otherwise, if the flame was still yellow, it might instead feed them. Yemo felt his octagonal cauldron get slower and slower. It was already a bit hard for him to use heaven flame and octagonal cauldron at the same time. Yemo couldn't let this continue. He really wanted to use 11 lightning swords. People already knew he killed Tian Alfeng. It was no big deal to use it now, but just when he wanted to use it, he saw Ming Wujin's face get pale. His each hand sign and spell was barely able to be used. Ming Wujin didn't keep these bugs, Yemo immediately thought. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this hard for him to control. Thinking about how cunning Ming Wujin was, Yemo wasn't sure if he was putting up this act, so he sent out an extreme grade spirit artifact flying sword at Ming Wujin. Even with that, his sea of consciousness rumbled. Ming Wujin was shocked to see that Yemo could still use flying sword. But then, he spat another mouthful of essence blood and more fire-eating bugs came out of the black gourd. But soon, Yemo saw that the flying sword he sent was rapidly devoured. He exclaimed, these bugs were too powerful, but now, Yemo no longer intended to use 11 lightning swords. Ming Wujin was unable to control the fire-eating bugs well. He only needed to summon Shadowless to ambush Ming Wujin. Yemo silently let Shadowless out. He wanted to let Shadowless ambush Ming Wujin, but what he didn't expect was as soon as Shadowless came out, he shrieked in excitement. What was this? Yemo was dazed. If he was going to enter the scene in that high-fashioned way, how was he going to ambush? But Yemo saw Shadowless didn't listen to him and instead dashed into Ming Wujin's black gourd in a golden beam. Yemo was shocked. What was this? But soon, he felt something was wrong. Those fire-eating bugs attacking the octagonal cauldron began to retreat and become chaotic. Some even flew away. Luckily, there was a restriction and they couldn't escape anywhere. The fire-eating bugs blocked by the restriction flew around like flies, but most rushed to that black gourd. Ming Wujin looked at the chaotic fire-eating bugs and shivered, murmuring, not a spirit bug, not an immortal. Not number one Shadowless worm. There really is Shadowless worm. Yemo wasn't struggling like before. He ate a spirit recovery pill and was about to release Zisu. Shadowless didn't go ambush Ming Wujin but instead went into the gourd. That at least helped him, but soon, he stopped using Zisu, not because Ming Wujin was pale-faced and shaking, but because the black gourd was beginning to contort as though it was going to explode. With a rumble, a hot wave swept out. Yemo let the octagonal cauldron shield him and quickly went to contact Shadowless. Shadowless was his important helper, he must not be blown dead. Luckily, he soon felt Shadowless. When Shadowless came out of the explosion, it wobbled around as though it was drunk. The golden body turned gray again. Without much thought, Yemo sent Shadowless into a spirit beast ring. He didn't want to show the golden page world here, even the restrictions were shaking with that explosion. He didn't understand why Shadowless didn't die, but large amounts of fire-eating bugs fell down and died. Some that were still alive rushed at Yemo and Ming Wujin like crazy. Yemo had the octagonal cauldron but Ming Wujin didn't and was soon devoured into nothingness. After that, the fire-eating bugs flew around and didn't find the black gourd. Then, they all fell to the ground and turned black. Yemo was disgusted and released his heaven flame to burn the black things completely as well as the dead bodies. After the burning smell, the space seemed to have stabilized and an orange flame appeared before Yemo. Li Ming fire, ranked 9th amongst the flames in the cultivation realm. It was a heaven flame. There was a heaven flame inside Ming Wujin's gourd. But Yemo knew that there was no way it was going to be his. Yang Feicheng's face lit up seeing this. But before he could take it, Yemo said to Lu Wuhu, Brother Lu, you can have this Li Ming fire. Ah, okay, I'll take it. Then, he reached out a cultivation essence giant hand and grabbed the flame. Yemo breathed easy. He knew that with his ability, it would take at least 7 minutes to take the flame. By this time, Yang Feiqing would have already taken it. Now that Lu Wuhu took it, Yang Feiqing wouldn't even dare to ask for it. Yang Feiqing saw this and his face changed. He saluted with his fists. Lu Qianbei, this Li Ming fire is my Infinity sect member Ming Wujian's, please give it back. Chapter 1153, Yang Feiqing's determination. Lu Wuhu took out a jade box and sealed the Li Ming fire inside before looking coldly at Yang Feiqing. Since when in the cultivation realm was it that after a fight, the belongings of the dead would be returned to his sect? How come I heard that the belongings are taken by the victor? The Li Ming fire has been out for a long time. If I Lu Wuhu wanted to rob it, I would have long taken it. Do I need to wait till now? Just then, Brother Yi gave the Li Ming fire to me. Everyone heard this. Are your ears defective, sect leader Yan? Everyone knew Lu Wuhu's character. He never made a losing deal but never robbed a one-base things, no matter how good they were. This was why he could earn the respect of the entire cultivation realm. But if you gave him something, it was impossible to earn it back. Everyone heard that Yimo gave the Li Ming flame to Lu Wuhu. Yang Feiqing was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He glared coldly at Yimo. Even the rivers couldn't express his hatred for him. After killing their prodigy Yuan Guannan, he had killed 3 more Infinity Sect Hollow Spirit State prodigies in front of his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. He regretted calling Ming Wujian out. Now the fire-eating bugs were dead. He was annoyed at Ming Wujian for hiding this and not reporting it. On top of that, he foolishly showed it to everyone, but Yang Feiqing wronged Ming Wujian as he had only just got the bugs and didn't know their glorious past. When he got the black gourd and the jade slip introducing the bugs, he was overjoyed. He immediately destroyed the jade slip and focused on feeding them. He even grew rusty on his sword Dao, but he didn't mind. He used the fire-eating bugs in battle a few times. They were invincible. No one knew that he killed a body condensation state level 1 with fire-eating bugs. That's why to him, these bugs were invincible, but the jade slip he got also introduced something else, shadowless worm. If the fire-eating bugs encountered shadowless worm, they would immediately begin to worry. It also said that the shadowless worm wasn't a spirit bug. It usually wouldn't appear in the cultivation realm, but he was unlucky and encountered the shadowless worm that shouldn't appear in the cultivation realm. Yimo's shadowless worm was hidden, but a few people still saw it. They just weren't sure. With Lu Wuhu standing behind Yimo, no one dared to ask. Although many people were guessing what it was that Yimo released later and flew into the black gourd, they could only think about it. Due to Yimo's arrival, many sects stopped their prodigy sect members. Yimo was too absurd. Only a body condensation state cultivator could surely kill him, but a 60-year-old body condensation state cultivator was too rare. Wang Chuan has said with a bleak face, even if Fei Yu and them are here, they're not allowed to fight. They're no match for Yimo. He's not someone who can be killed by a cultivator of the same level. The 2 cultivators who came from Lightning Cloud sect didn't agree, but their sect leader already said this, so they could only hide. When Sai looked coldly at Yimo until Nangongihui was really annoying her. Then she said calmly, my husband must be number 1, but you haven't beaten number 1 City Lord Yi. I can't love you. Nangongihui was dazed. He didn't see Wen Sai kick him away when he came. Why did she want him to challenge City Lord Yi? He didn't consider Yimo a threat before, but now that Yimo killed Tai Baifei and Ming Wujian, he knew Yimo was not weaker than him. When Sai sneered and didn't say anything, Nangongihui quickly said, Martial Sister Sai. That City Lord Yi didn't say he was interested in you. As though feeling his words were inappropriate, he quickly changed to, that City Lord Yi said those who came for you shouldn't challenge him. When Sai's face went cold, but I like him because he's the strongest. If you can beat him, I can like you immediately. But if you don't even dare to challenge him, and you say you like me, is it not embarrassing? When Sai, like the number 1, I only want the number 1. If you're scared you can't beat him, I'm not forcing you to go. Then, she couldn't be bothered talking to Nangongihui. Nangongihui was dazed. He didn't expect this, but looking at Wen Sai, if he didn't go challenge Yimo, he would have no chance at all. Thinking about this, Nangongihui nodded. Okay, I will challenge City Lord Yi. I will make the person who likes you be number 1. Wen Sai showed a smile and said softly, then be careful, that purple ray of his is very strong. I know. Nangongihui's heart was overjoyed hearing these words from Wen Sai. Yimo wanted to go back to his seat but saw Nangongihui quickly stop him. but before Nangong Ihue could speak, an elder from Nangong village yelled, "Ihue, come back first." Nangong Ihue smiled to Emo. "City Lord Yi, just wait a bit. I'll come fight with you soon. Don't worry, I'm not here for Goddess Susu, I'm here for Tsai." Emo smiled. He could tell that Nangong Ihue was an idiot and was being used by Winsai to fight with him. Indeed, Nangong Ihue only went back a while and that elder said to Emo, "Ihue is injured, he won't be able to fight today, please forgive us City Lord Yi." Emo also saluted with his fists. Brother Nangong is Hollow Spirit State level 7 and won more than 10 matches in a row, even Emo is no match for him. Then, Emo went back to his seat. That elder was very happy with Emo's answer. He didn't let Nangong Ihue fight not because he was scared of Emo, but just didn't want him to be used by that Winsai. Seeing no one else challenging Emo, Yanguan got up and said, "All sorts of prodigies showed up today, and although some were injured, that was unavoidable. Luckily, we have successfully come to an end. City Lord Yi is able to leave with his loved one, our core disciple Susu." Susu got up and bowed to Yanguan here. Susu thanks sect leader and thanks master. Yanguan smiled but Fan Lianju's face was bleak. Then, Yanguan continued, "Infinity Sect Goddess 1, that elder who spoke with Emo intervened. Thank you sect leader Yen, our sect will propose to Infinity Sect." Yanguan breathed easy. After this Nangong village elder said this, he didn't even greet Infinity Sect. Clearly, they didn't intend to propose at all. Luckily this elder said this, or he really wouldn't know what to say. From Winsai's expression, everyone could tell she wasn't interested in Nangong Ihue at all. Neither was the Infinity Sect interested in Nangong Village. No one was interested except that Nangong Ihue. Then okay, the competition will end here today. Black Ice Sect is grateful for all the sect leaders and elders who showed up. If you have time, you may stay here for however long you want. You will be our VIP. A round of applause sounded. Everyone knew these were just polite words. The Black Ice Sect wanted them to leave as early as possible. Black Ice Sect and Infinity Sect invited everyone here for the South Alliance, but now after the competition. Yanguan didn't mention this at all. Clearly he felt this matter wasn't good. Yang Feiqing and the Infinity Sect elders didn't say anything about it as well. Even the Black Ice Sect didn't support this. Clearly this South Alliance wasn't plausible. This was all because of that Emo. All Yang Feiqing could think about now was how to kill Emo. Even though Emo had Lu Wuhu, if he used all of Infinity Sect's power, he would have a chance to kill Emo. Infinity Sect had 5 truth realization states, and if they worked with Lightning Cloud Sect to trap Lu Wuhu first and then kill Emo, it wouldn't be hard. They'd already brought the conflict to the surface, so they might as well be quick and fast. He didn't believe Pill City would fight 2 9-star sects to the death for a dead Emo. Chapter 1154, The Power of Level 7 Pill King. Emo scanned casually. Yang Feiqing's face was icy cold. Emo subconsciously shivered. He estimated that this Yang Feiqing probably wouldn't rest until he killed him. Even with Lu Wuhu, Yang Feiqing might calculate him into part of his schemes too. No, he couldn't continue like this or he would be at an absolute disadvantage. He wasn't worried about going from Black Ice Sect to Pill City but of how to get to MOU City after Pill City. Thinking about this, Emo got up and saluted with his fists to some cultivators, sect leaders and elders. It's my honor to be able to gather with you guys here today. When I go back to Pill City I will be staying there for a month. After that, I will go back to MOU City. In order to thank everyone's support, 1 month later, those friends who can come with me to MOU City and are above cauldron filling state, I will concoct for them a cauldron of pills for free. The pill has to be below heaven grade level 7. Almost all the cultivators stopped their feet and looked at Emo fervently. 1 cauldron of heaven grade level 7 pills. Even truth realization state or disaster transformation states would find it hard for other people to concoct for them, much less cauldron filling state. Pill City city lords could help people concoct heaven grade level 7 pills, but were they willing? Even if they were willing, would you be able to pay the price? Many cultivators were thousands of years old and had a large store of spirit herbs. However, the trouble was they didn't have someone to concoct pills for them. Now that GMO gave this promise, it was like gold raining from the heavens. Liao nodded. This was GMO using his natural advantage. There was almost no cauldron filling state cultivator who wouldn't want this. Before the excitement ended, GMO dropped another bombshell. Everyone knows this and I've said it before, I believe I can reach level 9 Pill King in 10 years. So I'll promise here again that those friends coming with me to MOU City 1 month later, if their disaster transformation state within 100 years, I can make a cauldron of heaven grade level 9 pills for them. If a truth realization state friend comes with me to MOU City, then after I reach level 9 Pill King, I will make 10 cauldrons for them. He even wanted to pull truth realization state cultivators to MOU City. Yemo's words immediately let people realize what was going on. He was trying to get some bodyguards. Despite this, there were quite some people wanting to go with Yemo. As long as they went with him to MOU City, they could get a free cauldron from a level 7 Pill King. Who wouldn't want this, City Lord Yi? Then we'll go with you to Pill City now and stay in Pill City for a month before going with you to MOU City. How about it? Lu Yao smiled. Yemo knew Lu Yao was helping him and immediately saluted with his fists. I would love that, thank you Sister Yao. City Lord Yi, your mouth is really sweet. Lu Yao smiled. Perhaps me and my sex truth realization state elder will go with City Lord Yi. Yemo was overjoyed. With Lu Yao's words, many sects had decided to send an elder to Pill City. Infinity Sect's young Feiqing's face was very cold. He knew he had miscalculated one thing, and that was Yemo's Pill King identity. Yemo's level 7 Pill King power was fully showcased here. It was their gathering to pull allies, but now it became a place for Yemo to rally support. Yang Feiqing was so angry he was about to spit blood, but there was nothing he could do. He had gotten so many masters to support him here, and if he went to Pill City and called out, there would be a few more truth realization states as well, but the Infinity Sect suffered so greatly at Yemo's hands, there was no way he would let Yemo go. He also knew that since Infinity Sect annihilated Sword Valley, the feud between them was unable to be resolved. Wang Chuanha fell silent now. Yemo was just hollow spirit state power and easily dissipated the South Alliance. At the same time, he got so much support. Lightning Cloud Sect only lost 1 Tian Alfing. Should they keep fighting with Yemo? Infinity Sect fought with Yemo and lost 4 Prodigy Sect members already, and Yemo was only hollow spirit state level 1. But he was almost invincible in hollow spirit state. What if he reached body condensation state or cauldron filling state? Wang Chuanha, who was adamant on killing Yemo, felt his thought wavering. Yemo didn't reject any sect who wanted to connect with him. He welcomed all those who wanted to go with him to MOU City. Luoying knew that Yemo was going to take them away immediately, so she brought Beiwei to Fan Lianzhu and bowed. She felt that Yemo didn't seem to be friendly to her master, but her master was really nice to her. Fan Lianzhu sighed. Cultivate hard. For you, cultivation is the most important. Yes, master. Luoying was happy that she was able to be with Yemo, but she couldn't rebuke her master's words. Fan Lianzhu gave a rainbow handkerchief to Luoying and another pair of cloud boots to Tang Beiwei before saying, Master doesn't have anything good. I got these 2 cultivation artifacts in my earlier years. Now I'll give them to you. Luoying and Tang Beiwei took these things and thought, without their master, they wouldn't be in a good situation, and felt quite sentimental about leaving Black Ice Sect. Fan Lianzhu smiled. When your cultivation levels are high, you can come back and visit master. Especially Susu, if your husband wasn't Pill City City Lord and a level 7 Pill King, master would never let you leave Black Ice Mountain. Yen Guan saw this and breathed easy. He brought a disaster transformation state elder to Yemo and said, City Lord Yi, Yen congratulates you on your reunion with Susu. Elder Sure is our disaster transformation state elder and my martial brother. In order to celebrate your return to MOU City, he will come with you. I hope you don't mind. Yemo laughed. Of course he wouldn't mind. The more masters who went with him the better. Even though he knew they came for the cauldron of pills, he was grateful. Many days later, in Pill City, those who came with Yemo to Pill City and wanted to go to MOU City were arranged to stay at VIP places in Pill City. Luoying, Ning Qingxue, Tang Beiwei, Luo Fei, and them reunited again and were very happy. They caught up and were very emotional. When they came to South Peace State, they went around everywhere. Luckily, Susu's master arranged places for them, or they wouldn't dare to think about their predicament. Only Yun Zi was lost. Luoying and them knew that Yi Ling and Song Yangzhu as well as Su Jingguan were still in North Far State. Yemo said he would go bring there to MOU City after they returned to MOU City. They knew how hard it was to bring this many people over, but everyone believed in Yemo. He came to Luoyu later but was far ahead of them. It had been 2 or 3 years and he needed to bring them back. He wanted to find Lu Wuhu to see if he could make a top-grade flying magic artifact for him to fly back. Emo was going to find Lu Wuhu, but Lu Wuhu was more desperate to find Lu Wuhu. There were too many people on the road and Emo was with his Susu. He didn't even get an opportunity to speak. Now, he had to ask Emo. Emo was pulled inside the house before he even walked in. When Emo actually went inside the inner room, he was dazed. There was another small dimension here. It was spacious and luxurious. The spirit chi was so dense that he didn't dare to imagine. There was at least a low-grade spirit range here. Stop acting shocked, you have much better things than me. I only have this spirit range, you probably don't even consider it valuable. Heaven flame, earth flame, that pill cauldron, and that octagonal cauldron. Hee, especially that kitchen knife. Lu Wuhu smiled. Do you have something important that you called me over so desperately? Emo quickly changed the topic. If this old guy wanted to take his things by force, there really was nothing he could do. Lu Wuhu glared at him. How can I be interested in your things? That's good. My things aren't worth money, Emo quickly said. Lu Wuhu said in contempt, not worth money? The thing you annihilated the fire-eating bugs is shadowless worm, right? Other people can't tell. But I can. Lu Wuhu got up and waited excitedly for Emo to reply. Chapter 1155, Extreme Caliber Flying Magic Artifact. Emo nodded, he had to admit it. It was because he had long since known that his little pet was shadowless worm, but Emo didn't know anything about it. Thing didn't it introduce either, it really is shadowless worm. Lu Wuhu became excited. He clapped his hand and walked excitedly in circles but then shook his head. Pity, such a legendary thing is being wasted by you. I would rather you waste a few more South Peace State 10 beauties than, seeing that Emo's face looked bad, Lu Wuhu rubbed his hands and smiled. I'm joking. Emo ignored him. He had quite a few things that were legendary things, but he still got them. There were too many legendary things. Jiu Qian's one purple flare was also legendary. Even the fire-eating bugs he annihilated weren't seen everywhere. Lu Wuhu rubbed his hand and said, once the shadowless worm approves of a master, it will never change it, so don't worry, I won't scheme for it. But the shadowless worm has a specialty, and that is each time it evolves, it envelopes itself in silk. Have you seen this? Emo remembered that and thus took out a ball of white silk and asked, are you talking about this? That's right. Lu Wuhu took it from Emo's hand and said, yes, it's this. This was the second time Emo saw Lu Wuhu so excited. The first time was when he took out the bitter bamboo leaf. Such a good thing, forgery treasure. Lu Wuhu exclaimed. Emo said plainly, Brother Lu, I know it's forgery treasure, but after you're done looking at it, can you give it back? Lu Wuhu looked at Emo with some awkwardness but didn't give it back. Seeing that Emo didn't talk for a while, he said embarrassedly, how about I help you concoct something or attack for you 3 times and you stop? Emo waved his hand. You still owe me from last time and now here we go again. Lu Wuhu felt more awkward but didn't want to let go of the silk strand. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. He took out 3 jade boxes and opened them in front of Emo. Have a look yourself, take it if you like. After seeing these things, Emo took a cold breath in. He thought he had a lot of good things, but now seeing the things Lu Wuhu took out casually, he immediately realized that he was a beggar compared to Lu Wuhu. There was level 8 material dark ice marrow, level 8 spirit herb illusion magic flower and even 1 flame lotus heart. Kong Yi gave him one before and now Lu Wuhu had one too. Luckily he hid his mist lotus heart fire in the golden page world as soon as he came to Pill City, or else it would have been found out by this guy. Emo knew that the flame lotus heart was a top grade item. It might not be very good for forgery, but it was very useful to him. Yet Lu Wuhu was willing to take this out. This could let his mist lotus heart fire upgrade. This guy knew he had the mist lotus heart fire and didn't take it out last time, yet this was just his casual offer. One could see how many good things he has stored away. Emo suddenly regretted giving him the bitter bamboo leaf for just a few times of helping him. What was shadowless worm? How could Lu Wuhu take the silk it made so seriously? Suddenly, Emo even wanted to learn forgery himself. What if this silk was a very good thing? Then wouldn't he lose greatly? Putting that aside, Emo looked at these things. He wanted all of them, but before he could speak, Lu Wuhu said, Brother Yi, since you know the use of the shadowless worm silk, you should know that its first silk has the lowest value.
You can only choose one. Yemo was dumbfounded. He didn't know shit.
Yemo knew that he could only get more things out of Lu Wuhu if he said he knew the value. Now that Lu Wuhu said this, didn't that mean he could only choose one?
Suddenly, Yemo felt things weren't right.
If the silk could only swap with one item, Lu Wuhu wouldn't take out this many. He only needed to take out the Flame Lotus Heart. He would take it for sure, since he took out Flame Lotus Heart as well as many other things. It meant he was so desperate for it, so he took out something that was equivalent in value to the silk.
The last sentence might be Lu Wuhu testing him.
Thinking about this, Yemo said calmly, "Brother Lu, don't try to scam me please, I'm a level 7 pill king. I don't need to say the value of the shadowless worm silk."
Then, Yemo said, "I'll take all of it."
He then moved those jade boxes close to him. Lu Wuhu saw this and didn't get angry. "Okay, but you must agree that the next time your worm makes silk you need to give it to me, at least 3 times.
Yemo quickly said, "That's fine that you have a proposal, but so do I, and that is that you let me study your forgery manual." "You want to learn forgery as well?" Lu Wuhu looked at Yemo in disbelief.
"You're a pill king and a formation great master.
Now you want to learn forgery?"
Yemo scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "It's a bit troublesome to ask you every time."
Okay, you can be my disciple." Lu Wuhu rubbed his hands and grew excited. Yemo suddenly stared at Lu Wuhu and asked, "Brother Lu, how many level 9 forgery grandmasters are there in South Peace State?"
"Around 7 or 8, Lu Wuhu said.
"Then what about pill kings above level 7?
Yemo asked. "About 4 or 5.
Lu Wuhu suddenly felt that Yemo had bad intentions.
"Then you want me, a level 7 pill king who was rarer than forgery grandmasters, to be your disciple?
What do you think the old pill kings in Pill City would think?" Yemo took the jade boxes and asked calmly. Lu Wuhu smiled, I'm joking.
"Here, this is a forgery manual."
Lu Wuhu threw a jade slip to Yemo. Yemo saw that Lu Wuhu wanted to send him off, but he said slowly, "Brother Lu, you told me last time you would help me forge and I haven't had time to find you. I came today just for that. Of course, if it's beyond a cultivation artifact I would love it even more." Lu Wuhu said unhappily, "I knew it. Tell me, what do you want?"
Yemo said, "I want an extreme grade flying magic artifact that can fly from South Peace State to North Far State."
"What?" Lu Wuhu interrupted before Yemo finished. "Are you dreaming? Even if you have that, you can fly from South Peace State to North Far State yourself?
The ancient beings in the Heartless Sea would have devoured you countless times. Even I need to use a lot of effort to go from South Peace State to North Far State without taking the teleportation formation."
Yemo asked again, "Just tell me, can you do it or not?" Lu Wuhu smiled. "Even if I can make it, do you have the materials?"
"It needs special flying materials, even I can't gather them all."
Yemo took out a few materials and asked, "What about these things?" Lu Wuhu saw these things and his eyes were unable to move anymore.
9 feather golden eagle's tail feather, a level 10 material.
Huang Star Rock, a level 9 material.
Half extreme grade star sand, a level 9 material. He stared at Yemo.
"Where did you get all this from?"
"Huang Star Rock and the tail feather are the most suitable materials to concoct flying magic artifacts."
"Did you long want to concoct a flying magic artifact? That's why you were searching around everywhere?" "That's right, Brother Lu. Can you tell me if it can be made?"
Yemo said helplessly. That was all he had.
Lu Wuhu nodded.
"Of course it can, but it's missing a main material. I happen to have a top grade 10,000 year Luwood heart. I'll give it to you as well. I'll even add a bit of that bitter bamboo leaf, but even with this top grade flying magic artifact, your power is a bit." Yemo knew that his power was too low. Chapter 1156, Yemo's Woman. "What sort of flying magic artifact do you want?"
Lu Wuhu asked. Yemo thought and said, "One that is stealthy but also fast."
"Okay.
Come pick it up half a month later." Lu Wuhu picked up those jade boxes. "What?"
Yemo asked in confusion. Lu Wuhu took out a small black rock from the jade box containing the Huang Star Rock and looked at it excitedly. "World Rock, there really is World Rock, there really is World Mountain, there really is." He suddenly looked up at Yemo and said,
you not only have bitter bamboo but also world rock. How do you have so many otherworldly things? Yemo cursed. He found this piece from the ruin of Yubaishang. He found that there was a material he didn't know once he got the jade box containing the Huang Star Rock. When he came to World Mountain, he realized that it was World Mountain Rock. But he already got a huge block of World Rock from the World Mountain. He didn't care about this little piece, so he didn't even do anything about it. But now, Luwuhu saw it today, and this was really lethal. Seeing Luwuhu stare at him, Yemo could only say, "I found this small rock in the bitter bamboo leaf at the bottom of that big lightning mountain in Truthfall Palace Forbidden Grounds. I didn't know it was world rock. If you need it, then take it. It really has no use for me." Luwuhu looked at Yemo dubiously for a long while before saying, "Your luck is too absurd." Luckily, Luwuhu didn't delve deep into it. He took out that small piece of world rock and said, "The mass of the world rock increased 10 times for every time its volume doubles. No one can explain why it is so, because this is an utmost pinnacle forgery material. You really have a lot of good things. Go back first, don't worry. I'll add some extra materials for your dark cloud pike since I got your world rock." Luwuhu knew Yemo was lying, but he couldn't do anything about it. He didn't suspect that Yemo had more world rock or bitter bamboo leaves, as those things were too rare. Even getting a little bit required insane luck. Yemo breathed easy and quickly left Luwuhu's shop. To be honest, he was really scared that Luwuhu would keep asking. Luckily, Luwuhu knew that he was lying and still didn't keep asking. This was a rather Qianbei quality, although Yemo really wanted to ask what the main purpose of world rock was. He was scared that Luwuhu would think he had more world rock. After leaving Luwuhu's shop, Yemo completely delved into forgery. He gave Lin Yibin tens of millions of spirit stones to buy all sorts of materials in the Pill City. With Yemo's wealth and his identity, it was all too easy to buy things in the Pill City. Half a month later, could already forge low-grade spirit artifacts. They didn't look very good, but Yemo was very happy. This speed was very astounding. Although Yemo got Luwuhu's forgery manual, that was just a nice way of calling it. It was only introductory forgery and explained some materials and flames. As for materials, Yemo knew a lot from Thing. If it was given to someone else, it wouldn't be of much use, but to Yemo it was enough. He just needed a rough introduction. 3 Birth Chant's main purpose was to form its own system. As long as he had the start, Yemo would be able to complete it. But Yemo knew this was because his cultivation level was too low. If he was more powerful, then he wouldn't need this to form his own forgery system. Yemo believed if he worked hard, he would be able to make top-grade spirit artifacts in about a year or so, or even extreme-grade spirit artifacts. Other than forgery, Yemo stayed with Ning Qingxue and Luoying and them all day long. These days, he had been going everywhere to reach higher cultivation levels and rarely spent time with them. Now that they were finally together, he wanted to stay with them more as well. It seemed a little crowded with so many people living in this small yard. Plus, Ning Qingxue and Luoying were both Golden Core State peak stage now. Yemo didn't plan for them to form their nascent soul in the Pill City. It would be when they went back to their own place. He would change their cultivation methods after they reached nascent soul state. Today, he was chatting with Luoying and Qingxue when he received Luwuhu's message. The flying magic artifact was finished. Yemo just want to go to Luwuhu when Ning Qingxue suddenly asked, "Husband, do you have another wife called Xiaoyun?" Yemo immediately fell into awkwardness. He knew that Qingxue and Luoying knew about this, but he didn't know how to mention it to them. They were from Earth. It was already absurd that he married Ning Qingxue and Luoying, but now there was Xiaoyun. They also knew about Song Yangzhu and Su Jingguan. Seeing this, Luoying smiled and walked up to Yemo and grabbed his hand. "For you to like Xiaoyun, she must be a very good woman. Where is she now?" Yemo's eyes flashed with some sadness. He often thought about Mu Xiaoyun as well, but there had been no news of her. Even for Yemo and Zifeng, he at least got some news of them, but there was nothing for Xiaoyun. Yemo even suspected whether she had come to Luoyu continent or wasn't alive anymore. Ning Qingxue walked to Yemo's other side and grabbed his hand as well. "Husband, we're not telling you off. We know Xiaoyun is a very good girl. We often heard Z talk about her. Now that we're together every day, I think it would be great if everyone could be here like this every day." Yemo grabbed their hands and said, "Sorry I didn't tell you about this before, but I really didn't know where to begin. Xiaoyun is a good woman,
I miss her a lot.
Don't worry, from now on there won't be anyone else. He married Son Yangju because there was Yimo. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoyun was a girl Yimo couldn't bear to abandon.
If he abandoned her, her fate would be miserable.
Mu Xiaoyun was a very understanding and loving woman. Yimo was indeed into her.
Almost all the good characteristics of a woman could be found in her. As for Su Jingwen, Yimo had been hesitant in sleeping with her. Of course, part of it was due to her not reaching foundation establishment state, but after she reached foundation establishment state, Yimo still didn't do that. It wasn't that he didn't like Su Jingwen, but he wanted to find Qingxue and Luoying first before he got with her. That was not only paying respect to them but also a promise to Su Jingwen. Su Jingwen chased after him from Ninghai to Luoying, then to the small world, then to South Peace State. If he hadn't seen her bracelet, she would have died in a foreign world. No one knew about it. He was truly touched by her love. On that snowing street, Su Jingwen stood there silently in front of him like a snow woman as she watched him. That scene was forever etched in Yimo's brain. At that moment, he accepted Su Jingwen. He could even imagine how lonely Su Jingwen was after Yimo was taken away. It was already hugely fortunate that she was able to survive in the cultivation realm. We know, husband, don't think too much. Go to Lu Qianbei, he probably called you just now.
After Xiaoyun, Jingwen and Yangju come to Mou City, we will never separate. Son Yangju felt Yimo's sadness. She called Yimo husband again.
It was a term learned from Earth. It was common but could express her intense feelings. Luoying found herself gradually liking this term. Chapter 1157, Assassinate Yimo. Lu Wuhu looked satisfiedly at the flying magic artifact in his hands.
Seeing Yimo come over, he quickly waved his hand to Yimo and gave it to him. What do you think? Black Cloud Pike, made just as you wanted. An extreme-grade cultivation artifact. If it wasn't that the level 9 materials were a little lacking, I might have made into a half-immortal artifact. Although he said it was a pity, Lu Wuhu was clearly very happy with his creation. It's actually an extreme-grade cultivation artifact? Yimo picked up the pale blue-black cloud pike joyfully. The dark cloud pike felt like a feather. He loved the appearance. He thought it would be very good if a half-extreme-grade cultivation artifact was made, but Lu Wuhu forged an extreme-grade cultivation artifact. The reason Yimo chose dark cloud pike was because it was good at stealth. It was usually very hard to find. Yimo felt the dark cloud pike and loved it the more he looked at it. Lu Wuhu was indeed a forgery grandmaster. After you spirit control it, the inside area is nearly 6 meters. You can put the decorations inside yourself. In order to increase speed and defensive capabilities, I've shrunk the area. There's a stealth formation inside, Lu Wuhu said pridefully. Clearly he had seen Yimo's astonished face. Yimo immediately got up and bowed to Lu Wuhu. Brother Lu, I'm really grateful to you this time. I owe you this time. I wanted to ask you to come to Mou City with me and then return the favor you owed me, but now I'm embarrassed to ask that. Ha ha. Lu Wuhu laughed. Very well, I like you owing me. At the end of the month I will go to Mou City as well.
Then Lu Wuhu said again, I quite like you. I was planning to bear the pain of giving you a half-extreme grade attack cultivation artifact, but your kitchen knife is better than all of mine, so I thought never mind.
How could Yimo not know that Lu Wuhu wanted to see his Zisu? He took it out and gave it to Lu Wuhu. Brother Lu, what do you think of it? Good means, it's really good forgery method. Lu Wuhu felt Zisu and exclaimed, this is definitely an ancient treasure. He looked at Yimo and said, you've spirit controlled this kitchen knife, so you should probably know that it's only a sword fetus, right? Before Yimo could nod, he said again, you should know that this fetus can add materials in to upgrade the magic artifact. The first time you add materials, it will keep the same appearance forever. Yimo nodded. Lu Wuhu said seriously, you must not casually add in materials to upgrade it. If the level of the materials isn't high enough, it will greatly weaken your sword. Second, your forgery skills aren't good enough, and that will also affect this treasure. Yimo knew this, of course, or else he would have long since upgraded Zisu already. He wasn't going to use level 5 or level 6 materials to upgrade Zisu. Seeing this, Lu Wuhu gave Zisu back to Yimo. When you have enough materials, come find me and I'll help you. Yemo smiled and put Zisu away. He had already started forgery himself. When he found enough materials, he wouldn't need to ask Lu Wuhu for help. He knew that Lu Wuhu must have a lot of top-grade materials. When his forgery skills were high enough, he might be able to find materials from him. After leaving Lu Wuhu, Yemo's spirit controlled the dark cloud pike at his place. He found that there were about 30 square meters of area and 2 rooms. Yemo was very happy with this area. This was enough for him. There were spirit stone sinks at the front and back of the dark cloud pike. It could not only run on spirit stones but also on spirit chi. Yemo looked at the tens of formations and knew that Lu Wuhu was also a formation grandmaster. He couldn't help admire him. But Yemo also knew that most forgery masters were also formation masters. "I'll call you Blue Moon from now on," Yemo said. Wang Chuana, who had returned to Lightning Cloud sect, had a man facing him who was waiting for his reply. It was Yang Feiqing. He came to Lightning Cloud sect for cooperation. The reason Wang Chuanha didn't reply was that the sect was heavily divided on what to do with Yemo. Some elders believed that they must kill Yemo no matter what to preserve the authority of the Lightning Cloud sect. The other elders believed that Yemo had established his grounds and it would cause the sect trouble if they killed him. Yang Feiqing wanted to attack Yemo while he went from Pill City to Mou City. But Wang Chuanha was planning to give up after knowing Yemo invited so many masters. After all, the Infinity sect had the greatest conflict with Yemo. Lightning Cloud sect only lost Tian Alfeng, Brother Yang. Yemo has built his foundation and he invited many helpers this time. There's no way for us to kill him on his path. Instead, we would overtly offend the Pill City. Wang Chuanha sighed. "I want to kill this guy immediately like Brother Yang, but the situation is such that we can't." Yang Feiqing said calmly, "Brother Wang, I'm sure that if we don't kill Yemo this time, after he goes into Mou City we'll never have an opportunity to kill him." "Do we dare to attack Mou City?" With Jiling's relationship to Yemo, he would set up the top-grade defense formation for Mou City. Perhaps before we even attack Mou City, Pill City would find an excuse to attack our sect. He paused and got up. Out of the people going with Yemo to Mou City, there's only one truth realization state from the Pill City besides Lu Wuhu. There would be at most 3 or 4 from other sections. We don't have to consider those below truth realization state. As long as we stop those few truth realization state cultivators, we can instantly kill Yemo. Wang Chuanha looked at Yang Feiqing in confusion. "How do you know there's only one truth realization state cultivator from the Pill City?" Yang Feiqing smiled. "Half a month ago, Yu Chichou and Xing Guanqing left Pill City to an unknown place. Without Yu Chichou's help, do you think this Yemo would have a truth realization state to send him off? Having one was already unexpected. My sect has 5 truth realization state cultivators while yours has 4. We have 9 truth realization state cultivators in total. If we add more than 10 disaster transformation state cultivators." Yang Feiqing stopped and looked at Wang Chuanha. Wang Chuanha asked in shock, "Brother Yang, you're saying to send out all of our truth realization state cultivators and more than 10 disaster transformation state cultivators just to kill Yemo?" Yang Feiqing nodded. "That's right, we stopped those few truth realization state cultivators and as long as we have one spare truth realization state, we can instantly kill Yemo. If Yemo is dead, even if the Pill City knows we killed Yemo, what can they do to us when the impending disaster of South Peace State is coming? Even if the disaster isn't to come, do you think the Pill City would annihilate 2 9-star sects for a dead Pill King?" Yang Feiqing sneered. "The Pill City isn't that powerful and they won't do that. We annihilated the Sword Valley, do you see the Pill City doing anything?" "It really is so," Wang Chuanha murmured. After a beat, he nodded firmly. "Okay, just this time, if we still aren't able to kill Yemo, we won't be involved anymore." Yang Feiqing nodded. "Of course it's just this time. If it doesn't work, we won't do things so casually as well." But he sneered in his head. "If I'm going to let your sect completely break free from this, I would be too dumb." Meanwhile, in Pill City, Yemo, Luoying, Qingxue and Beiwei sat together. There was no disagreement about going back to the Mou City. The Pill City was safe, but this wasn't their place. Even for cultivation, Yemo didn't dare to go into Golden Page World. He was renowned as City Lord but his power was limited. It wasn't much more than an elder. "Brother, we have 3 truth realization state cultivators including Lu Qianbei,
and 6 disaster transformation state qianbais as well as 9 cauldron filling state qianbais.
With this many masters, what power can stop us? Tang Beiwei asked. Yi Mo shook his head. Yang Feiqing would risk everything for sure to give me a heavy blow this time.
If City Lord Yu was still here I could ask him for help, but he's going out for at least a year or two.
I can't wait that long.
Although we have 3 truth realization states.
That's far from enough.
Infinity Sect has 5 and Lightning Cloud Sect has 4, if they all come, they can instantly kill us.
Do they have the guts to do that?
Ning Qingxue knew Yi Mo's status in the Pill City and asked in disbelief. Chapter 1158, Truth Realization Battle. Yi Mo shook his head.
I don't know, but I have to be careful. What if they really dare to do that?
Pill City won't protect you guys for a dead Pill King.
And I think it's 90% likely that they will attack.
Yi Mo has experienced enough to know that when a person is still alive, the connections are still there. If something happened to him, no matter how much the Pill City Lord approved of him, Luoying and Qingxue would meet a tragic fate. Whether it was for him or the people with him, he felt it wasn't wrong to be careful. Plus, he was almost certain that those people would attack. The city lords of Pill City happened to leave right when he was going to leave. This was quite coincidental. If they didn't really have business, then it meant that someone drew them away. When they heard Yi Mo say the word dead, they immediately became nervous and grabbed Yi Mo's hands tightly. They had been hoping to find Yi Mo and stay together forever. Now they were just together for a month and there was potential death already. Seeing their worry, Yi Mo smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have already made arrangements. I've decided for us to go first."
What? Brother, didn't you say that even if we go together with Lu Qianbei we can't guarantee our safety? If we go first ourselves, how can we escape from the hunt of the Infinity Sect?
Tang Beiwei asked. Yi Mo said calmly, "The ship heading to Mou City belongs to Jiling Qianbei.
I've asked Jiling Qianbei to help set up a teleportation formation on the ship.
When the ship starts, we'll take the teleportation formation to leave first.
Then I can take you to Mou City. As long as we get to Mou City, they won't dare to attack the city."
Yi Mo had decided to do this after careful consideration. He had Blood Moon and after he left the teleportation formation, he could take them towards Mou City rapidly. As long as he left, even if the Infinity Sect's and Lightning Cloud Sect's power was greater than his protection squad, they wouldn't dare to kill anyone. The other people didn't know if it would work but they all felt that was all they could do. In Pill City, a huge ship stopped outside the Pill Association. Almost all the Pill Kings and Pill City elders came to send them off. 3 Truth Realization State Cultivators, 6 Disaster Transformation State Cultivators and 9 Cauldron Filling State Cultivators all went on the ship. Amidst the applause, the ship rose into the sky and disappeared from above Pill City. "I'm going to activate the teleportation formation, only 2 people need to stay here." Yi Mo looked up and said, "I will stay," Gu Wenxian said without hesitation. He was Hollow Spirit State Middle Stage Power. "I'll stay too," Nijinjie said. Yi Mo nodded. "In that case, the rest of the people can leave with us through the teleportation formation." Other than Yi Mo, Ning Qingxue, Luoying, Xan Jida and Luo Fei, there were Miao Warren, Huang Lanlan, and Gan Liang from Sword Valley as well as the couple Lin Yiban and Su Tong. Jiling's ship was flying very fast and it had been more than a day since they Pill City. Jiling was talking with Lu Wuhu and the other 2 Truth Realization State cultivators when at this time, Lu Wuhu suddenly got up. The rest of the people all got up seeing this. Even the Disaster Transformation State and Cauldron Filling State cultivators came out. An even larger ship had stopped Jiling's ship. More than 10 unfamiliar faces walked out but before they attacked, their powerful force sweeping over, Jiling and the cultivators behind them were all shocked. They thought that this was a casual run to Mou City that would get them a free cauldron of pills from Yi Mo, but there were such powerful foes waiting for them. There were more than 10 cultivators and half of them were in Truth Realization State, 9 Truth Realization State cultivators. Just these 9 were enough to kill everyone here. Plus, they had 9 Disaster Transformation State cultivators. Some people began to regret going on Yi Mo's ship and being stopped. Those people wore masks but clearly didn't care about getting recognized. So what if everyone knew they were Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect's Truth Realization State cultivators? Lu Wuhu laughed and his chi exploded. Covering your ears to steal the bell, you think no one knows who you are just because you wear a mask?
You're enough to rob me.
Brother Lu, I admire you, we're all truth realization state cultivator, but Brother Lu is a Qianbei.
We don't want to be your enemies, so please move aside, we just want to kill EMO. Everyone else has nothing to do with us, a truth realization state tertiary stage cultivator walked up and said. Lu Wuhu sneered, what if I don't agree?
Then don't blame me, the cultivator said and waved his hand. A black rainbow fell on his hand. Before it was even released, it was suffocating the people present with pressure. Such a powerful magic artifact, this person hadn't even attacked, but his magic artifact was this powerful. How terrifying would it be if it was in action? Lu Wuhu saw this and his face changed drastically.
Infinity Sect is really willing to use a lot to kill EMO. You've even taken out your sect treasure, the low-grade immortal artifact shapeless black rainbow. Lu Wuhu and the rest fell silent. They'd even taken out their sect treasure. Clearly they were adamant on killing EMO.
That cultivator said deeply, friends, I won't say the reasons, but I can guarantee you that if you don't attack, we won't attack.
We just want to kill one person, and that is EMO. If you want to stop us, you will be our enemy. We will kill our enemies without hesitation.
Lu Wuhu saw everyone fall silent inside. He thought Infinity Sect didn't dare to stop them, but they did and sent out all of their elites. Luckily that kid was cunning like a fox, otherwise even he wouldn't be able to protect him. Even so, Lu Wuhu wasn't someone anyone could abuse.
He flipped his hand and an equally powerful magic artifact appeared in his hand, low-grade immortal artifact Truth Hackaxe?
Everyone knew Lu Wuhu had a low-grade immortal artifact. But it was still shocking to see it. Brother Lu, are you really going to fight us to the death for an irrelevant cultivator? That truth realization state tertiary stage asked. Lu Wuhu smiled.
Fight to the death with you?
Just wait for the anger of the Pill City.
Wait till the city lords come back.
That cultivator didn't say anything after hearing this. No one knew what he was thinking. His eyes grew colder and colder, and after staring at Lu Wuhu for 2 seconds, he suddenly said coldly, attack. Immediately, the shapeless black rainbow was hacked out. Heavenly covering black rays swept out. A strong feeling of dimensional collapse came. Some cauldron-filling state charged out of the battlefield without hesitation. They were scared to be swooped away by that dimensional collapse. Lu Wuhu sneered and was fearless. He released his axe and a materialized axe shadow hacked towards the black rays. Rumble, a huge explosion sounded and a dark hole appeared. Everyone knew that space itself had been torn by their fight. Lu Wuhu grunted and retreated a few miles out. That cultivator using the black rainbow spat a mouthful of blood and retreated tens of kilometers. When they took back their magic artifacts, the collapsed space started to recover and those cauldron-filling state cultivators looked at this in terror. No one spoke. Such a level of battle wasn't something they could fathom. They thought cauldron-filling state were the top cultivators. But compared to the battle of truth realization states, they were nothing. The other truth realization state cultivators had charged over. Jiling was slapped a few kilometers away by a truth realization state cultivator.
Chapter 1159, Nowhere to Go. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, EMO and them came out of the teleportation formation. EMO quickly packed away the teleportation formation material.
EMO was very happy with this teleportation formation. It was very stealthy and the distance was far. In a short time, EMO's blood moon disappeared amongst the clouds. Lu Wuhu was surrounded by 4 truth realization state cultivators. Even though he had a low-grade immortal artifact, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood after being attacked by 2 truth realization state level 9s and 1 truth realization state peak stage as well as 1 truth realization state middle stage cultivator. With Lu Wuhu's temper, even though EMO was gone, he wouldn't allow people to search the ship in front of him. However, although he was strong, he couldn't stop 4 truth realization state cultivators at the same time. Plus, there was one using a low-grade immortal artifact just like him. In this battle, he couldn't split his attention to take care of other cultivators. Jiling's ship had long been destroyed by the attacks of other truth realization state and disaster transformation state cultivators. The battleground was a mess. Although most cultivators didn't fight, some were still caught out. One cauldron-filling state didn't even go into the battle circle but was still swept away by the dark ray. Lu Wuhu stopped the shapeless black rainbow's attack again, and while he hacked the truth realization state middle stage cultivator into pieces, a green sword light also pierced his chest.
He was instantly heavily injured. Lu Wuhu ate a pill and didn't dare to fight anymore. He knew that if it continued, he would die for sure. There were too many truth realization state cultivators. The Pill City Truth Realization State cultivator was stopped by one person. Heaven Demon Sex Lu Yao was heavily injured and taken away by the Sex Truth Realization State elder. They left immediately. Lu Wuhu also felt his cultivation essence began to weaken after that sword light hit him. He didn't dare to hesitate and darted away in a red beam of light. There were 12 Truth Realization State cultivator participating in the battle, 17 Disaster Transformation State and 9 Cauldron Filling States. This could be said to be the largest scale battle in the last 500 years. One Truth Realization State cultivator was killed by Lu Wuhu, but Lu Wuhu was also heavily injured and it was unknown where he went. 3 Cauldron Filling States died protecting EMO. They were from Heaven Star Sect and Golden Sword Sect. 3 Disaster Transformation States died. One was from Black Ice Sect, one was Formation Grand Master Jiling, and the last one wore a mask. Other than this, Yemo's disciple Gu Wenxian and Sword Valley's elder Mijinjie were killed. This battle shook the entire South Peace State cultivation realm, but after so many masters died, Yemo and the people around him had all disappeared, yet even after this, the Pill City didn't say anything. Everyone knew it was the Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect behind this, but the Pill City said nothing. This wasn't like them. With this, no one dared to say anything. Black Ice Sect lost a Disaster Transformation State elder but didn't say anything. Jiling was a Formation Grandmaster, but all Formation Sect was only an 8-star sect. They weren't scared of an attack but they didn't dare to seek revenge. This was because they had the strongest defense and attack formation in the South Peace State cultivation realm. No sect could attack all Formation Sect, but formations couldn't be carried by your side. Blood Moon was extremely fast and this made GMO feel very good. With this speed, it should be fine even if he crossed the Heartless Sea. Brother, what is MOU City like? Tang Beiwei squeezed next to Yemo and sat down. These few days, her brother had been with his wives and she rarely had an opportunity to have a conversation with him. Yemo smiled. You will be very happy. That place is like Luoyu City but prettier. Are Lu Qianbei and Ji Qianbei fine? Luoying asked. Yemo shook his head. There's no way something would happen to them. Even if they were stopped, as long as Lu Wuhu and Jiling Qianbei moved aside and let them search the ship. The Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect would leave after not finding us. After Jiling Qianbei comes to MOU City and helps us set up extreme grade defense formations, even if the Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect want to kill me, they wouldn't dare to attack. Luoying suddenly shook her head. Lu Qianbei is a master, how can he let someone check his ship? That's impossible. Yemo heard this and suddenly got up. He broke out in a cold sweat. He had calculated everything except Lu Wuhu's status. Lu Wuhu didn't mind small things, but letting these one bice search his ship was impossible. If something like this happened, Lu Wuhu would be ridiculed. If Lu Wuhu didn't agree to the ship search, what would happen? Bloody battle. There was no other possibility. Understanding this, Yemo instantly regretted. If he knew this, he wouldn't have asked Lu Wuhu to come. Stop. Yemo immediately told Lin Yiban, who was controlling the ship. Change directions, we can't go towards MOU City. Lin Yiban changed direction without hesitation. What's going on? Tang Beiwei asked strangely. Yemo's face was very bad. I'm afraid they've begun fighting. Susu is right, a master like Lu Wuhu would never let Infinity Sect cultivators search the ship. Then what do we do? Tang Beiwei began to worry. Before Yemo could reply, a messenger flying sword landed in his hand. Yemo just scanned it simply before his face changed drastically. What happened? The people gathered around. Yemo put away the messenger flying sword and clenched his fists, said coldly, Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect stopped our ship. Lu Qianbei was heavily injured and fled. Jiling Qianbei, Black Ice Sect Shi Qianbei, Heaven Star Sects and Golden Sword Sects 3 Cauldron Filling State Qianbais as well as Sword Valley's Mijinjie Qianbei, and Huan Pilking were all killed. Heaven Demon Sect's Lu Yao Qianbei is heavily injured. Luo Fei shook. The only Hollow Spirit State Elder of Sword Valley was killed. Xinjita cried on the spot. Yemo didn't have time to teach her, she was taught completely by Gu Wenxian.
Yet, this master and martial brother of hers was killed, everyone fell silent, even Jiling was killed. Clearly Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect didn't care anymore. Ning Qingxue got up and held Yimo's hand trying to make him relax. After a long while, Yimo said coarsely, I did this to them. If I had waited till the city lords of Pill City were back before leaving, these things wouldn't have happened. Although Yimo knew that if the Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect were onto him, it would be the same even if he waited in the Pill City for a few years. Plus, he needed to desperately increase his power. How could he waste time in the Pill City? Pill City was safe, but firstly he couldn't go into the Golden Page world to cultivate. And secondly he couldn't go find the Spirit Marrow place. The messenger flying sword is from the Pill City's Truth Realization State Elder. He told me I can't go back to MOU City now. Then, Yimo said to Lin Yiban, we can't go back to MOU City indeed. Without Jiling Qianbei to set up the formation, it's useless if we go. They won't do anything to MOU City as long as we don't go there. Plus, the city lords of Pill City will eventually come back. As long as I'm not dead they will have some concerns. Turn south, we'll head that way, Yimo suddenly said. Without power, no matter how good you were at other things, you would need to borrow other people's power. If the city lord could be drawn away once, they could be drawn away twice. At this moment, Yimo decided that if he didn't gain a certain level of power he would never come back and fight those 9 star sections. Pill City's Pill King, it sounded good, but once you left the Pill City, people would only be nice to you if they wanted to ask you for pill concoction. If they wanted to kill you, you were nothing. Extreme South? That's Ice God Forbidden Grounds, Lin Yiban said. Yimo nodded. That's right, we're going there. Only that place would be safe. Only there would we find the things we need. The map Shan Bingfeng gave him was of the Ice God Forbidden Grounds, Chapter 1160, Inhumane, Lightning Cloud Sect. Wang Chuanha sat in the main palace with a bleak face. They didn't kill Yimo and Yimo didn't go back to MOU City. It would just give Pill City a reason to start a war if they annihilated MOU City. Plus, he was not interested in killing a few mortals. The reason he had a bleak face was because he now completely understood why Infinity Sect's Yang Feiqing had to kill Yimo. To Infinity Sect, Yimo absolutely must die. Yimo was this young and already a level 7 Pill King. He could kill Hollow Spirit State level 7 prodigies from Infinity Sect as a Hollow Spirit State level 1. He could even annihilate fire-eating bugs. He was absurd to the extreme. If there was any Hollow Spirit State cultivator who was as insane as Yimo, it could only be Chu Jiuyu. Even he wasn't absurd to this extent. If a cultivator like Yimo couldn't be connected with, then one must not have enmity with him. If you had enmity, you must kill him at all costs. Otherwise, once he became powerful, how could he let go of those who tried to harm him in the past? Yang Feiqing knew that they already had deathly enmity with Yimo, and that's why they risked everything. They'd mobilized all the Truth Realization State cultivators in their sect and even took out their sect treasure because they knew that if Yimo became powerful, Infinity Sect would be dead for sure. Before, they might have hated Yimo, but Yimo wasn't so hateful of them. But the Infinity Sect annihilated Sword Valley and then tried to scheme for Luo Susu. Plus Yimo killed many of Infinity Sect's core disciples, thus the Infinity Sect's hatred for Yimo was insane. His sect didn't really do much. Even after Tian Alfeng died, they didn't have a head-on conflict with Yimo or didn't have the time to yet, so, the conflict between Infinity Sect and Yimo was one of life and death, but not between them and Yimo. But that was only before. After ambushing Yimo's ship, they were also in a life and death conflict now and also offended the Pill City. At this moment Wang Chuanha completely understood Yang Feiqing's bleak intentions. As long as he agreed, he wouldn't be able to retreat from this. Plus, they lost a Truth Realization State cultivator. If he had to choose between a Truth Realization State cultivator and Tian Alfeng, he would choose the Truth Realization State cultivator without hesitation, but it was too late to regret. Now, he couldn't even have conflict with Infinity Sect, only an alliance with Infinity Sect and protect them now. Tianji didn't dare to say anything at all now. The conflict between the sect and Yimo was mainly started by him because Tian Alfeng was his disciple. If they killed Yimo it was fine, but Yimo wasn't dead and they instead offended the Pill City, Black Ice Sect, Heaven Demon Sect, Heaven Star Sect, Golden Sword Sect, All Formation Sect and a Land Forgery God. Even if Forgery God yelled, there would be many people helping him, much less Yimo. It had been 3 months since the battle in South Peace State calmed down instead. The Pill City didn't look for Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect for trouble.
Neither did Black Ice Sect as well as the other sections. Lu Wuhu seemed to have disappeared.
Yemo's MOU city was still the same. At the same time, that level 7 Pill King City Lord Yi also disappeared. In the extreme southlands of South Peace State, there was a blue flying ship flying rapidly. It had been flying for more than 3 months but still hadn't arrived at its destination. This was Yemo's Blood Moon. Yemo knew about the Ice God Forbidden Grounds from Shan Bingfeng's map, but he didn't know it was actually one of the 4 Forbidden Grounds of South Peace State. Ling Yibin told him this. The 4 Forbidden Grounds of South Peace State were Demon Prison Forbidden Grounds, Flame Sea Forbidden Grounds, Ice God Forbidden Grounds, and Truth Fall Forbidden Grounds, in decreasing order of danger. The Ice God Forbidden Grounds was ranked above the Truth Fall Palace Forbidden Grounds. Yemo knew how dangerous it would be even before going. The more Blood Moon flew south, the slower it got. Even the people on the Blood Moon felt the bone-chilling cold. Luckily, Yemo was a formation grade master and set up multiple cold defense formations that finally stopped the weak cultivation level people from shivering. Yemo even suspected that if he wasn't sitting on an extreme grade cultivation artifact, it would have frozen and cracked. Would there be spirit marrow here? Yemo found it hard to imagine, but he knew that Shan Bingfeng probably wouldn't lie to him. Another month later, it was even harder to go forward. Yemo scanned his spirit sense out and found even his spirit sense was about to get frozen here. Yemo didn't dare to be careless. Although Blood Moon was an extreme grade cultivation artifact, who knew if it would crack? Yemo released his octagonal cauldron and went outside the inner room. He walked to the front of Blood Moon. Although he had the octagonal cauldron, he still shivered. The octagonal cauldron made cracking sounds as though it was getting hit by countless ice shards. But Yemo knew they weren't ice shards, it was true terrifying coldness. Yemo threw a few formation flags out, but before he could set up the defense Forbidden Grounds, they completely cracked. Helplessly, Yemo could only activate Blue Moon's own defense formation. Luoying and Qingxue stood at the door wanting to see Yemo as they were worried for him. Yemo signaled the two to go in and then took out Winter's Arrival from the Golden Page world. Ever since his power in Shadowless got stronger, he rarely used Winter's Arrival. This was the first time he took it out. He wanted to see if Winter's Arrival could absorb the extreme cold here. What Yemo didn't expect was that as soon as Winter's Arrival came out, it immediately attached to one side of Blue Moon and a faint white stream of chi was being sucked up by Winter's Arrival. That white grew faster and faster until it almost materialized. Yemo rejoiced. Winter's Arrival could indeed absorb the intense cold here. As soon as the frost was devoured by Winter's Arrival, Blue Moon sped up. Soon, it was flying at normal speed. Yemo breathed easy. How can it be this fast? Lin Yiban looked outside in shock. He felt that extreme speed. I heard people say that once you're at the outskirts of Ice God Forbidden Grounds, even half-immortal artifacts would be slowed down. Yemo truly felt how powerful the Shadowless Worm was. Not only was it covered in treasure, but even the Winter's Arrival that came with its birth was this powerful. Just what was Shadowless? Pity that day he pretended he knew things and didn't ask Lu Wuhu. But now, Yemo had made up his mind and decided to ask clearly when he got out of this Ice God Forbidden Grounds. Blue Moon wasn't as cold as before due to Winter's Arrival, so the people inside came out to enjoy the scenery. We're at the outskirts now. Lin Yiban suddenly exclaimed. Yemo also saw it. He was shook. There were not only ice mountains here but also ice figures. There were a few hundred of them. Almost all of them were extremely beautiful women. They seemed alive but were frozen. So pitiful. Tang Beiwei said in shock. These women were clearly instantly frozen to death. What powerful being was this cruel and inhumane? Chapter 1161, Eerie Bottom of the Icy River. These women aren't simple. Yemo looked at the frozen beautiful women and frowned. With such terrifying coldness, ordinary people would have cracked into nothing. How could they maintain this look? Yemo took out the map. The map didn't show these women, but the scene shown on the map was clearly this place. There should be an ice river if he walked along this mountain. Yemo controlled Blue Moon to go in carefully and found there was indeed a long ice river. There was no water inside the river, just ice. There were all sorts of strange shaped ice stones on the side of the banks as well as long ice shards. There were also other ice figures, but they weren't women anymore. There were all sorts of people. Some even maintained a battle position, others were missing hands or heads. Shan Bingfeng said she once came here. What power level was she? Was she hollow spirit state as well? If she was and she didn't have a magic artifact like Blue Moon, EMO wouldn't believe she could come here alone, or perhaps there wasn't this bone-chilling frost when she came, but that was impossible. Without it, this place wouldn't be called Ice God Forbidden Grounds.
EMO took out the map and looked at it carefully again. He found he was right, this was the place. EMO kept flying Blue Moon along the riverbed, and after another 2 hours, EMO felt something was wrong. There were some frozen bodies before, but the more he traveled the fewer the bodies. Eventually the river and the two sides were barren. EMO took out the map again and he found he didn't seem to be on the wrong route. It's not right, brother. The map shows that the ice river gets wider and wider, but it's getting more and more narrow for us. Tang Beiwei suddenly pointed. EMO looked carefully. It was indeed so. He really looked at the map wrong. Perhaps he went the wrong way. EMO was about to change directions when the ice river suddenly cracked open without warning. Go in quickly. EMO pushed Tang Beiwei inside and pulled out the octagonal cauldron. Rumble rumble. After the huge sound, there was suddenly a powerful suction force at the cracked part of the ice river. This reminded EMO of the swamp. EMO instantly controlled Blue Moon to speed away. Luckily, with Winter's arrival's help, Blue Moon wasn't slowed down by the frost and rapidly charged out of the suction range. EMO turned around and looked at the crack, which disappeared as though it had never appeared. Before EMO could recover, he felt a dense spirit chi. It was the same feeling as the spirit marrow pond in the Herb Valley. It was comfortable to the extreme. He felt he only took in some of this spirit chi and his power grew. Such dense spirit chi. Lin Yibin called out in shock. EMO didn't control Blue Moon to leave here. He looked at this ice river and realized why there was nothing around here. With the appearance of that crack and the terrifying suction force, anything would be sucked away. Just a small portion of spirit chi seeping out of the crack made him feel so good. What if he cultivated inside? EMO didn't dare to imagine it, but EMO didn't dare to go down. He wasn't alone now. What if there was some danger there? Suddenly, Lin Yibin saluted with his fists to EMO, City Lord. EMO knew what he wanted to say and asked, do you want to go into the riverbed? Lin Yibin nodded firmly. Yes, City Lord, the spirit chi down there is extraordinary. It's clearly a good place for cultivation. I think I'll stay in this cultivation level for my entire life if I don't get a place like this to cultivate. But if I go in there, I might be able to reach truth realization state. EMO looked back at Luoying and them and suddenly said, in that case, let's go in together. He was furious to the extreme that Jiling was killed by Infinity Sect. Ever since he had come to South Peace State, he had been taken care of and helped by Jiling many times. Even a good guy like Jiling was killed. It could be said that Jiling had only provided help to the South Peace State cultivation realm and no harm. Many big sects defense formations were set up by him, and yet someone like him was killed. How could GMO feel good? Even if he was to die, he would get revenge for Jiling. If he wanted revenge, he needed power. If he wanted power, he needed a good place to cultivate. Clearly the riverbed was a good place to go. EMO didn't ask Luoying and them. He knew that they would follow him no matter where he went. EMO stopped Blue Moon, but that crack didn't appear again. He waited till midday on the third day and decided to stop waiting. Just when he was about to keep searching for the spirit marrow place, the crack appeared again. The suction force came, but GMO didn't escape with Blue Moon this time. He tried to reduce Blue Moon's speed, but even so, Blue Moon fell down with a terrifying speed like a comet. With past experience, GMO kept throwing out formation flags, and luckily it wasn't as cold as above, so the formation flags didn't freeze. It couldn't stop Blue Moon, but it slowed them down. Rumble, Blue Moon smashed into the riverbed, but luckily no one was hurt. Lin Yibin was a body condensation state cultivator, and he got off with Su Tong from Blue Moon first. He immediately said in surprise and joy, "This place has no cold, the spirit chi is really terrifyingly dense. This is the best place for cultivation, it's better than eating any spirit pill." EMO also got off, and the rest of the people did so as well. EMO put away Blue Moon and studied this place. There was nothing else but the dense spirit chi and some fine sand. This fine sand extended to a distant place. One couldn't see the end of it. Even if one scanned with spirit sense, it would strangely disappear. "This isn't Ice God Forbidden Grounds," Lin Yibin said with certainty. "I heard my father say that even hollow spirit states wouldn't be able to get in the outskirts of Ice God Forbidden Grounds without help. Inside Forbidden Grounds is even more dangerous, you can lose your life at any time. But this place only has dense spirit chi but no danger."
Yemo nodded in agreement. If he didn't have winter's arrival to suck the frost around Blue Moon, even if he could come in, it would be a month or two later, and this was if his Blue Moon didn't break. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get out. Yemo thought of the frozen bodies. Perhaps they didn't have good armor or flying magic artifacts to protect them, that's why they died. Since this place opens every 3 days, then how come only we can come inside? Tang Beiwei asked. Yeah, that's true. They weren't the only ones coming to the Forbidden Grounds. Why was nobody else here? There was no way people wouldn't come here for fear of danger. Wait, since this place has that powerful suction force, the things pulled in before should be here. But how come I see nothing but fine sand? Don Liang asked. Chapter 1162, Sand that moves. Yemo suddenly had a bad feeling. If there was nothing else here, where did the sand come from? Thinking about this, he suddenly felt Shadowless grow restless in the Golden Page world. He saw Shadowless fly next to Blue Moon and open its mouth, sucking in some sand. This gave Yemo a strange feeling as the sand seemed worried when being devoured by Shadowless, but Shadowless was very active. Yemo felt that it was very happy. Yemo thought, why did Shadowless eat the fine sand? Why would sand have emotions? Yemo instantly had a bad feeling. There was something wrong with the fine sand. He immediately called out, nobody move. Miao Warren and Gan Liang were planning to search along the fine sand but immediately stopped. He quickly took out Mist Lotus Heartfire and instantly covered everyone. Everyone had a layer of Mist Lotus Heartfire covering them. Other than Miao Warren and Huang Lanlan, no one else even flinched. Yemo felt very assured with Lin Yiban and Su Tong's reaction. Lin Yiban was body condensation state tertiary stage and Su Tong was body condensation state middle stage. If they wanted to resist, it would be very easy, but they didn't do so, now that they were enveloped by his heaven flame. Even though they were body condensation state, he could kill the two at any time. Yet even in this situation, the two didn't move. Yemo knew they were set on following him. Yemo wasn't going to burn them, of course. He swept with the flame and all the sand below them disappeared, along with the sand around them. Where people stood showed ground without the fine sand. It was a grayish-white rock. Yemo put away the heaven flame and Lin Yiban asked in shock, is that fine sand area alive? Yemo nodded. After the flame had cleared the fine sand, there was a faint stench in the air. Why didn't they move if they were alive? What are they? Why do they look like fine sand? Xin Jida asked in confusion. Then, the empty space burned away by Yemo's flame started having fine sand appear again. They seemed to have moved over from the distance. It was slow, but it never seemed to stop. So disgusting. Huang Lanlan frowned. Yemo threw down tens of formation flags and said heavily, if I'm not wrong, this fine sand is a rare spirit bug called Spirit Devouring Bug. Spirit Devouring Bug? Lin Yiban called out in shock. Yemo nodded. Yes, they are probably spirit-devouring bugs, but not completely. The spirit-devouring bug was ranked under the fire-eating bug, but it wasn't weaker than it. It was ranked 11th, and once matured, it had terrifying offensive capabilities. It was even faster than fire-eating bug. Master, why aren't they completely spirit-devouring bug? Are they scary? Xin Jida subconsciously neared Luo Fei. The fine sand already seemed disgusting just knowing it was alive, much less standing on it. Yemo threw down a few formation flags and set up a defense formation, not allowing the sand from outside to come in. Spirit-devouring bugs devoured all that had spirit chi regardless whether it was alive or dead. These bugs are probably just eggs and haven't hatched. If they hatched, they wouldn't be slow like before. Huang Lanlan shivered. Big Brother Yi, you're saying that even though they are eggs they would still slowly devour us, right? Luo Fei answered this time. The things sucked into here before are all gone. Everyone fell silent. Clearly the things that fell in here before were devoured by these eggs. Even the stones with spirit chi were devoured. Luckily Master has flame and if they come we can burn them. Xin Jida broke the silence. Lin Yiban smiled bitterly but didn't explain. Yemo had heaven flame but there were countless spirit-devouring bugs. Could he burn them constantly with heaven flame? Yemo's cultivation essence would dry up first before all the bugs were burned. Yemo wasn't worried about this. He was thinking about when and if the bugs hatched, would their offensive power increase hundreds of times? Brother, what do we do? Tang Beiwei subconsciously walked to Yemo. This place must have an extreme grade spirit range or people wouldn't leave the eggs to hatch here, Yemo said with certainty. Ha! Tang Beiwei exclaimed.
You're saying that someone left these eggs here? Definitely, this suction force is also a formation. Yemo saw it clearly now. This place was different than the Zhao River swamp. Spirit sense couldn't scan out of here due to the formation. If all the spirit-devouring bugs hatched, then even a sec would disappear in the blink of an eye. These eggs only needed dense spirit chi to hatch. Later on they would then need to devour some live spirit-containing bodies like cultivators or spirit beasts. This formation isn't open for long. Meaning that even if people came here before, there wouldn't be a lot. But soon, there would be more and more people coming here, Emo said with certainty. He didn't explain as the spirit-devouring bugs had begun to mature, they would need large amounts of cultivators to devour. Only then could they hatch. After they hatched, they wouldn't need cultivators to come in, they could find a place with dense spirit chi to evolve themselves. This was a long process and clearly the person setting up the formation had already thought of it. Even though Emo knew what this place was about, he couldn't leave. Emo was a level 6 formation grade master, but he couldn't even see the corner of this formation. Much less break free. That person wasn't scared that no one would come as once this riverbed opened, the dense spirit chi was irresistible. Himself and Lin Yibin were an example, they came in of their own will, there would be more cultivators wanting to come in here, no one could resist this dense spirit chi, anyone would want to find out about this place. Death wasn't a threat to cultivators. Only after a certain amount of time with no people coming out alive would people gradually stop coming. It could be said that the cultivator who set everything up here had a very clear grasp on cultivators' mentality. Thinking about this, Yemo's back began to sweat. He thought of that space-devouring spirit in the Erg Valley in the Truthfall Palace Level 7 Invisible Master. Would this all be done by the same person? If that was the case, what did this person want to do? Did he want to rule the entire cultivation realm or annihilate it? No one spoke. Emo cast these thoughts aside and smiled. Perhaps this is the place we wanted to find. I'm not sure if there's spirit marrow here, but I'm sure there's something on par with it. But these eggs? Lin Yiban asked. Emo nodded. We don't need to care about them for now. Let's find the source of the dense spirit chi. After we pull away the spirit chi, these bugs will die themselves. These bugs were powerful, but there were strict conditions for them to hatch. Without dense spirit chi, they would die quickly. Just when Emo was about to pave the way with Shadowless, there was another loud rumble, another flying magic artifact smashed down tens of meters from them. Chapter 1163, Terrifying Spirit-Devouring Bug. Emo and them didn't move, for cultivators got off the flying magic artifact. They were 4 body condensation states. They saw Emo and them immediately. Hey, the sand, you can't. Huan Lanlan just said half a sentence before she was dragged behind Luo Fei. After Luo Fei's sect was annihilated and she was abandoned by the person she loved, she was no longer the same her as before, she had completely matured. She couldn't tell the power level of the people who just got off, but they were clearly more powerful than them, regardless of whether they were enemies or friends. Luo Fei didn't want to remind them, such dense spirit chi. A yellow cultivator-robed middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, such powerful female cultivators. A triangleite cultivator saw Luoying and Ning Qingshui and suddenly said, a skinny-faced cultivator quickly stopped this cultivator and saluted with his fists to Emo. Did you guys get sucked down as well? He was speaking to Emo and them, but his eyes looked at Lin Yibin, clearly thinking that Lin Yibin was in charge. Yes, we were also sucked down. Lin Yibin nodded. Suddenly, that triangleite cultivator said again, are those few female cultivators with you? Yemo's face sunk immediately. He was thinking about whether he should warn them about the sand, but the eyes he looked at Luoying with made him extremely uncomfortable. So he didn't say anything. And now, he still asked about the female cultivators. This guy was not a good person. Lin Yibin's face sunk. He looked at Emo. If it wasn't because they had 4 body condensation state, he might have attacked already. Emo shook his head. There was no need to attack. If they fought, they would not be a match. The triangleite cultivator still wanted to say something but was stopped by the yellow-robed cultivator. Brother Hai, this place doesn't seem right. It's completely empty other than the sand on the ground. Clearly, the cultivator meant that now wasn't the time to talk about woman. It was important to know what this place was, the women wouldn't fly off. The triangle-eyed cultivator nodded. Although those few female cultivators came with the 2 body condensation states, if he wanted them, they would give them over.
No one would fight with their life against higher-powered people for a female cultivator. Yemo's eyes went icy cold, but he didn't do anything. These 4 cultivators didn't know them at all. Clearly they had been here for a long time, perhaps more than a year. Otherwise, even a deaf would know something about him. Those few cultivators started walking further inside. It's not right, we waited for 3 days for that crack to open. How come there are also more people here not long after we came down?
Lin Yiban asked.
Yemo scanned with spirit sense but couldn't scan out, so he thought for a bit and said, perhaps that crack doesn't have a set time. What I'm afraid is that this crack might have stayed open after we came in. Those people probably came over due to the intense spirit chi. Brother, you said that this place must have an extreme grade spirit range and even spirit marrow. Those people already walked ahead, should we follow?
Tang Beiwei asked worriedly. Yemo shook his head.
We need to go up but not with them, let's change directions. There might be more and more people here. If someone send news out, there will certainly be more people coming. The outskirts of Ice God Forbidden Grounds was terrifying, but people should be able to get in with extreme grade flying cultivation artifacts. Which big sect didn't have 1 or 2 of those? Just when everyone thought Yemo was going to pave the way with Heaven Flame, Yemo called out to Shadowless. As soon as Shadowless came out, it shrieked in excitement and charged out. Those people immediately saw that the sand seemed to have seen something terrifying and retreated, but it was too slow. Yemo saw Shadowless fly into the air, and then those eggs formed a gray stream that went straight into Shadowless' mouth. Everyone was shook that a green pea-sized thing devoured this many eggs. Even Ning Qingxue was dazed and asked, "Husband, this thing is only that big, how can it eat so much?"
Yemo said awkwardly, I don't know as well.
When it was first born, it ate something 100 times bigger than itself. This is Shadowless Worm.
Lin Yiban suddenly said, you know about Shadowless Worm?
Yemo rejoiced. Lin Yiban nodded. I've heard my father talk about it. He said something like not a spirit bug, not immortal, not number 1 Shadowless Worm. This Shadowless Worm is one of the most precious things in the cultivation realm, yet City Lord got it.
Congratulations! Yemo waved his hand. Brother Lin, hurry up and tell me what that means. I really want to know.
Lin Yiban said without hesitation, Shadowless Worm isn't a spirit bug and doesn't appear in the cultivation realm. I don't know how City Lord got it, but it definitely wouldn't appear in the cultivation realm. It looks just like a spirit bug, but all the spirit bugs and the rare spirit bugs rank fear Shadowless Worm.
Then isn't it the first?
Why isn't it the first?
Huang Lanlan asked.
Lin Yiban shook his head. Because a long time ago, someone got the Shadowless Worm and came to the cultivation realm. It grew famous really quickly, and some Qianbei placed Shadowless as the first on the ranking, but soon, someone found that even the most powerful spirit bug would become very worried seeing Shadowless. Soon, they found that Shadowless wasn't of the same caliber as the other bugs, so they didn't list it in it.
Then why isn't it immortal?
Huang Lanlan asked. Lin Yiban shook his head.
That I don't know.
Yemo suddenly said, Brother Lin, your father must be a very powerful person, right?
Lin Yiban's eyes showed some reminiscence and sadness before saying, yes, my father is very great. It's because my ancestor is an extremely talented person. Even when people mention him now, they are full of respect. City Lord, I won't hide it from you, my ancestor is Chu Jiuyu. I'm a descendant of Chu Jiuyu.
Everyone looked at him in shock, but he said angrily, my ancestor's 9-star village was taken over by a group of house servants.
Ever since my great-grandpa, we've been working to take back our home. My father gave me the name Lin Yiban because Lin is half the character of Chu.
The day I get back to 9-star village is when I restore the Chu name. Yemo realized, no wonder he felt this Lin Yiban name was quite strange. He thought that since Lin Yiban was a descendant of Chu Jiuyu, would he know about fish jump through Dragon Gate? Yemo just wanted to ask Lin Yiban when he heard a scream. Moments later, a cultivator came charging out from the inside. He was clearly a body condensation state who went in, but now, he was covered in sand, specifically spirit-devouring bugs. He didn't go very far and quickly fell into the sand and was covered by it. Then, the pile of sand also disappeared. Yemo's heart sunk. Those spirit bugs that devoured cultivator essence blood would have hatched. Otherwise they wouldn't devour a body condensation state cultivator this quickly. Chapter 1164, Strange Direction. At this moment, Shadowless suddenly stopped devouring the eggs and let out a sharp shriek before charging at those hatched spirit-devouring bugs. Some spirit-devouring bugs already started to mature and some even grew wings. After they saw EMO in them, they were going to swoop over, but when Shadowless let out the sharp shriek, they all quickly retreated. But GMO had a feeling that it seemed one spirit-devouring bug was faster and smarter. It didn't fly in the same direction as the others. It chose another direction and flew off. How was this newly hatched spirit-devouring bug so smart? GMO didn't think much of it, and seeing that Shadowless was going to chase after them, GMO forcefully called it back. Shadowless wanted to devour more eggs but was stopped by EMO. EMO was scared this guy would fall into a slumber again. He didn't let Shadowless pave the way, as although the spirit-devouring bug's eggs would move to the sides, they were too slow, so he just used his heaven flame to pave the way. Shadowless was on his shoulder, and after EMO burned out a path and Shadowless released its chi, no spirit-devouring bugs dared to come over. After they walked out for a long while and the spirit-devouring bugs couldn't sense Shadowless's chi, then they dared to close up and keep lurking. Without Shadowless, EMO would have no time to rest, but with Shadowless, EMO could sit down and rest when he was tired. 6 hours later, as EMO and them went deeper and deeper, the spirit-devouring bug's eggs moved faster and faster. It was clear they were about to hatch, and there were some spirit-devouring bugs flying around. The further he went inside, the more flying spirit-devouring bugs there were. No wonder that body condensation state was eaten. There were ones that could fly here, but Shadowless was on EMO and they didn't dare to come near at all. After another half a day, EMO saw explosions and spirit chi waves ahead. EMO saw 3 cultivators sitting in a defense formation disc trying to attack all spirit-devouring bugs that entered. The spirit-devouring bugs were dense and clustered, forming layers and layers, trying to break the defense formation disc. EMO could only see 3 cultivators trying to clear the spirit-devouring bugs that were meters thick, but as soon as they destroyed a layer, more spirit-devouring bugs would go up. It seemed endless. More and more spirit-devouring bugs surrounded them as time went on. EMO suddenly thought of a strange question. Where did the essence spirit of the cultivator who just died go? The spirit-devouring bugs just hatched. They couldn't devour essence spirit. Body condensation state essence spirit was much stronger than hollow spirit state cultivator. Hollow spirit state and below, their essence spirit would mostly break after being killed, except for those few with strong essence spirit. But body condensation state essence spirit had a certain level of self-protection capability. If the essence spirit got away and found a body, it could slowly become a spirit cultivator. It was very hard for spirit cultivators to live, but those who survived killed people invisibly. It was hard for cultivators to defend against that. Despite this, many cultivators hoped to encounter high-level spirit cultivators as they had high-level spirit cleansing beads. The 3 cultivators were the triangle-eyed cultivator, the yellow-robed one, and one that never spoke. That skinny cultivator had disappeared. They were really fast indeed. EMO and them had to walk for a full day before seeing them. When EMO saw them, they also saw EMO and them. That triangle-eyed cultivator immediately screamed out in shock, "How come you guys are fine?" But he immediately saw EMO's heaven flame and immediately had a greedy look that quickly disappeared. He called out, "Friends, help! Hurry up and annihilate those spirit-devouring bugs." EMO was dazed. How was there someone as stupid as him? Who did he think he was? Of course EMO wasn't going to help. He was even afraid that Shadowless would affect the spirit-devouring bugs, so he moved away. As soon as EMO moved away, the 3 cultivators began to worry. Those spirit-devouring bugs that retreated a little due to Shadowless moved up again. "Wait, Heaven Flame friend, I'm from 9-star sect God Wind Valley. Help me burn these bugs and I, Wu Guy, will remember your favor," the yellow-robed cultivator said. EMO didn't seem to hear it. So what if he was from the God Wind Valley? If he was from Heaven Demon sect he might go help, but this time God Wind Valley just sent a cauldron-filling state cultivator to help him. Clearly they just wanted him to concoct pills. They had 5 truth realization state cultivators, so EMO didn't have a bad impression of them but not much gratitude either. Plus, he really disliked the triangle-eyed cultivator. How could he save them? The triangle-eyed cultivator saw this and rushed out of the formation disc like crazy, wanting to stop EMO and them, but after just a few meters, he was surrounded by countless spirit-devouring bugs. His body's shield cultivation essence and magic artifact were like paper and instantly broken. Emo then saw another strange spirit-devouring bug flying away in another direction and immediately understood. He signaled Shadowless to chase. Shadowless devoured that spirit-devouring bug and its body grew like a bubble. Emo was shook. He wasn't afraid of Shadowless exploding but that it would sleep again. But luckily Shadowless didn't sleep. It instead wobbled around satisfyingly before landing on Emo's shoulder again and again. Its stomach also sagged down quickly. Even though Shadowless was Emo's, he was amazed at its digestive abilities. Emo knew that Shadowless didn't just devour a spirit-devouring bug but also that Triangleite's essence spirit. That Triangleite clearly attached his essence spirit to a spirit-devouring bug and wanted to escape and turn into a spirit cultivator. That strange spirit-devouring bug that flew away before also had an essence spirit attached to it. Emo even took out Thing and had a read. He found that cultivators beyond Hollow Spirit State who were devoured by spirit-devouring bugs could indeed attach their essence spirit to a spirit-devouring bug as long as their essence spirit wasn't damaged. But it also said that if his essence spirit wasn't powerful to a scary extent, he would lose his own will after attaching to spirit-devouring bugs. It would become a spirit-devouring bug that knew magic. It would be countless times more powerful than ordinary ones, but it wouldn't become a spirit cultivator. Emo put Thing away and took a cold breath in. He thought the keeper of spirit-devouring bugs just wanted to own these spirit-devouring bugs, but he had such a grand plan. If these spirit-devouring bugs devoured thousands of cultivators, what a powerful force would that be? Emo ignored the two remaining cultivators' plea for help and quickly took them to leave here. It didn't matter what the owner of these spirit-devouring bugs wanted. If he didn't have a certain level of power, he didn't need to worry, but suddenly Emo stopped. He saw everyone look at him and he asked, "Have you realized something? We chose a different direction than them, how come we can see them here?" Chapter 1165, Breakthrough Formation. After Emo brought this up, everyone realized it. They clearly chose another direction. How did they meet those cultivators? Did we go into a maze where we seem to be going around but we actually haven't moved from the spot? Tang Beiwei asked worriedly. It's a formation, and we definitely didn't stay where we are because the spirit chi is getting denser as we go, Emo said. No one spoke, everyone agreed with Emo. This was probably a formation and the only person who knew formations was Emo. Emo fell silent for a long while before saying, "Let's not walk first, let me think of a way." Then, Emo set up a defense formation with formation flags. No one disturbed Emo. They all sat down on the side cultivating or looking at the dense clusters of spirit-devouring bugs. A few hours later, another howl sounded. Everyone knew that those two relying on the defense formation probably reached their limit and got devoured. Lin Yibin subconsciously shivered. If he didn't come with Emo and took Su Tong down here himself, that would have been his fate as well. Emo didn't care about the outside. He had calmed down and listened to the earth carefully. He was sure there was a maze formation, but his formation skills were limited and he couldn't see it. Emo knew it was pointless to try scan his spirit sense out. With a formation master like this, he could easily set up a few spirit sense maze formations to distract him. Since eyes and spirit sense didn't work, he used his ears. He didn't believe that the guy would even be able to distort sound. He didn't believe the guy would expect someone to sit down amongst the spirit-devouring bugs and take a few hours to listen. No cultivator would have the mood to sit down and listen amongst these spirit-devouring bugs. But Emo could, as he had Shadowless and the 3-birth chant that could allow him to focus. Time went past slowly and Emo had been sitting for half a day. No one was worried. Luoying, Qingshui and Tang Beiwei and them went wherever Emo went. If Emo died, they wouldn't want to live as well. The rest of the people knew that only Emo could take them out of here. Emo got up and started taking out formation flags. He heard a gurgling sound from one direction. It wasn't very rhythmic, but it sounded from the direction they just came from. All other directions were very silent except for the shifting sounds of spirit-devouring bugs. Emo set up an anti-disruption formation in that direction and indeed a faint area of visibility showed up. Before, they couldn't see very far, but after Emo set up this formation, they could see further. Emo smiled and knew his method was right. He turned around and said to everyone, "It'll work if we head along this path." After a few kilometers, Emo sat down and listened once again, changing directions and setting up another formation before going. They walked and stopped like this for 5 days. This time, Emo didn't set up a formation as the gurgling sound was right in front of them. But no matter how he looked forward, there were still just a bunch of fine sand-like spirit-devouring bugs. When he walked forward, the gurgling sound would weaken. but when he retreated it would grow loud again. Seeing everyone look at him, Emo suddenly said, "If I'm not wrong, there should be a stealth formation here. But my formation skills are too low and I can't tell. Husband, how about you tell us the direction of the formation and we can attack together?" Ning Qingxue suggested. Emo clapped. "Yeah, why didn't I think of this? No matter how powerful a stealth formation is, it's just a stealth formation. No matter how weak our attacks are, it should show it." Then, Emo fired a fireball and said, "It's there, everyone attack." Emo saw his fireball was stopped midair, meaning he was right. This was indeed a stealth formation and it had defense capabilities. Lin Yiban and them rejoiced and released their magic artifacts, with the two body condensation state cultivators Lin Yiban and Su Tong joining in. Their attacks went up a caliber, but Emo stopped attacking as he saw the outlines of a formation. It was a type of stealth formation he had never seen. The means with which the formation was laid were unimaginable. Some formation flags were hidden mid-air being nourished by spirit chi. They didn't need any spirit stones at all. Emo set up another defense formation around everyone and started sitting down and studying this formation. Rumblings sounded and more of the formation showed with everyone's attacks, but it didn't seem to break at all. As soon as everyone stopped attacking, the stealth formation would gradually recover. Facing such a powerful formation, even Lin Yiban and Su Tong were shocked. They had never seen a formation like this, and this was mainly a stealth formation. Everyone saw Emo study the formation and knew they had to keep attacking to show more of the formation so Emo could study it. Emo had completely immersed himself in this formation. This formation means was no weaker than his. But Emo knew he was only a formation grade master, he hadn't formed his own unique system yet. Another day passed and Emo started to make formation flags. After he was done, he said to everyone, "No need to attack anymore. This formation isn't mainly a defense formation, but with our power, we won't be able to break it even if we attack for a month." Emo knew clearly that this formation was a top-grade formation. Even truth realization state cultivators needed to use some means to break it, much less body condensation state. After everyone stopped, Emo started throwing down formation flags. Moments later, he took them back and threw them in other places. He tested this hundreds of times before suddenly stopping. "What's wrong?" Tang Beiwei asked worriedly. "I understand." A completely new set of formation theory formed in Emo's brain. Position wasn't the only mean to calculate formation, there was also space and maybe even time. But right now, he didn't even understand space, much less time. But that didn't matter. Emo had a new outlook on formation. He didn't stop at all as he threw out more formation flags. After a moment, a passage was revealed before them. "It's open." Everyone rejoiced. They were still a little worried despite having Shadowless here. These spirit-devouring bugs killed even body condensation state cultivators, much less low-level cultivators like them, but no one went into the tunnel. They were all waiting for Emo. Emo closed his eyes and thought for a while before opening them. He knew he had reached level 7 Formation Grandmaster. His formation means had now become a new system. As long as he worked hard, it wouldn't be hard to surpass Jiling Qianbei. Thinking about Jiling, Emo's fury towards Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect increased crazily. He swore that once he reached truth realization state, he would wipe them off the face of the continent. Once he collected his mind, Emo saw everyone looking at him and he immediately said, "There's no danger in there, you guys go in first. I'll go last." Emo needed to go last as he need to collect the formation flags. This place wouldn't be a secret soon and he didn't want to leave this passage for others. Even the spirit-devouring bugs might use this passage. As Emo and them walked in the tunnel, Emo took back the formation flags and the tunnel disappeared again. Chapter 1166, Spirit Ground. After 15 minutes, everyone stopped. No one cared that this place was countless times colder than where they came from. Even the breath they blew out froze into icicles. This was because they were shocked by the scene in front of them. A huge spirit pond appeared before them. There were all sorts of white jade or green jade seats and octagonal tables. Everything was extremely luxurious. Tens of maids held plates at all positions, some plates even had white kettles and spirit fruit that had turned into stone. Just like outside, all the maids here were frozen into ice. They still kept their original look, but no one was alive. Even the spirit pond was dried up, just like outside. Luo Fei said bitterly. Lin Yiban nodded. "It's like outside. But have you noticed, although this place is cold, it isn't as cold as outskirts of Ice God Forbidden Grounds.
Is this place the ice god forbidden grounds? Gan Liang asked. Yemo shook his head.
Definitely not. If it was this comfortable, it wouldn't be called Ice God Forbidden Grounds. Yemo had been to the Truthfall Palace Forbidden Grounds, and since Ice God Forbidden Grounds was ranked even higher than that, it would only be more dangerous than it, not just a little cold like now. This place is like a small immortal gathering. Who are these people? Tang Beiwei asked shakily. There are spirit-devouring bugs here too, Su Tong suddenly said. Yemo saw it too. They had hatched. These spirit-devouring bugs probably came from outside to find a place to evolve. Yemo looked at the few hundred spirit-devouring bugs and said. Yemo let out Shadowless, and those spirit-devouring bugs immediately wanted to run when they saw it, but Shadowless was extremely fast. In a brief moment, all these spirit-devouring bugs were devoured by Shadowless. Yemo walked to where those spirit-devouring bugs came in from and set up a few formation flags. Then, a meter-tall tree appeared before them. There were 9 fruits on the tree, but the fruit didn't seem completely ripe yet. Level 9 Spirit Tree Sha Fruit. Lin Yibin called out in shock. Yemo knew Sha Fruit, of course. It was a level 9 spirit herb. It was one of the main ingredients for Disaster Life Pill. It could increase a cauldron filling state's chance of reaching disaster transformation state by 20%. I heard that the Sha fruit doesn't have any flavor. It indeed doesn't, Su Tong also said in shock. Yemo said, it's not that it doesn't have flavor, but just that we can't smell it. It has a strange smell that only spirit bugs can sense. No matter how far they are, spirit bugs would be able to find their way here. Spirit-devouring bugs? A few people questioned at the same time. Yes. Yemo nodded. He didn't need to explain for them to understand. No one could find their way here with the stealth and defense formation set outside, but as long as a tiny gap was left, the spirit-devouring bugs would be able to find their way here by the smell. Indeed, they saw a few more spirit-devouring bugs fly in here. But they were all immediately devoured by Shadowless. Yemo moved the tree into his golden page world without hesitation. Then, Yemo knew it was impossible for the spirit-devouring bugs to find their way here anymore except for a few extreme lucky ones. But even so, Yemo didn't intend to let them come in anymore. Yemo kept throwing out formation flags, and that tiny hole was quickly filled up. Yemo breathed easy. Even if those remaining spirit-devouring bugs all hatched, if they couldn't find a place to evolve, they would die. He had sabotaged the plan of another guy. He wondered if that guy would be furious if he knew, but Yemo didn't care. He had offended too many people. He didn't care anymore. As long as his power was high to an extent that no one dared to say a thing, it was fine. Then, Yemo called out Snow Fox. If he didn't have Snow Fox, he would spare some spirit-devouring bugs to find the spirit grounds. Such a pretty fox. Husband, is this the fox you were looking for in the Mei Snow Mountains last time? Luoing asked. Everyone liked Snow Fox as soon as it came out. This little guy was too cute. It had shiny white fur and seemed a little chubby. Everyone wanted to pet it. No, I found it here. I don't know where the Mei one went. Yemo shook his head. Snow Fox saw that Tang Beiwei wanted to catch it, and it turned into a white shadow darting past her. Even with Tang Beiwei's golden core state level 6 power, she wasn't able to catch it. Amazing speed. Tang Beiwei exclaimed. Su Tong smiled. This spirit-seeking beast is already a level 5 peak stage spirit beast. It's about to reach level 6. It's no wonder you can't catch it. What? This little fox is about to be a level 6 spirit beast? Tang Beiwei called out in shock. When the Snow Fox first came into his possession, it was still level 5 primary stage, but due to the abundant spirit chi in his golden page world, it soon progressed. The Snow Fox ran to the left corner and desperately clawed with its claws. Yemo immediately went over and threw out a few formation flags. Another stealth formation was revealed before them. Yemo, with experience, easily opened up a pathway showing a semicircular door. After going in, there was a feeling of extreme comfort. My God, so much spirit marrow. Even Su Tong couldn't help exclaiming. Even Luoing and Ning Qingxue couldn't resist running out. There was just too much spirit marrow. With this dense spirit chi, it meant that the spirit marrow wasn't low level, it was at least top grade if not extreme grade. Yemo put up formation flags to seal this place before looking at it. It was a huge palace. Other than Spirit Marrow Pond, there was nothing else. Each Spirit Marrow Pond was full. Clearly no one had cultivated here for a long time. There were also spirit crystals scattered around every spirit pond. Some were even high-level spirit crystals. No one went in to cultivate, everyone waited for Yemo. Yemo counted, there were 16 spirit marrow ponds.
There were only 10 people here.
This spirit marrow of this place was of much high caliber than the one in the Herb Valley. Thinking about this, Yemo said, one each, collect the spirit crystals by your pond. Hearing this, Lin Yiban and Su Tong took a spirit marrow pond, then Gan Liang, Luo Fei, and them. Yemo told Tang Beiwei to choose one, and then he said to Luo Ying and Ning Qingxue, you guys are golden core state peak stage, I have Chao Huan pill here, you can break through to nascent soul state now and then cultivate in the spirit marrow pond.
As for your cultivation method, use mine.
With Yemo's protection, the two reached nascent soul state without danger. After the divine damnation, Yemo, Ning Qingxue, and Luo Ying also went to cultivate. He set up a level 7 defense and attack formation first. Even in here, Yemo was very careful. Who knew if someone would suddenly appear? Yemo saw everyone cultivating diligently, spirit chi whirlpools forming above their heads. He knew everyone's power would increase a lot after this, but he wasn't in a rush to cultivate. He took out that time formation disc instead. He didn't plan to let everyone come in and cultivate. Even if it was just for himself, it would use up too much spirit chi. Chapter 1167, Hollow Spirit State Peak Stage. Yemo used 3 of the remaining spirit ponds. One was for cultivation and the other 2 provided spirit chi for his 7 spirit attraction formation. This was to supply the time formation disc with spirit chi. With his special grade hollow spirit pill, Yemo believed he would be able to reach hollow spirit state tertiary stage after he used up 1 spirit marrow pond. Other people only formed 1 spirit chi whirlpool, but Yemo formed 8. The spirit chi whirlpool formed like a mist. Yemo was inside the time formation disc, and as the time formation disc spun, people outside couldn't see anything at all. 2 months passed. Lin Yiban woke up from cultivation first. He found, to his surprise and joy, that he was body condensation state level 8. He looked at the spirit marrow pond. He had only used about 1/5, less than 1/5 brought him to body condensation state level 8. Clearly, this spirit marrow was top grade spirit marrow. He subconsciously looked at everyone else. Gan Liang made the most progress. He was nascent soul state level 7.
His wife Su Tong was body condensation state level 6.
Yemo's 2 wives were nascent soul state level 3. His sister golden core state level 8, Luo Fei and Xin Jita were golden core state level 1. Clearly, they already formed their core during this time. It was only Yemo he couldn't see clearly. He just knew that there was a formation spinning around him and it made him dizzy just by looking at it. He quickly moved his gaze away, thinking in shock, what formation is this? When he saw that Yemo set up formations on the other 2 spirit marrow ponds, he was shocked. Each of those ponds had lost 1/3 of the spirit marrow.
Including the spirit pond Yemo used, Lin Yiban didn't dare to keep thinking, why was his new city lord this terrifying at cultivation? He needed 3 spirit marrow ponds and used up so much. Were the other 2 ponds to provide spirit marrow for his formation? What formation needed such amount of spirit chi? Yemo didn't know how long it had been outside, but he knew he had cultivated for 2 years. His power was hollow spirit state level 7 peak stage and was about to break through to level 8, but he had no intentions of stopping. As long as his spirit marrow pond wasn't empty, he wasn't going to stop. 2 more months passed outside. Yemo suddenly got up and stopped cultivating. He had been cultivating for 4 whole years in the time formation disc. He was now hollow spirit state peak stage power. Yemo knew he couldn't keep cultivating now. He needed to spend some time to familiarize himself with hollow spirit state tertiary stage cultivation essence and then find a place for his divine damnation. When Yemo put away the formation and got out, he saw that Tang Beiwei had stopped already. Everyone else was very fast, but Yemo found that other than his spirit marrow pond almost drying up, everyone else's spirit marrow ponds seemed full. Only Lin Yiban lost about 40%. Lin Yiban was body condensation state level 8 peak. Brother, you're done too? Tang Beiwei saw Yemo come out and called out in joy. She was bored. Yemo could tell she wasn't able to cultivate. She was golden core state peak stage, about to form nascent soul. Yemo found it was right to come in here. Luo Ying was nascent soul state level 4, Ning Qingxue was nascent soul state level 3, everyone else also progressed. How long have you been cultivating? Yemo thought of the time formation disc and asked. Tang Beiwei said in confusion, 4 months, brother, you don't know how long you've been cultivating? By the way, what formation are you using to cultivate? I don't even dare to look at it, I feel dizzy just staring at it. So his time formation disk had reached 12 times acceleration using the spirit marrow pond. This was too shocking. Emo didn't explain this to Tang Beiwei. It wasn't easy to explain. He brought Tang Beiwei to the side of the palace and set up a few more formations to let her form her nascent soul state. Everyone was in cultivation now and Emo didn't want her divine damnation to affect everyone. Tang Beiwei's talent was better than Ning Qingxue, but she reached nascent soul state first only because of Emo.
Brother, what power are you?
Tang Beiwei asked after her divine damnation. Emo took out tens of bottles of pills and gave them to Tang Beiwei. I'm Hollow Spirit State Peak Stage. I need to find a place for divine damnation.
These pills are labeled, just give them to everyone, I won't go very far.
Ha! Tang Beiwei took the pills and asked, Brother, there's a palace here, where can you go for divine damnation? Can't you do it here?
Emo said adamantly, No, don't worry about me, I have a place to go. If anything happens, contact me through this communication bead. Emo found this place due to the gurgling sound, but he didn't hear it here, so Emo believed this wasn't the place he was looking for. His hollow spirit state divine damnation caused the swamp to collapse.
What if he collapsed this area with his body condensation state divine damnation?
He had the golden page world, but other people didn't. Tang Beiwei didn't want her brother to leave, but she didn't say anything. She could empathize with her brother. He didn't say anything, but no one could feel how bad he felt.
She knew from Xingita how much he respected Ji Ling.
So she could understand him desperately trying to improve his power. After Tang Beiwei started cultivation again, Emo looked at the remaining 4 spirit marrow ponds. They probably wouldn't be using them, so he moved them into his golden page world and collected the spirit crystals. Emo's power was many times stronger than before and he soon heard the gurgling sound again. It had no rhythm but was in the palace.
It sounded clearer in here than outside. Another stealth formation, Emo murmured speechlessly.
This formation master seemed to love this, all sorts of formations and stealth. Emo threw out formation flags and soon saw a small door. After going inside, Emo collected the formation flags before looking at the scene. There was a 9 zigzag walkway in front of him, which was a yard outside the walkway. The spirit herbs in the yard had died, but the spirit chi was extremely dense. At the end of the walkway was a half-closed wooden door. Emo felt this door and was shocked. It had been countless years and this wooden door was still fine. Clearly, the wood was of extremely high quality. Emo really wanted to take this door and see if it could be used for forgery, but he thought about it and didn't. There were many good things here. If he was even going to take the door, then it was a bit too much. The room he walked into was spacious, it was very old, but nothing inside was broken. Clearly, all the things in here were very valuable, whether it was the decorations or furniture, but Emo wasn't interested in these things. These were useless to him and he didn't like putting other people's things in his place. The place he lived with his wives should only have things he personally made.
Emo followed the sound and opened another door. A pink world appeared before his eyes. There was another spirit marrow pond here, and on the stone wall above the spirit marrow pond, there was a fountain. What came out was dense to the extreme spirit marrow. It made some gurgling sounds as it fell inside the spirit marrow pond. It was higher level than the spirit marrow pond outside. This was clearly a place for women to shower. There was an extremely pretty spirit glass and there were a few lingerie hung by the side of the mirror. It was clearly made with very expensive material, but Emo didn't have that fetish of taking women's underwear. He could even imagine an extremely pretty woman washing in here. He wondered what powerful being lived here. He wanted to know if the spirit-eating bugs were kept by the owner of this place, then who froze those maids. Chapter 1168. Take me away, Emo sighed. He didn't know what happened here, but from the looks of it, there was a woman taking a bath here when the incident occurred. Either the woman ran out before having the time to wear her clothes or she was dragged out. No matter what, letting a woman run out without clothes was tragic. Emo didn't touch this place, not even the extremely dense spirit marrow pond. The pity was he couldn't scan his spirit sense into the rooms, so he had to check one by one. One could see how powerful the being who lived here was. Those weren't even formations but simple spirit sense limiting restrictions. He left this room and went into the room next door. He opened the door and the scene shocked him even more. A middle-aged man wearing extremely luxurious clothes sat alone on the seat. There was an exquisite tea table before him with some pretty tea tools. What shocked him the most was that one of the man's hands pierced his head from the top. The coagulated blood still stood on the man's face. From his eyes, he could see despair and sadness.
Clearly, this man was the owner of this place.
Yemo didn't expect the owner of this place to have killed himself.
He knew there was a great enemy who came here.
The owner either fought the enemy and was killed or ran.
But instead, he killed himself in despair. What made him so sad? Yemo shook his head. He didn't want to think. It was a tragic story, something that might be unacceptable. Otherwise, how could so many maids die and even the owner have committed suicide? There was no ring on this man's finger, it was probably taken away. He didn't come here to guess the sad story, he came here to find cultivation resources.
Since there were none, there was no point for him to stay here. Just when he wanted to exit the room and prepare for his divine damnation in the yard, he found that there were spirit power waves in one corner of the room.
There's another formation?
Yemo walked over quickly and threw out a few formation flags.
Indeed, a formation appeared before him. It was an extremely small hidden teleportation formation.
It was probably way too old and that's why it leaked some spirit power waves.
Yemo looked around and eventually got on this teleportation formation. He put 2 spirit stones on the ring and the teleportation formation activated in a white light. Yemo disappeared from this room. A bone-chilling feeling came. Yemo found he was completely in an icy snow world. He just walked out of the teleportation formation and could hear his bones cracking.
Yemo quickly used cultivation essence to cover himself.
Such a cold place, if a nascent soul state cultivator came here, perhaps he would have frozen to death immediately. This place was countless times colder than the outskirts of Ice God Forbidden Grounds. In a brief moment, Yemo felt the cold more irresistible, so he released the octagonal cauldron. The octagonal cauldron started spinning above his head, covering him. Only then did Yemo feel better. Was this the real Ice God Forbidden Grounds? He was Hollow Spirit State peak stage and had the octagonal cauldron but was still having such a hard time. If it was some ordinary Hollow Spirit State or even body condensation state, they probably wouldn't be able to take it. Yemo scanned with spirit sense and noticed something different. There were ice shards, mountains, and snow everywhere, but there was also a green tree. Yemo quickly walked over. He noticed that the closer he got, the less cold he felt. Eventually, he put away the octagonal cauldron. When he walked to the green tree, a woman that defined extreme beauty stared at him. He subconsciously took a step back and saluted with his fists awkwardly.
I'm Yemo. I came here by accident. Sorry for disturbing Shinbei.
Yemo felt it was really weird. When he scanned his spirit sense here, he only saw the tree but not this woman. He had never seen a woman this beautiful. Her beauty was too vibrant to gaze at. There were no words that could describe her beauty. Yemo soon noticed that this woman was still staring at him. Her eyes didn't move at all. Yemo realized this woman had been dead for countless years. Without this tree, perhaps she would be a frozen statue like the maids. Yemo felt a little sad actually. He quickly gave himself a few mind-clearing spells and left. This green tree was definitely an extraordinary spirit item to be able to remain evergreen in this place, but he didn't know what it was. Yemo actually didn't think about taking the tree away nor facing his divine damnation. He was subconsciously thinking that if he took away this tree, this extremely pretty woman would immediately turn into ice shards. He really couldn't bear allowing such beauty to turn into ice shards.
This wasn't love, just a simple admiration of beauty. He believed that no matter how good this tree was, it couldn't compare with his bitter bamboo.
Bitter bamboo was one of the 10 great spirit items. Yemo subconsciously wanted to leave and find another place for divine damnation. But after walking out a few meters, he heard a voice full of despair say, "Take me away, take me away." Yemo was shook. He scanned his spirit sense with full power but there was nothing. His spirit sense noticed this beautiful woman again. She had clearly been dead for a long time.
There were 2 strands of tears on her pale face. Did he hear wrong?
He took a few steps back and that call sounded by his ear again. Now, Yemo was sure that it was this dead woman who called him. To be able to do this woman must have used a secret technique to keep a message before she died.
This was the automatic call when an outsider had been detected. It was hard for Yemo. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to take her away, but he didn't know where to bring her to. He couldn't keep her in the Golden Page world. He already had enough women in there. Yemo subconsciously shivered. He really didn't want to take her into his Golden Page world. Suddenly, he saw there was a small jade slip on her head. Yemo took it and looked at it. "Blue bead is my world. Please give blue bead to the Ice God Palace. Shengru will forever be grateful." Yemo didn't understand. What was the blue bead? He had never seen it.
And where was Ice God Palace? Just when Yemo was still confused, the green tree started wobbling. Yemo rubbed his eyes. He thought he saw wrong, but the tree was indeed moving.
Instantly, the tree turned into a blue bead and that woman disappeared into the bead. Yemo looked dazedly at the blue bead for a long time, realizing now that this blue bead was like his golden page world, a small world. Yemo scanned this bead, but his spirit sense couldn't go in at all. Helplessly, Yemo could only pick it up and throw it into his golden page world. He didn't know why this Chinru trusted him so much. How could ordinary people expose their small world in front of someone? A small world was very rare. Anyone would want it, perhaps only I wouldn't care. Yemo shook his head. He liked his golden page world. He felt it was the best small world. He even felt that the golden page world was far more than just a small world. This woman probably had no choice. Yemo believed that if she had a choice she would never let someone take her small world. Looking at the jade slip, Yemo thought he would only think about it after he learned about the Ice God Palace. There was no way he was going to look for it, he had too many things to do. Chapter 1169, Battle the Divine Damnation. He would have this divine damnation here. Yemo looked around and found that the spirit chi was denser than other places. Perhaps due to blue bead, it wasn't as cold as everywhere else. When he reached hollow spirit state, his lightning storage formation had exploded. Now that he had experience, he set up 7 lightning storage formations and 1 lightning direction formation. He didn't believe 7 of these couldn't hold the lightning power of the divine damnation. When Yemo set up the spirit gathering formation with spirit crystals, this place was immediately enveloped with dense spirit chi mist. Yemo was very clear that this wasn't something the spirit gathering formation could create. The only explanation was that there was a spirit range here. Thinking about this, Yemo rejoiced. He was lacking spirit ranges. This place had so many spirit maropons and spirit chi due to the spirit range, no wonder. But he needed to face his divine damnation now. Once he finished, he would dig the spirit range away. He didn't touch the female bathing pond, but he wasn't going to be polite with the spirit range. After eating a break spirit pill, Yemo released his octagonal cauldron to spin above his head while using 3 birth chant. Half a day later, Yemo's cultivation essence gathered quickly, trying to find a breaking point. His cultivation essence had reached a yardstick. Suddenly, it grew dark above his head. Instantly, tens of lightning arcs the size of grown men's arms rained down. Yemo didn't mind. He hacked out with Zisu, crack crack. This round of 36 lightning arcs didn't even touch Yemo's shadow and were blocked by Yemo's octagonal cauldron. Zisu was useless. Yemo suddenly felt unhappy. His power had increased too rapidly, and although that divine damnation was powerful, it didn't bring him any benefits. Thinking about this, he put his octagonal cauldron away. It wouldn't feel good at all if the octagonal cauldron blocked all the divine damnation. Just when Yemo put the octagonal cauldron away, it began to rumble. 36 more arcs rained down that were even thicker than the ones before. Zisu hacked out quickly and countless purple sword rays clashed with the lightning arcs, creating lightning sparks. It was very vibrant and pretty. The remaining 20 or so arcs all hit Yemo. In a brief moment, Yemo's clothes and armor were all destroyed, but Yemo wasn't shocked at all. Hollow Spirit State Peak Stage and Nascent Soul State Peak Stage, the difference was tens of times greater, and yet the divine damnation was only a few times stronger than last time. Yemo's power increased faster. Crack, lightning arcs hit Yemo's body and made cracking sounds on his bones. His flesh flew off and a burning smell came. However, Yemo was more excited. He finally felt the benefits of taking the divine damnation head on. He refined lightning faster and his power also increased faster. Although his skin and flesh cracked and even his bones, his body also recovered astonishingly fast as his power increased. When the second wave ended, Yemo felt his meridians crack and an extremely powerful energy come. His cultivation essence almost solidified. His essence spirit was more condensed. Yemo knew he had broken through to body condensation state. This was the first time he didn't finish his divine damnation and already broke through. Feeling the drastic rise in his power, Yemo grew excited. He didn't feel the cold at all and even put away Zisu, ready for the next wave. He wanted to know what his limit was. He reached body condensation state after 2 waves. He wanted to know to what extent would his power grow to if he devoured the entire divine damnation. If someone saw Yemo here, they would think Yemo was a madman. He was naked in this icy world, waiting to be blasted with lightning. Rumble, 18 more arcs rained down. Although there were less, they were all twice as thick. Yemo didn't fear it at all, and before the lightning landed on him, he used 11 lightning swords. He was going to fight the lightning arcs. Crack, the black lightning arcs EMO used clashed with the divine damnation lightning. Lightning splashed everywhere and the surroundings were tattered by the clash of two different types of lightning arcs. Yemo's black lightning sword and the blue lightning arcs crackled and sprayed like fireworks, but if anything got splashed by the sparks, it would be destroyed without a doubt. Yemo found that the lightning sword he used was far from the power of the lightning arcs that rained down. But 3 to 4 of his swords could cripple a lightning arc. Yemo grew more excited and devoured lightning even faster. 11 lightning swords also grew faster. Yemo felt his power kept rising. Before the divine damnation even finished, he was body condensation state level 1 peak. The divine damnation seemed to be irate by Yemo and didn't stop at all. Lightning arcs rained down densely. Yemo used 3 birth chant to the extreme while he kept attacking with 11 lightning swords. As for the ones that weren't blocked, he didn't mind letting them rain down on his body. Eventually, the lightning arcs were as thick as legs. His 11 lightning swords also went up a level. 2 swords could block 1 lightning arc. Luckily no one was here. If some cultivator saw Yemo, he would think this must be an illusion. This wasn't someone trying to survive divine damnation but a madman trying to challenge divine damnation. The higher cultivation level you reached, the more you must keep a state of mind. But cultivators had this fearful mentality towards divine damnation. Cultivators usually tried to reduce slaughter at higher cultivation levels just so the divine damnation wouldn't hit them as hard and reduce the heart demon pressure. There was no one who fought against divine damnation like Yemo. Divine damnation had a spirit and that was right. Yemo's actions had angered the divine damnation. Usually, a body condensation state divine damnation would have already finished, but Yemo's wasn't done and instead the lightning arcs were getting thicker and denser. Yemo didn't mind it at all. He loved this feeling. His power was increasing and the divine damnation wasn't completely ineffective on him. He devoured lightning power faster and as he did, his 11 lightning swords grew more powerful as well. Eventually, Yemo could cripple 1 lightning arc with 1 sword. If lightning cloud sect cultivators saw this, they would know it wasn't even 11 lightning swords anymore as there had never been such a powerful 11 lightning swords. Crack, Yemo used another lightning sword to cripple the lightning arcs. His heart expanded. He looked at the lightning sword and said, "From now on, you will be just called lightning sword." Yemo now knew he had an attack means on par with the illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike, and that was lightning sword. Yemo felt the bottleneck stopping his power being smashed open again. He was body condensation state level 2. A heart demon appeared and Yemo lost interest. It was like nothing to him. He waved a few lightning swords and the heart demon disappeared. The bitter bamboo was indeed a good thing. He had been cultivating next to bitter bamboo for so long that there wasn't even heart demon tribulation anymore. He tried it this time so he didn't use bitter bamboo leaf and it was no threat at all. Yemo looked up into the sky, wanting another wave of divine damnation to come, but white rainbow spirit chi cloud fell above his head instead. Yemo devoured the spirit chi cloud to consolidate his power but he was disappointed. He looked at the 7 lightning storage formation he had set up and didn't expect to not even use one. Yemo had begun to understand the logic. Some things, the more scared you were the more they would happen. The divine damnation was also something that abused the weak and feared the strong. When you were strong, it retreated. Body condensation state level 2 and lightning sword mastered, Yemo rejoiced. This was a very fulfilling trip. That powerful feeling gave him the confidence to kill any body condensation state cultivator. Chapter 1170, Extreme Grade Spirit Range. Yemo put away the useless formations and found that the spirit chi here was denser. He sunk into the earth, and at around a few hundred meters deep, he found a dragon-like spirit range in front of him, Extreme Grade Spirit Range. Even though he hadn't seen one before, he immediately knew that this was an Extreme Grade Spirit Range. This was a spirit range even bigger than the Herb King Spirit Range. But Yemo's power was far greater than that of nascent soul state now. Body condensation state level 2 power. It wasn't that hard for Yemo to move an extreme grade spirit range into his golden page world, just a few simple transmission formations, and after a rumble, the spirit range was moved away, but instantly, this place started to collapse and some ice mountains and ice shards lost their life force. Yemo dashed out of the earth and cleaned himself with a few water spells before getting a new set of clothes. He felt refreshed. Yemo scanned his spirit sense around. There was no more life force except for cold, an extreme grade spirit range. Yemo was sure that even the entire South Peace state might not have one. The Pill City was a 10-star sect, but it might be difficult for even them to take out an extreme grade spirit range. Yemo's spirit sense reached into his golden page world and found it was full of life force. Once the world laws formed, this would be his world. He could leave now. Yemo went back to the teleportation formation without hesitation. Just as Yemo guessed, the crack never closed after they were sucked in. There were now hundreds of cultivators here, but after they went in, they suffered the same fate as those body condensation state cultivators from Godwind Valley. They were surrounded by countless spirit-devouring bugs. Only a little more than 10 high-powered cultivators were struggling to survive. If we continue like this, we will die for sure. These spirit-devouring bugs are hatching more and more after devouring large amounts of cultivator essence blood. One body condensation state tertiary stage man said. He had been struggling for a few days. If there's a better way, who would want to fight with these bugs? Someone must have certainly set this up and baited us to feed the bugs, another body condensation state cultivator said. Humph, what's the use of saying that now? I'm sure that if you went out now and didn't know what was going on inside you would still come, the body condensation state tertiary stage scorned. The other cultivator didn't rebut his statement. He knew this man was saying the truth. Those clear dream mosque nuns are quite capable, they've survived till now, one cultivator said in admiration. The fat cultivator on the side said in contempt. They just have a good defense formation. Without that defense formation disc, they would have been completely devoured. Fuck it, I can't take it anymore. Before I die, I'm going to taste the women of Clear Dream Mosque. A body condensation state level 1 cultivator next to the fat cultivator suddenly called out and charged out of the defense circle towards those 3 female cultivators from Clear Dream Mosque. The rest of the people dazed. Was this guy crazy? There were this many spirit-devouring bugs here, he would be devoured immediately, yet he could think of going after women, but some smart people immediately realized that this cultivator was going over more because he saw the power of the defense formation disc. Even till now, they were perfectly fine. He must have gone over to take their defense formation disc. Some cultivators who realized this all wanted to do the same, but they quickly gave up that idea. That cultivator just ran out 10 meters before he was surrounded by countless spirit-devouring bugs. Soon, the bugs fell to the ground and there was nothing left. Suddenly, the fat cultivator shrieked. Did everyone notice? The spirit-devouring bugs' attacks are getting weaker. Everyone felt it too. They were indeed getting weaker and weaker. A few high-level cultivators used a few powerful spells and cleared the spirit-devouring bugs nearby away. More didn't flood over like before. Only a few flew over, but eerily, those flying spirit-devouring bugs fell down before they quickly withered and died. As time passed, all the spirit-devouring bugs fell down. What's going on? The cultivators looked amongst themselves. Those eggs seemed to have stopped moving as well, a cultivator said. One body condensation state cultivator used a fireball. Originally it could only kill a few hundred, but now it cleared a large area. Thousands of bugs were burned. Seeing this, everyone did the same and the dense clutter of spirit-devouring bugs was cleared. Spirit chi seemed to be getting thinner as well. A lot thinner. The spirit chi here is no different than outside now. Someone said. A cultivator flew out on his flying sword and before he fell down, everyone realized that the suction force had disappeared. The suction force isn't here anymore. We can go out, the flying cultivator said, but no one flew out. If this place was still filled with spirit-devouring bugs, they would run out as quickly as possible. But now that there was no danger, there must be something good down here since there was the dense spirit chi before. I understand, the body condensation state tertiary stage said. What's going on, brother gang? Someone asked. He pointed on the ground and said, these hatched spirit-devouring bugs need large amounts of spirit chi to evolve. Only then would they mature. Now that the spirit chi is suddenly gone, they've lost their basis for survival. Their death is thus unavoidable. Only after they mature would they be able to survive in places with low spirit chi. Brother gang, didn't you say these spirit bugs are being kept by someone? Would that person not know the spirit chi would suddenly disappear here? Someone asked. Brother gang shook his head. I don't know as well. I know, a coarse voice suddenly sounded. Brother gang saluted with his fists. So it's Heaven Yen Sexy Jing Grandmaster, please explain to us Brother E. E Jing was body condensation state level 1 but he was a level 7 formation Grandmaster. He had decent status in the cultivation realm, he pointed above. When we came here there was suction but there isn't any now. There's clearly a formation here and the formation just sent us inside. The formation lost the spirit power to run so the suction force disappeared too. He looked around.
Usually, the person who set up the formation wouldn't miscalculate the spirit power. Thus, the only possibility is that someone came here first and took the spirit power source. What? We came here arduously and fought with the spirit-devouring bugs for so long and so many people died, but that guy just simply took it away. That fat man called out unhappily. He was body condensation state peak stage. So no one dared to talk. Clear Dream Musk Chung Han sneered. If that's the case, you should thank him or you would have become the spirit-devouring bugs food. What did you say? That fat cultivator suddenly asked coldly. I said you're a wolf who forgets the people who show you gratitude, so what? Cheng Han retorted. This fat cultivator didn't argue and turned his green face away. Clearly, he was scared of Clear Dream Musk. Chapter 1171, Spirit Marrow Pond Exposed. That fat cultivator was from the 7-star sect Eternity Sea. They were at the top of 7-star sects and were almost on par with ordinary 8-star sects, but they were nothing compared to Clear Dream Musk. Just one truth realization state cultivator was enough to annihilate Eternity Sea formation. One body condensation state peak stage cultivator stared not far into the distance and called out. Everyone looked towards there, and to their surprise, a stealth formation gradually showed. When the formation was completely revealed, almost everyone went up to it. This is a stealth formation. How come it doesn't have any stealth effects? A hollow spirit state tertiary stage cultivator asked. Someone immediately said, Grand Mastery already said that the spirit source was taken away. Without the spirit source, these formations would show, of course. Perhaps the person who set up the formations didn't expect that his high-level stealth formation was no different than an ordinary formation after the spirit source was taken away, such an advanced formation. Yi Jing looked at the formation and gasped. He had never seen such a formation. It was indeed very advanced. Grand Master Yi, how do we go in here? The body condensation state peak stage asked. Yi Jing greets God Wind Valley's martial brother Hu Jiming. This formation means is very advanced. I need to look again. This formation is mainly for stealth, but it's also defensive and has reached level 8. We can't forcefully open it, Yi Jing said. He didn't dare to offend God Wind Valley, MHM. Hu Jiming nodded and stood on the side. Only Hu Jiming and that fat man were body condensation state peak stage. The rest were weaker. Everyone else moved to the side after seeing Hu Jiming do so. Yi Jing started to study this formation. A day later, Yi Jing didn't make any progress. Hu Jiming was getting impatient and asked, how about we attack this formation together? Hu Jiming's words immediately got everyone's approval. Hu Jiming was the first to release his magic artifact, but as soon as his magic artifact touched that formation, the formation broke open. Everyone was dazed. Yi Jing was a formation grandmaster, and since he said that the formation couldn't be forced open, it really should be so. However, Hu Jiming just attacked casually and the formation broke. This meant that this formation was at most a level 4 defense formation. Hu Jiming laughed and went inside. The rest of the people followed. Yi Jing's face turned red. He realized that since the stealth formation lost spirit source, so did the defense formation. Luckily no one scorned at him and he felt better. He followed behind everyone, not daring to make any claims. Soon, they saw the scene EMO had seen before, and a few female cultivators screamed in shock. This is just like the outskirts, one cultivator said. People were guessing, but more were looking around for treasure. The entrance is here. Soon, someone found the stealth formation. EMO went in. It had been completely revealed now. Everyone went in the stealth formation and a crescent moon door appeared before them. Another defense formation, another level 7 defense formation, Yi Jing said. But this defense formation had a spirit source. Everyone ignored him after the joke before. His status had declined greatly. An Eternity Sea nascent soul state cultivator released a flying sword at the formation. With a thud, the flying sword and the formation clashed. But what everyone didn't expect was that a dark ray shot out of the formation and quickly pierced the nascent soul state cultivator's Dan Tian. The nascent soul state cultivator immediately spat blood and an extremely small nascent soul popped out from his head. Clearly that nascent soul state cultivator wasn't able to live, but it was very rare that a nascent soul could escape out. That fat Eternity Sea cultivator grunted and threw a fireball over. The worried nascent soul immediately disappeared. Everyone was shook. This fatty was too cruel. He even killed his own sex nascent soul state Wan Bei. Everyone knew that the fat man was annoyed at this Wan Bei attacking without his consent, but this punishment was too cruel. But no one would care about the death of a nascent soul state cultivator. This defense formation can attack as well.
And it's still effective, Hu Jiming said and looked at Yi Jing before saluted with his fists. Grandmaster Yi, would you be able to break this formation for us as quickly as possible? Yi Jing was uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to be arrogant. He nodded. This formation was much simpler than the ones outside, and although he had never seen this type, he should be able to break it. Lin Yiban, who had just reached body condensation state level 9, immediately noticed that formation being attacked and scanned with his spirit sense. People couldn't scan their spirit sense inside, but he could scan his spirit sense out. When he saw more than 10 cultivators outside, he was shook. There were 2 body condensation state peak stage and 2 body condensation state level 9s. Meanwhile, he was the only body condensation state level 9 and his wife was only body condensation state level 7. The rest were nascent soul state or golden core state. With a rumble, the formation was attacked again. This time, even Ning Qingshui and Luo Ying and them heard. Everyone stopped cultivation and stood up, watching the defense formation. Brother said he went to divine damnation. I'll send a message to him, he should be back soon, Tang Beiwei quickly said. Su Tong was shaken. Wasn't City Lord only hollow spirit state level 1, even if he broke through here, he can't be having divine damnation this quickly? Su Tong couldn't be blamed. No matter how talented you were, you wouldn't be able to reach hollow spirit state peak stage in 4 months. Even the best genius would take at least 4 years. Even Luo Ying and Ning Qingshui were shook, rumble, before they could react. The defense formation was broken. There are people inside. The cultivators immediately saw Lin Yiban in them. Wait, there are so many spirit marrow ponds here, such dense spirit chi. People immediately noticed, 7 are dry, and 2 are about half full. The people immediately said, Lin Yiban said heavily, we found them first. So what? You've been cultivating here for so long, you can move aside and let everyone share the goods. Hu Jiming said. Lin Yiban clenched his fists but couldn't do anything. He was no match for them. That's Ning Qingshui, ethereal immortal Pon's core disciple, Yi Mo's wife. If Ning Qingshui is here, Yi Mo must be here too. One hollow spirit state cultivator recognized Ning Qingshui and remembered the bounty Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect put out. So you're Ning Qingshui, then it must be Luo Susu and Tang Beiwei next to you? Great, the Infinity Sect is hunting Yi Mo. I, Pu Chang, will take your spirit marrow pond, that fat cultivator said. How dare you? Luo Ying and Tang Beiwei immediately stood by Ning Qingshui's side. Before I didn't dare to, but you're no longer Black Ice Sect members. Black Ice Sect has kicked you out. Pu Chang smiled. Chapter 1172, Those who want spirit marrow stand out. Suddenly a cold voice said, Pu, with which ear did you hear that Infinity Sect was hunting EMO? How come I didn't hear it? Do you dare to be responsible for your words? Pu Chang heard this and was shook. Just when he wanted to rage, he saw it was the nuns of Clear Dream Mosque. His face grew bad. If there weren't so many people here, he would have annihilated them already. Their strongest was only hollow spirit state tertiary stage. How dare she mock him again and again? Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect indeed made a notice, but could he say that? This was a secret message to the sects they were close to. Report to them news of EMO as soon as they got it and they would be heavily rewarded. The Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect were set on killing EMO. They'd been secretly hunting him and yet Pill City made no moves. Black Ice Sect's disaster transformation state elder was killed, but they could only suck it up, clearly fearing the joined forces of Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect. He was too excited when he realized EMO was here and accidentally said it. He glared at the cultivator who recognized Ning Qingshui. This guy just said EMO was here. He must have thought of reporting EMO's location to get benefits, but this guy was calmer than him and didn't say EMO was on a wanted list. Thinking that this guy made him spill his mouth, Pu Chang had killing intent towards this hollow spirit state cultivator. Everyone knew that Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect were secretly hunting EMO, but this couldn't be brought to the surface. Clear Dream Mosque Marshall's sister, you're thinking too much. Pu Chang was just guessing. He didn't say that Infinity Sect was hunting EMO. Hu Jiming suddenly said calmly. Hearing this, Pu Chang immediately rejoiced. Eternity Sea Sect was scared of Clear Dream Mosque, but God Wind Valley wasn't. He immediately saluted with his fists. Thank you, Brother Hu, for saying words of justice. I was indeed just guessing. Hu Jiming smiled and reached out his hand. Brother Pu, your body condensation state peak stage now, you can do whatever you want. Pu Chang smiled and didn't hesitate anymore. He reached out and grabbed towards Ning Qingshui while saying, I'll take this spirit marrow pond.
Huh? Everyone shook their heads. This fat man was clearly being used by Hu Jiming but didn't know it at all. Qinghan still wanted to say something but was stopped by an un. Clearly, they knew that others wouldn't be scared of them three. The strongest of them was only hollow spirit state tertiary stage. That really was nothing here. Thud, cultivation essence exploded and before Pu Cheng's hand touched Ning Qingxue, he was struck back by Lin Yiban. Retreating tens of steps, Lin Yiban was preparing on the side while Pu Chang was unexpecting. You're asking to die. Pu Chang reached out with his hand and pulled out a pair of daggers. They had a powerful temperament. Clearly it was a middle-grade cultivation artifact. Lin Yiban's face was serious as he pulled out a spear. This was his magic artifact, a low-grade cultivation artifact. Brother still isn't back. Tang Beiwei was worried. Yimo just wanted to put 2 spirit stones on the teleportation formation but found that the space he had his divine damnation it was strange. Life force was gone here after he pulled out the spirit range, but there was one place that was still the same. A few thousand meters away on an ice peak, that peak didn't seem to lose life force. Instead, there was an icy flower-like thing there. Yimo immediately dashed over. Ice carrot? Yimo immediately recognized this flower. It was the level 9 spirit herb ice carrot, one that was mature. Ice carrot was the main ingredient for heaven grade level 9 pill truth carrot pill. It was the pill needed for disaster transformation states to reach truth realization state, but was much more precious than truth spirit pill. The main reason was that the spirit herbs for truth spirit pill, truth spirit grass, could be grown, but the ice carrot was very rare and couldn't be grown. It could increase the chance of reaching truth realization state by 40%. Twice that of truth spirit pill. Other than this, the ice carrot also had another important function, to cure poison, even poison in the essence spirit. Without hesitation, Yimo dug it up and put it in a jade box before putting it on the Herb King spirit range. There was still dense spirit chi down there. Yimo immediately knew there was another spirit source here too, perhaps it was a small spirit range. Yimo almost had an obsession. He had to take it if he saw it. He used an earth mobility spell to search for the source of spirit chi. A day later, when he felt he was nearing the spirit source, there was a sudden message from the communication bead. Tang Beiwei knew he was doing divine damnation. She wouldn't message him if there wasn't some urgent situation. Yimo couldn't care about this spirit source anymore and immediately dashed out. No treasure was more important than their safety. You overestimate yourself. Pu Chang looked at Lin Yiban who had his dantian broken by him and smirked as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Yiban. Su Tong rushed over. Brother Pu, good job. Hu Jiming clapped his hand in approval. He then looked at the remaining spirit marrow ponds and said, there are 7 whole spirit marrow ponds here, and 2 half full. I'll take 2. Pu Chang glanced at Ning Qingxue and Luo Ying and said, I'll take both these 2 women and their spirit marrow ponds. I'll take 1 too, a body condensation state level 9 said. The rest of the people were hesitating as these spirit marrow ponds didn't belong to ordinary people. They belonged to level 7 pill king. Yimo wasn't here, so who knew if he would die? If he didn't die, what would happen if they used his spirit marrow pond? Just when they were hesitating, a cold voice sounded, this spirit marrow pond is mine, I won't give it. What are you going to do? Brother! Tang Beiwei heard this voice and knew her brother was back. Ning Qingxue and Luo Ying and them all came by Yimo's side. Although they knew Yimo was no match for them, him coming back still gave them a sense of security. Brother Lin's dantian was destroyed, Luo Fei said sadly. Yimo looked at the despairing Su Tong and said, don't worry Sister Su, I'm a level 7 pill king, this is nothing. Su Tong immediately rejoiced. Yimo was a level 7 pill king, perhaps he could recover Lin Yiban's dantian. Suddenly, Pu Chang laughed. Other people are afraid of you, but I'm not. I'm going to kill you here today. What are you going to do? Can a dead person protect his wives? I've long wanted to kill you. Our sect member Wu Yu died to you, right? Today you can pay back for his life. Then, his daggers made a creaking sound. Yimo scanned the people and said coldly, whoever else wants my spirit marrow pond. Stand out. If you still stand with these pigs then don't blame me. Yimo's sudden appearance made some cultivators retreat. Although Yimo's power wasn't high, he was Pill City Lord and a level 7 Pill King. The Pill City Lords weren't here so they didn't do anything about what happened to Yimo, but who knew what would happen after they came back? You're Ning Xioma? Qinghan asked joyfully. Yimo nodded and smiled.
Yes, Marshall's sister Chung Han, are Ching Yi and Ching Yu and them fine? It really is Marshall brother Shilma, it's great to see you.
Xing Han immediately said, they're very well, they often talk about you, and so does Elder Shan. Then, Xing Han said to the two nuns, Marshall's sister, let's go to Marshall brother Shilma's side, he saved us before. The Marshall sister of Clear Dream Mosque said respectfully to Yimo, so City Lord Yi really is here, the spirit marrow pawns belong to Pil King Yi. We of Clear Dream Mosque won't take it. Then, she pulled her two Marshall sisters and left the crowd, but didn't go to Yimo's side. They stood on another side. Clearly they didn't want to be enemies of Yimo but didn't want to be enemies of Hu Jiming either. Chapter 1173, Terrifying Lightning Sword. Seeing that Xing Han wanted to say something, the other Marshall sister from Clear Dream Mosque quickly stopped her.
Yimo smiled and didn't mind.
It was already beyond his anticipation that Clear Dream Mosque would stand on the side. He wouldn't expect Clear Dream Mosque to come die with him now. His side only had a body condensation state level 9 and his Dantian was destroyed. Yimo didn't look at them and instead said to the remaining people, this means you all want to rob my spirit marrow pawns?
That's right, we want it, but it's not robbing.
Everyone found these spirit marrow pawns, anyone can take them, Hu Jiming said coldly, but not all cultivators were like Hu Jiming. There were 7 or 8 ordinary powered cultivators or those cultivators who didn't want to be enemies with Yimo who stood on the side again. They believed that even if they killed Yimo, they wouldn't get a share of the spirit marrow pawns and would still have to carry the blame for killing a level 7 Pil King. I'm Fusion Joy Sexy Gang, I don't want to be enemies with Pil King Yi but I just want a spirit marrow pond. Everyone has a share of the treasure, one body condensation state level 9 said. Heaven Yen Sexy Jing looked at Yimo and then the spirit marrow pond. He actually saluted with his fists and left. He was body condensation state and if he didn't leave he might be able to get a share, but he left. However, the rest of the people didn't even say anything. Clearly, they believed Yimo would be killed by Pu Chang. Yimo saw that there were 2 hollow spirit state cultivators who stood in front of him wanting the pawn and sneered. He was facing 7 cultivators, 2 body condensation state peak stage, 2 body condensation state level 9, 1 body condensation state middle stage and 2 hollow spirit state power. Yimo felt it very strange that these people found this place, even he used a lot of effort and his formation skills reached level 7 before barely coming in here. If everyone all came in so easily, then the person who set up the formation can go die. He must be certain that no one would be able to get here before daring to leave the spirit marrow pond here for the spirit devouring bugs to evolve, but Pu Cheng couldn't wait anymore. He pulled out his twin daggers and they instantly turned into 2 10-meter long swords, slicing at Yimo from 2 sides. Yimo felt the cultivation essence collapse brought about by that. A weaker person wouldn't be able to do anything against this, but Yimo didn't mind at all. He used his cultivation essence and that feeling of collapse was completely gone. If it was just this fat man, he would be confident to kill him without the octagonal cauldron. With a clank, the dagger struck the octagonal cauldron and made an ear-screeching sound. Pu Chang was shook and subconsciously said, "You're already body condensation state power?" Yimo hid his power just to ambush him. Why would he answer the question? He raised his hands and 7 baby arm-sized black lightning swords shot out. Pu Chang never expected Yimo to have such terrifying lightning swords. This was almost the same as divine damnation and it was very sudden. It struck him head-on and he was instantly heavily injured. His skin tore and flesh apart and even his bones showed. Wait, I give up the spirit marrow pond. Pu Chang forcefully tried to retrieve his daggers while calling in terror. Before his daggers flew above his head, 2 more lightning swords shot down. These 2 were the size of grown men's arms. Pu Chang grunted and was split in half by the lightning swords. Before his essence spirit could escape, Yimo's Miss Lotus Heartfire swept out. Instantly, the person Pu Chang no longer existed. Before everyone could react, Pu Chang was killed. Pu Chnag was a body condensation state peak stage cultivator, even if he underestimated Yimo. He shouldn't die that easily. Those 6 cultivators immediately reacted and wanted to retreat, but how could Yimo let them? He raised both hands and dense clutters of lightning arcs rained down. They were all black lightning arc swords. Even the divine damnation wouldn't have this dense lightning arcs, much less swords. No one dared to hold back and threw all sorts of magic artifacts at Yimo. Rumble, I give up, Pil King Yi. But no matter how those cultivators cried, Yimo didn't show any mercy. His lightning swords were created from the divine damnation. They was extremely powerful. Those 2 hollow spirit states couldn't even cry and were killed. The body condensation state middle stage cultivator wasn't much better. He just begged and was killed. The two body condensation state level 9 were heavily injured and their cultivation essence was dissipating. This was different than divine damnation. After being injured by the divine damnation, your power would increase, but after being injured by Yemo's lightning sword, their cultivation essence would cripple. Before they could do anything, Zisu hacked out, bringing out a bloody mist. Yemo wasn't going to give them any time to breathe. If he did and they joined together to fight him, it wouldn't be that easy to kill them all. In less than half a minute, Yemo killed 6 cultivators and their attacks were all blocked by the octagonal cauldron. When the dense lightning arcs stopped, there was only Hu Jiming left in front of Yemo. He was like a demon now, his body was burnt dark and bloody. His hair was like messy hay. Yemo didn't use more lightning swords, that wave used up almost all his cultivation essence. He ate a few life force pills to recover his cultivation essence. Although the pill was too low grade for him now, it was better than nothing. In that brief moment of silence, Hu Jiming also woke up. He stared at Yemo in shock, he even suspected whether he was dreaming. He saw Yemo's cultivation level now, it was body condensation state primary stage, not even middle stage. A body condensation state primary stage cultivator was this powerful. Was this even allowed? But then, he thought about how Yemo killed Hollow Spirit State Tertiary Stage at Black Ice Sect as Hollow Spirit State Level 1. That was probably true. A Hollow Spirit State Level 1 reached Body Condensation State Level 2 in such a short time and his power was this absurd. He wasn't that strong in Body Condensation State Peak Stage, but he was not bad. However, he couldn't even defend against those lightning arcs. Those who chose not to be enemies of Yemo rejoiced at their decision. This Pill King Yi was too absurd. Even a body condensation state peak stage wouldn't be able to kill this many body condensation state tertiary stages in such a short time. On top of that, he was also a lightning spirit root. This was too shocking. A lightning spirit root Pill King was unheard of. How rare was the lightning spirit root? Who would use that for pill concoction? No one dared to talk right now as they knew how easy it would be for Yemo to kill them. Yemo was also shocked. His lightning sword was too strong. If his cultivation essence and spirit sense could keep up, it was a strong AoE ability. Yemo clutched Zisu and walked slowly towards Hu Jiming. Don't come over. Hu Jiming clearly hadn't completely woke up from the shock and said such useless words, but he immediately reacted and put away the flying sword above his head. Pill King Yi. It was my mistake before. I retreat. I'm cultivator from God Wind Valley. You can't kill me. Yemo stopped, and seeing this, Hu Jiming finally breathed easy. Pill King Yi, our sect sent a cauldron filling state elder to protect you before. Our relations are very good. It's my impulse today, please forgive me. I will pay back double the price, until Pill King Yi is satisfied. Yemo sneered, is God Wind Valley very powerful? I'm the Pill City Lord, I don't see myself very privileged. You're just an ordinary cultivator from God Wind Valley. I even killed Infinity Sects Yuan Guanan and Ming Wujian and Lightning Cloud Sects Tian Alpham. So what if I kill an insect from the God Wind Valley? Hu Jiming was dazed. He thought that Yemo slotted in his fury, and now that he calmed down, why wouldn't he let him go? But suddenly, an extremely vibrant purple ray came above his head. Chapter 1174, Trouble in Pill City. Hu Jiming was scared shitless. He had heard of Yemo's purple ray and even sneered at Tai Baifei of Infinity Sect. No matter how powerful it was just a sword technique and Tai Baifei was many levels higher than Yemo. Yet he couldn't even dodge a strike. How useless was he? But now, he fully understood how powerful Yemo's strike was. This strike almost carried his mind away. Luckily, his power was much higher than Yemo and despite being injured by the lightning arcs, he wasn't completely immersed in that purple ray. He reacted and hurriedly tried to release his flying sword to block it, but that instant, he wasn't just disappointed, he felt despair. He felt his flying sword was slow, very slow. This was a domain, this was definitely a domain. Hu Jiming came from a 9-star sect and he had knowledge. Domain was a high-level cultivator's power, it definitely wasn't something a body condensation state cultivator could control. Even prodigies could barely sense domains after cauldron filling state. Usually, it was truth realization state cultivators who mastered domains. There were a few disaster transformation state cultivators who understood domain much greater than people of the same state. This strike made him feel that he had stepped foot in Yemo's domain. In this domain he couldn't control anything. The fear of death spread and he knew that if this continued, he would die for sure. Hu Jiming didn't dare to hold back anymore. He spat a few mouthfuls of essence blood and used a rune. His flying sword sped up instantly and barely blocked the purple ray. With a clank, Hu Jiming spat blood again and found his hand had disappeared. He didn't dare to stay anymore and turned to run. When almost everyone thought Yemo would chase out and kill him, Yemo stopped and even closed his eyes. Su Tong was watching Yemo constantly. When he exerted his dominance, Su Tong finally felt assured. But in that most crucial moment, he let Hu Jiming run and instead closed his eyes. Su Tong immediately knew what was going on. Yemo probably gained sudden enlightenment in the fight, and so she released her flying sword without hesitation and attacked Hu Jiming. Hu Jiming was like a dog without home right now. He had never seen someone have a domain in body condensation state, so he just wanted to run as far away as possible. He finally woke up again when Su Tong's flying sword caught up to his head, but then his mind sunk into an eternal void. His essence spirit was also killed by Su Tong's flying sword. The hall was very silent and only Yemo stood there with his eyes closed. Yemo indeed felt this extremely abstruse thing, and so despite knowing Hu Jiming was running away, he still didn't move. He was scared that feeling would immediately disappear. When he used that strike, he felt he was the ruler of the heavens and earth. It was as though the surrounding space became his as he used Zisu. In this region of space he could do whatever he wanted. He was the ruler, he was the controller. He didn't understand domains, but in that instant, he felt if his strike was perfected it would become very significant. After a long while, he nodded to Su Tong. He felt pity that there was no powerful opponent here. If there was, he would be able to unleash himself in battle and further strengthen that enlightenment. Xiao Ma. Pil King Yi. Cheng Han walked over. She wanted to call martial brother Xiao Ma, but his power and status was far from what she could compare. Yemo smiled. Martial sister Cheng Han, just call me martial brother Xiao Ma. Friendship won't change due to time and power. Xiao Ma will always be that Xiao Ma, not someone else. Cheng Han, don't be rude. A martial sister from Clear Dream Mosque reproached and bowed to Yemo. We didn't expect to see Pil King Yi here. Congratulations on powering up. Yemo nodded and didn't say anything. He turned to Cheng Han and said, there are 9 spirit marrow pawns here, you guys can take 2, please send one to martial sister Ling Xiaoshuang for me. Martial brother Xiao Ma, you and martial sister Xiaoshuang. Cheng Han said. Martial sister Xiaoshuang didn't seem to be happy with martial brother Xiao Ma at the Truth Fall Palace. Yemo shook his head. I'm not close with her, but I'm close to her master Shan Qianbei. Yemo didn't explain it. He had agreed to give Ling Xiaoshuang some spirit marrow. He knew that Shan Bingfeng didn't mean the top-grade spirit marrow here, but he found this due to her suggestion, Sister Su Tong. Collect the spirit marrow pawns you and brother Lin cultivated in. Then Yemo turned to the 8 cultivators who retreated and said, since you've encountered this place, everyone has an opportunity. You guys can have 1 spirit marrow pond, you 8 can split it. No one would dare to say anything even if Yemo didn't give any away, but now that Yemo said this, they all charged at the spirit marrow pond Yemo gave them. Yemo took the remaining 4 spirit marrow ponds. Then, Yemo asked, I set up a level 7 formation here, how did you break it? He realized how those people got through before. It was probably due to him taking away the extreme grade spirit range, and thus the formation didn't have a spirit source to power it. The spirit devouring bugs wouldn't be able to survive without the spirit chi supporting it. From that perspective, he saved these people, but the defense formation he set up used spirit stones. Why was it broken too? Yi Jing heard this and shivered, but he still walked out and saluted with his fists. Pil King Yi, it's my fault. I didn't know this was your defense formation, so I told them how to break it. You know formations? Yemo asked. Yi Jing nodded. Yes, I'm Heaven Yin Sex Level 7 Formation Grandmaster. Yemo nodded. At this moment, a rumbling sounded as though something was going to collapse. Yemo thought this place was going to collapse and quickly said, everyone leave, this place is going to collapse. Everyone retreated and flew out of this place back on the surface. There was still rumbling but no signs of collapse. However, no one wanted to go back down again and all got on their flying magic artifacts. Bidding Yemo farewell, when Yemo saw their magic artifacts, he was dazed. Extreme grade spirit artifacts could come in here? He was using an extreme grade cultivation artifact,
but he immediately realized each one had a cold resistance speed information attached to it. That worked as well. Yimo saw the clear dream mosque people didn't go, so he asked, Marshall's sister Chunghan, how did you guys know about this place? Before Chinghan could reply, her martial sister said, a few months ago, a few cultivators who came here found that there was very dense spirit chi, so they sent out messenger flying swords before going down. My two martial sister and I were near the southern lands, so we came together after hearing the news. Yimo nodded, so that was it. His location was exposed again, it wasn't suitable to stay here. Just when he was about to leave, a red messenger flying sword fell into his hands. There were only a few who could send him messenger flying swords, but after reading the content, he said heavily, let's go back to Mou City immediately. What's going on? Ning Xingxue asked. Pill City Xinguanqing City Lord is back, he sent me this. There is trouble at the Pill City, he's not at Pill City and is waiting for me at Mou City. Yimo had a bad feeling, Pill City is in trouble? Who dares to touch it? Su Tong didn't believe this. Chapter 1175, Return to Mou City. Ning Xingxue agreed to this and asked, Husband, Yu Qichou and Xinguanqing's status are very high, even the 9-star sects are very careful in the Pill City. Who would dare to touch them? Yimo shook his head. I'm not sure, but City Lord Xinguanqing is a very honest person, he wouldn't trick me. His messenger flying sword didn't even mention Pill King Qichou, I suspect something might have happened to him. He knew that their statuses were very high in the Pill City, but they didn't really care about managing the city. What if someone used his conflict with 9-star sects to rally support from the two 9-star sects and target the two city lords? Yimo didn't say this, but Luoying could tell what he was thinking. She looked at Yimo and asked, You think there's internal conflict in Pill City? But I heard there's only a level 6 Pill King other than the two city lords who are level 7 Pill Kings. Even with an internal conflict, no one can replace them? Let's go back first, Yimo said. With his extreme grade cultivation artifact Blue Moon, he would be able to escape even from cauldron-filling state tertiary stage cultivators. He didn't believe anyone could steal power from them in the Pill City. He was confused why Xinguanqing was in Mou City. With his connections, if he needed help, he wouldn't go to Mou City to find him. He was only a nascent soul state cultivator at the tournament. Yimo let Su Tong control Blue Moon and took out Winter's Arrival, putting it in front of Blue Moon while he concocted the season wheat pill. This was his second time concocting this, and with his power increasing so much, he made it in half an hour. After Lin Yiban ate a season wheat pill, his Dan Tian was completely recovered in 2 hours. Lin Yiban even wanted to die the instant his Dan Tian was destroyed. How could an useless man recover his ancestors' glory? Yet now, he felt how correct his decision to follow a Pill King like Yimo was. As long as he didn't lose his essence spirit, Yimo could still probably save him. Su Tong was tearing up. Yimo saving Lin Yiban was equivalent of saving her. Lin Yiban didn't say anything, but his mind was extremely surprised. Yimo was able to save him because he was a level 7 Pill King, but he reached from Hollow Spirit State level 1 to Body Condensation State level 2 in half a year. This couldn't even be described as being prodigy. This was a miracle. Blue Moon got faster and faster. Soon, Yimo and them passed through the glacier ranges. On their way, they saw many flying magic artifacts flying inside the ice god forbidden grounds, but Blue Moon was too fast, so although those people wanted to ask Yimo and them about the forbidden grounds, they didn't have the opportunity. It had been a month or so since Yimo and them left the extreme south. After another 2 months, Yimo reached Body Condensation State Level 3 and they were very close to Mou City. Yimo stopped cultivation and took back Winter's Arrival. Winter's Arrival had now formed a white drill-shaped cocoon. Yimo put it back in the Golden Page world. It wasn't enough to help him yet, but he felt that one day, Winter's Arrival's sudden evolution would give him a huge surprise. 2 days later, when Blue Moon was about to enter Mou City, Yimo suddenly said to Su Tong, Sister Su, stop for a moment. Yimo let them wait on Blue Moon while he flew out. Yimo didn't fly far. Luoying and them could even scan him with their spirit sense. They found that the place Yimo went had 3 cultivators fighting. However, their power wasn't worth mentioning. It was just 3 cauldron-filling state cultivators. 1 man and woman were attacking a scar-faced woman. This was the second time he saw this scar-faced woman. The first time was at Mang Mountain Town when Duanitai took him into that spirit rest tower to discuss things. That woman seemed to be searching for news of him and seemed excited. He wanted to question her afterwards but wasn't able to find her. The woman was no match for them. She had more than one wound and tried to run a few times, but was stopped by the other two. Yemo landed near them and the three quickly stopped fighting. They all saw that Yemo's power was much higher than theirs. "You're Pil King Yi." The scar-faced woman recognized him and called out in surprise and joy. Yemo nodded. "That's right, I am." "You seem to know me?" The other two heard the name Pil King Yi and their faces changed immediately. They wanted to leave. Who didn't know Yemo's name? Pil King Yi, quickly kill these two. "They injured your student in order to rob our things, and chased me here," the woman said desperately. Yemo frowned. "My student?" The scar-faced woman quickly said, "Yes, it's Shirtai, he came from the magical continent. He said you're his master. We were searching for your news at the Mang mountain town and heard you were at the Pill City. We were prepared to go to Pill City together, but then we heard you went back to Mou City, so we spent a year to get back here. Now, Shirtai is in the city." Yemo immediately remembered, Shirtai's sister was Shir Jingqing, who was Luoying. Her body was still in his golden page world. He didn't expect her brother to be in South Peace State. Shirtai's talent was very absurd, with a mutated wind spirit root. The primordial chaos chant he taught him only had up to foundation establishment state. He probably wasn't in golden core state yet. Yemo felt a little ashamed. He had wasted a wind spirit root. What's his power now? Yemo still asked. The scar-faced woman said sadly, "He's a pure wind spirit root but doesn't have the ladder cultivation method. So he's stuck at foundation establishment state. Those sects are taking in disciples and I told him to check it out, but he said he has a master so he hasn't reached golden core state." Yemo nodded. "Come with me to Mou City, we'll see Shirtai first." "Those two." The scar-faced woman started to mention those two foundation establishment state cultivators who ran away but saw Yemo wave his hands and shoot out two lightning arcs. Yemo wasn't interested in picking up their belongings. The scar-faced woman looked back a few times, clearly wanting the two storage bags, but she was embarrassed to say it in front of Yemo. Luoying and them saw Yemo bring back the scar-faced woman and were very surprised. Yemo explained things to them and let the scar-faced woman explain herself. After her talk, everyone knew her name was Wen Shulei. In a foundation establishment state team a few years ago, she met Shirtai and became very good friends. Although she didn't say it, Yemo and them guessed that they were married. The two cultivators from before had chased Wen Shulei for a storage ring she got all the way to Mou City. Wen Shulei arranged Shirtai to rest inside the city after he got injured while she went out to look for some spirit herbs and was caught by the two. Blue Moon soon went inside Mou City, but when Yemo found there were no cultivator guards and ordinary troops couldn't stop the cultivators going in and out. He frowned. Such a pretty place. Tang Beiwei and Ning Qingxue felt a sense of intimacy with the city. At least the city planning seemed similar to a modern city. There was lush green everywhere and it was very well organized. The streets were many times wider than Pill City. 11 people got off the flying magic artifact and yet no one came to inquire about them. This made Yemo extremely unhappy. Even though there were no guards in Pill City, there were still people watching in the dark, but here there was no one. There were only a few guards chatting at the city gates. He left this place to Yi Wucai before he left, but now he didn't see Yi Wucai at all. Luckily, he soon saw Su Changji and Xing Guanqing in the city lord estate. Xing Guanqing also saw Yemo and immediately got up. But Yemo walked in with Luoying and them first. Chapter 1176, Silver Moon Pil King being ambushed. TL note, Yu Chichao's Pil King title is Silver Moon Pil King, Xing Guanqing's Pil King title is Guan Tian Pil King. Yemo, you're back. Xing Guanqing saw Yemo and the worry in his eyes lessened. Yemo could feel Xing Guanqing's worry for him and felt a little warm. When he was ambushed by the Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect, most people were keeping their distance with him except for a few friends. Xing Guanqing just asked this and looked at Yemo in daze. "You're already body condensation state level 2, how is that possible?" "Ha!" Su Changji was dumbfounded by Yemo's power as well. When he first saw Yemo was only nascent soul state like him. But now, Yemo was body condensation state while he was only hollow spirit state level 4. Yes, Guan Tian Pil King Qianbei, Wanbei had some fortunate encounters and thus my power rose up fast. But then Yemo asked, "Qianbei, where is Silver Moon Pil King Qianbei?" Yemo didn't want to talk much about his power and he was already concerned for Silver Moon Pil King.
A sliver of sadness flashed across Xinguangqing's eyes and he said, "Let's talk about this inside."
Yi Mo nodded and turned to Su Changji, "Marshal brother, where is Yi Wucai? And how come there's no one at the city gates?"
Xinguangqing said, "Yi Mo, don't worry, MOU City doesn't seem to have guards on the surface, but it's like Pill City now. There are 2 truth realization state cultivators guarding it." Yes, 2 truth realization state Xianbais came with Guantian City Lord Xianbei. No one would dare to wreak havoc here, Marshal brother, don't worry. Yi Wucai is in solitary cultivation trying to reach foundation establishment state, Su Changji quickly said. Yi Mo immediately felt assured.
However, he didn't want MOU City to be managed like Pill City.
He wanted MOU City to have its own laws, not a place that was tight on the inside and loose on the outside.
There needed to be the same strict laws.
Not anyone could come as they please. Ning Qingxue seemed to know what Yi Mo was thinking and immediately said, "Husband, I will help you later. I will set up a complete residence and law system just like Luoyu City."
Su Changji looked at Ning Qingxue in confusion. He knew about Yi Mo but didn't know Ning Qingxue.
Clearly they were close, or she wouldn't say something like managing the MOU City. Yi Mo quickly introduced Ning Qingxue and Luoying in them.
Then, he arranged Su Changji and Ning Qingxue to settle the rest of the people before quickly leaving here with Xinguangqing. Xinguangqing brought Yi Mo to the innermost secret room and after opening the restriction, Yi Mo saw the pale-faced Yu Kuikeo. He was shook and asked, "What happened to Silver Moon Pill King?"
He was scared something happened to Yu Chichao and now he was indeed in trouble. Xinguangqing closed the restriction and said to Yi Mo, "We were intentionally let out of the Pill City. Attacking you was just a supplementary goal." Yi Mo's heart sunk. The 2 city lords were drawn out of the Pill City indeed. These people's guts were boundlessly large. They dared to attack Silver Moon Pill King. How could they be afraid of him then? Yi Mo scanned Silver Moon Pill King with his spirit sense but didn't see anything amiss. He didn't ask and waited for Xinguangqing to explain. A year ago, Silver Moon Pill King said he had a sudden feeling and was prepared to break through to level 8 Pill King. But just before he went into solitary cultivation, he got news and that pill fountain appeared.
Pill fountain?
Yi Mo subconsciously interrupted. He had never heard of it. Xinguangqing didn't mind and nodded. There were pill fountains in the ancient times. It's normal you haven't heard of it as it hasn't appeared for a long time. It's said that an immortal pill fell on Luoyu continent and eventually formed a fountain. This fountain was the pill fountain. Its water can cure all diseases for mortals but can't be used for pill concoction or used by cultivators. But the pill fountain had a very important use for pill concoctors. It's said that in the ancient times, when a pill king wanted to progress, he needed to go sit at the pill fountain to find enlightenment. This is why there were large amounts of level 9 pill kings and even some pill kings that could concoct immortal pills. But eventually, the pill fountain appeared less and less. It's been more than 1,000 years since its last appearance. Yi Mo realized and asked, "Xianbei and Silver Moon Pill King knew of this and went there?"
Xinguangqing nodded, "Yes, when we heard of this news we were very excited and went together."
Yi Mo knew the pill fountain must be fake, but he just wanted to know who told the 2 city lords about this. "You must think the pill fountain is fake."
Xinguangqing seemed to know what Yi Mo was thinking. Yi Mo nodded.
"Yes, I think there's someone who intentionally drew the 2 city lords out." But Xinguangqing shook his head. "The pill fountain is real, it really did appear. Those people who notified us didn't trick us." Xinguangqing sighed and didn't continue speaking. He turned to Yi Mo and asked, "Do you know what level the highest level pill king in South Peace State is right now?" Yi Mo didn't know why Xinguangqing suddenly asked this but still replied, "I don't know for sure but I heard there's a level 8 and level 9 pill king in Pill City. They don't care about matters and only seek the pill Dao or the immortal Dao."
Xinguangqing heard this and sneered, "Do you believe this?"
Yi Mo was dazed. Seeking the immortal Dao, of course he believes this? Aren't all cultivators seeking the immortal Dao? Xinguangqing saw this and said coldly, "Seeking the immortal and pill Dao is real, but do you really believe they don't care about matters?" Xinguangqing said again, "There's no hidden level 8 and level 9 pill king in the Pill City, but there's indeed another hidden pill king. He's only a level 7 pill king and he never cared about other matters, at least on the surface. But every year, he takes more than 70% of the Pill City's level 8 and level 9 spirit herbs. There are this many pill kings and truth realization state cultivators in the Pill City as well as the spirit herbs from other places in South Peace State.
How many level 8 and level 9 spirit herbs would that be? How could someone who doesn't care about matters take away so many spirit herbs? Shen Guanqing suddenly got up and clenched his fists. This much of Pill City's resources each year is concentrated on him because we respect him to as a Qianbei and we never said anything. We even help him collect high-level spirit herbs, but we didn't expect him to attack Silver Moon Pill King. Yimo felt this was complicated, but he remembered Kong Yi telling him that the strongest Pill King in South Peace State was only a level 7 Pill King. It really was so. Shen Guanqing calmed down and said defeatedly, the most powerful person in the Pill City isn't the City Lord nor the Vice City Lord, but the Grand City Lord. There's a hard rule in the Pill City: whoever has the strongest Pill Dao power is the Grand City Lord. There's no reason. That person reached level 7 Pill King earlier than me and Silver Moon Pill King, so he's Grand City Lord. Only when someone surpasses level 7 Pill King would the Grand City Lord be lowered to Grand Paid Guest. Yimo realized something. It was clearly that Grand City Lord who harmed Silver Moon Pill King. He was scared that Silver Moon Pill King would reach level 8 Pill King and thus he would have to give his Grand City Lord title away. Perhaps he doesn't care much about this position, but then he wouldn't be getting 70% of all Pill City resources. Without that, how could he reach a higher Pill King level? How could he seek the immortal Tao? This means it also seemed normal that he was purged. That Grand City Lord was afraid he would surpass him too. Silver Moon Pill King and Tianguan Pill King were honest and respectable characters, so even if he reached level 8 Pill King, they wouldn't think much and would only be happy for him. Silver Moon Pill King Qianbei is already truth realization state power. Even if that Grand City Lord wants to attack him, how would he be able to ambush him? Yimo asked. Chapter 1177, Corroding Essence Spirit. Shen Guanqing said, it's because of the pill fountain. It's real, but it was found earlier and trapped. When Martial Brother Yu was finding enlightenment there, he was ambushed because someone put a spirit corroding flower there. Level 9 spirit herb spirit corroding flower? The legendary flower that can only have one in every 10 million kilometers? Yimo asked in shock. Yimo knew it all too well, a level 9 spirit herb, colorless and odorless. Its greatest use was to corrode essence spirit. This corrosion was subtle. If a cultivator sat in a place in meditation trying to gain enlightenment, it would be even easier. Thinking about this, Yimo suddenly got up. Silver Moon Pill King. Shen Guanqing nodded. You thought right. Martial Brother Yu is indeed poisoned with the spirit corroding flower and his essence spirit is being rapidly corroded. Qianbei came to Mou City to see if there's any way to treat it? Yimo finally understood why Shen Guanqing came to Mou City and not somewhere else. Shen Guanqing sighed. Yes and no. Martial Brother Yu reached level 8 Pill King at the Pill Fountain, but he realized he was poisoned with the spirit corroding flower. He didn't think it was someone from Pill City at first, so he took him back to Pill City quickly. There, we realized something happened to you. Martial Brother Yu was furious, and when Lightning Cloud sect got news of this, they immediately announced to seal their sect, but Martial Brother Yu asked Infinity Sect to hand out the cultivator who killed Brother G. However, Infinity Sect was adamant and denied it. There were nearly 20 truth realization state cultivators in Pill City and more disaster transformation state cultivators. We didn't expect the Infinity Sect to be this tough. Yimo didn't say anything, but he was very grateful. Silver Moon Pill King was poisoned but still thought of getting revenge for him. Seeing Yimo's expression, Shen Guanqing knew what Yimo was thinking and said, you don't need to feel guilty. Martial Brother Yu has great hopes for you. He believes you're the only one with hope of reaching level 9 Pill King. He could tolerate people assassinating him, but you're the hope of the cultivation realm. He doesn't want something to happen to you. He wanted to annihilate Infinity Sect before the spirit corrosion flower ruined him. Yimo knew that in the cultivation realm, if a sect sealed itself off, one wasn't usually allowed to attack it if there wasn't an extreme extent of conflict. Lightning Cloud Sect sealed the sect, so they only spoke of Infinity Sect, but that was for them. If it was him, when his power reached a certain state, even if Lightning Cloud Sect ran out of South Peace State, he would chase them and annihilate them. Shen Guanqing continued, but at this moment, Grand City Lord said that we, Pill City, can't oppress people with power. And that no one showed their faces when they stopped Lu Qianbei and you. How can we be sure it was Infinity Sect? We immediately knew that it was the Grand City Lord who ambushed us. Speaking of this, Shen Guanqing's tone was sad.
Marshal brother, you and I were very respectful of Grand City Lord and gave him 70% of the resources of our own accord. We never objected to anything he said, yet he treats us like this. Marshal brother, you was extremely disappointed and the spirit corroding flower came into effect. I no longer wanted to stay in the Pill City, so I brought Marshal brother you here. I wanted to come back and protect you, but after seeing this place I liked it, so I decided to stay here.
That Grand City Lord? Emo asked worriedly. Shin Guanqing waved his hand.
Don't worry about that, he doesn't intend to attack this place, otherwise, he wouldn't be ambushing Marshal brother you.
Plus, he doesn't need to do that. After we left, only he can make decisions there.
He reached his goal and Marshal brother you won't be able to live, so he doesn't need to worry. After we left, some truth realization state cultivators who knew about the situation also left.
3 came with me to MOU City, and 7 or 8 left elsewhere.
Although Pill City is still the #1 powerful place, it isn't the same Pill City as before. Shin Guanqing sighed. Pill City's glorious past was gone.
A jealous Pill King City Lord wouldn't be able to bring prosperity to Pill City no matter what.
From now on, Pill City would only slowly weaken. Emo calmed down a little. With Guantian Pill King and 3 truth realization state cultivators here, no matter how tough the Infinity Sect was, they wouldn't dare to come here for trouble. After the Lightning Cloud sect announced they were sealing the sect, they wouldn't come here as well.
This meant that MOU City was very safe. After he set up the defense formation, even if Infinity Sect came, they wouldn't be able to return. Even though Guantian Pill King and Silver Moon Pill King left Pill City, there was no way they would help Infinity Sect attack here. Suddenly, Emo thought of something and asked, Chen Bei, who is the person who told you about the appearance of Pill Fountain? You've seen that person and you've asked about him. He's level 4 Pill King Zhao Shuntian. He probably serves the Grand City Lord and that's why he betrayed us, Shin Guanqing said sadly. It was indeed him. That MOU Shin had quite the background and could even connect with the Grand City Lord.
At this moment, Emo realized how noble and respectable Silver Moon Pill King was. Even though he knew who ambushed him, he just left Pill City without saying anything. If it was someone else, he would fight with the Grand City Lord. With Silver Moon Pill King and Guantian's respect, it would be the entire South Peace State cultivation realm's disaster if the Pill City had an internal war. Tens of truth realization state cultivators and more disaster transformation states would split into 2 factions and fight. If there were 10 level 9 spirit herbs found in the South Peace State each year, then at least 8 would flow to Pill City. Level 9 spirit herbs were like a cultivator's guarantee for immortal ascension. Yet Silver Moon Pill King and Guantian Pill King gave this Pill City away, which meant giving up the spirit herbs' resources, reducing their chances of immortal ascension. They did all this to stop internal conflict. A cultivator could do all this, how is it not worthy of respect? He should think of all ways to save Silver Moon Pill King, spirit corroding flower.
It was almost incurable. Emo frowned and after a long while, he sighed. Guantian Pill King Qianbei, is there a cure for the spirit corroding flower? Shin Guanqing shook his head. Spirit corroding flower corrodes the essence spirit. The longer it's been in effect, the more incurable it is. After a year, even if an immortal comes, he wouldn't be able to do anything. But within the first year, there are 2 spirit herbs that can cure it. But both are extremely rare. One is level 9 spirit herb Immortal Curl Flower. It can rebuild a cultivator's essence spirit before it dissipated, but I've never seen it. Another is level 9 spirit herb Ice Carrot that can stop the corrosion, but I've also never seen it.
Ice Carrot? Emo suddenly got up. He had one. It was something to concoct truth carrot pill. Why didn't he think of it? Shin Guanqing seemed surprised and Emo took out the ice carrot before Shin Guanqing said anything.
Guantian Pill King, this is Ice Carrot. You have Ice Carrot?
Shin Guanqing grabbed the jade box and was shook. Emo nodded. I got it when I went to Ice God Forbidden Grounds this time. You can use it to help Silver Moon Pill King Qianbei first. Shin Guanqing opened the box. It was indeed a mature level 9 spirit herb Ice Carrot. At this moment, Shin Guanqing seemed to feel his body was full of vitality again. It could be said that he and Silver Moon Pill King used all their efforts of the Pill City, and yet Silver Moon Pill King fell to this predicament. There was no way he wasn't disappointed and sad. But now that they had the Ice Carrot, it meant that Silver Moon Pill King could recover. Brother Emo, thank you. Don't call us Qianbei anymore, just call me in Silver Moon Brother. We didn't see you wrong, you're a real person indeed, Xinguanqing said shakily. Yimo knew what Xinguanqing meant. Ice carrot was an extreme treasure that almost never appeared. It could increase chances of disaster transformation states reaching truth realization state. He waved his hand.
Guantian Pil King Qianbei, you and Silver Moon Pil King will always be my Qianbais.
Let's go treat Silver Moon Pil King first, the earlier the better. In Yimo's heart, both the Pil Kings were extremely nice to him. Even if he had to take out his extreme grade spirit range, he wouldn't hesitate at all. Xinguanqing put the ice carrot in Yu Qichao's mouth and used his cultivation essence to help Yu Qichao digest it. In 7 minutes, Silver Moon Pil King's face started to turn red and he opened his eyes. Xinguanqing took his hand away and said desperately, "Martial brother, you, hurry up and use your cultivation essence to digest the ice carrot." Yu Qichao's eyes were wide with disbelief, but he soon realized what was going on and closed his eyes again. This time, he didn't need Xinguanqing's help and digested the ice carrot himself. Soon, the ice carrot shrunk and disappeared. Chapter 1178, New Mou City. Half an hour later, Yu Qichao suddenly got up and spat a mouthful of black blood. Before it landed on the ground, he burned it with his flame to nothing. Then, he opened his eyes. Spirit-corroding flower, such a powerful thing. Xinguanqing quickly said, "Luckily Yimo brought back an ice carrot, otherwise I don't dare to imagine the result." Yu Qichao got up and saluted with his fists. "Thank you, brother Yimo, otherwise I would have lost my life." Yimo quickly returned the gesture. "I brought trouble to you too this time, I'm truly sorry." Yu Qichao laughed in self-scorn. "It has nothing to do with you. Even without you, it would be the same result after I reach level 8 Pil King. That Infinity sect is quite well connected, they could even contact Pil City's Grand City Lord." Yimo knew what was going on. Without question it was Mo Yoshin's master Chang Shun Pil King. He decided to ask later about the origin of that Zhao Shun Tian. Why was he so nice to Mo Yoshin, but Yimo knew now wasn't the time. He smiled and said, "Congratulations on reaching level 8 Pil King, Silver Moon Pil King Qianbei. Now if you go back to Pil City you will be Grand City Lord." Silver Moon Pil King smiled, "I don't really desire to become the City Lord, I won't go back to Pil City. I hope City Lord you won't mind us staying here." Yimo was right, if he went back to Pil City, he would be Grand City Lord indeed, but Yu Qichao wasn't interested in that at all. It was also that he was disappointed. He knew that the first City Lord of Pil City was too idealistic when he created Pil City, with the resources in the cultivation realm growing scarcer and scarcer. The number one person of the Pil City had the most cultivation resources. Even if conflict didn't occur by his hands, it would occur later. It was unavoidable, this was human nature. Yimo looked surprised and joyful and quickly said, "It's Wanbei's honor to have 2 city lords stay at Mou City." Although he was a level 7 Pil King now, his foundation was a far cry compared to Silver Moon Pil King and Guantian Pil King. If he could discuss Pil Dao more with them, his Pil Dao would definitely increase a few levels. "You can even take out the ice carrot." "We indeed saw you right," Silver Moon Pil King said and suddenly frowned at Yimo. "You're already body condensation state level 2? Yimo nodded. "Yes, Wanbei had some fortunate encounters so I've been progressing fast." Yu Qichao nodded and said after a moment, "I know you have great enmity with Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect, but cultivators can't have an unstable foundation. Otherwise, no matter how fast you cultivate it would be pointless. We're here and there are also a few truth realization state cultivators here, you don't need to worry about Infinity Sect coming here, just cultivate." Although he respected the two a lot, it didn't matter if they knew time formation disc or bitter bamboo, so he didn't say. "Wanbei understands, Wanbei will set up a few defense formations in Mou City. Even if Infinity Sect comes, I won't be scared." Yu Qichao nodded and gave a storage ring to Yimo. "There are a few spirit ranges here and some formation materials you can use. I need to discuss some things with Guantian Pil King. If you need help with formations I can ask the 2 truth realization state friends to help." Yimo came out and breathed easy. It was best for him that Silver Moon Pil King was fine. Lightning Cloud Sect sealed the sect and Infinity Sect clearly didn't dare to come to Mou City. He didn't expect the 2 Pil King Qianbeis to help him get revenge. He would get revenge for Jiling Qianbei himself. He needed to set up a formation for Mou City, so he took out the storage ring Yu Qichao gave him. He looked at it and was dumbfounded. The storage ring had enormous space and there were 2 middle-grade spirit ranges and 3 low-grade spirit ranges. Other than this, there were all sorts of formations and forgery materials stacked up like mountains. This was enough to set up level 8 formations for a few cities. Much less just one. He was admiring Lu Wuhu's wealth before, but now he knew what true wealth was. Yimo was grateful to Silver Moonpill King and put away this storage ring carefully. He was a level 7 formation Grandmaster now, but if he concentrated, he would be able to reach level 8 formation Grandmaster soon. He focused and scanned with spirit sense. He wanted to discuss about MOU city management with Qingxue but saw a crowd hustled together on the streets. Beiwei and Qingxue were all there. Yimo dashed over without hesitation. What's going on? Yimo arrived and saw a body on the ground. It was an ordinary person, your city lord master? A bulky soldier asked in disbelief. Yimo nodded. This soldier was probably Yi Wucai's man and had seen him before. Ning Qingxue quickly came over and said, a Foundation establishment state cultivator killed him because he blocked his way. We came over and asked what was going on, but these people said immortal masters have higher status and they are acquitted of killing ordinary people. Yimo's face sunk immediately and suddenly said, call Yi Wucai here now. His bullshit solitary cultivation is no longer needed. Yes, City Lord Master, that soldier quickly said. Yi Wucai came very quickly but Yimo saw he was a Foundation establishment state cultivator. Master, you're back. Yi Wucai ran over in joy. Yimo's face sunk. Who made the rule that cultivators can kill ordinary people in MOU City? What did I tell you before I left? In MOU City everyone is equal. What did you do? Yi Wucai was dazed. He didn't expect Yimo would call him out to reproach him, but he said carefully, there were no immortal masters before, but then immortal masters came, so I made that rule. Yimo said coldly, you don't need to be the vice city lord anymore. Ning Qingxue will be the vice city lord and you will help her establish laws. If this thing happens again, you don't need to be my disciple anymore. Although Yimo was scaring Yi Wucai a little, he was indeed furious. With Su Changji here, Yi Wucai was able to set the rule of equality between cultivators and ordinary people. But because he was a cultivator himself, he began to discriminate against mortals. Yes, master. Yi Wucai shivered and quickly bowed before saying to Ning Qingxue, Yi Wucai greets Vice City Lord Ning. She stood right next to master. Clearly the two were very close. Yimo nodded. From now on, MOU City will enforce the law of equality. If cultivators dare to kill ordinary people, they will be dealt with like this person. Then, Yimo flung out a lightning bolt and that shocked Foundation establishment state cultivator was blown to dust. Everyone saw Yimo's power and the streets were silent. Some cultivators started to retreat slowly, wanting to leave this city. What was the point of staying in a city in which cultivators had the same status as mortals? Even in cultivation cities, the status of Qi gathering, Foundation establishment states, and Golden Core states were greatly different. With these cultivators leaving, more and more cultivators knew the city lord of MOU City came back and had set up the law of equality. Cultivators who heard this left MOU City in horror while ordinary people rejoiced. The days of cultivators abusing them were over. Yi Wucai saw this many cultivators leaving and said worriedly, Master, those cultivators left. Will this place become an ordinary city like before? Yimo said calmly, take back all the land the cultivators took for free. If they want to buy or rent, they will need to pay spirit stones. From now on, MOU City's land will be very expensive. Ning Qingxue knew what Yimo meant and said, Beiwei and I will complete the regulations here. Do what you need to do. By the way, Sister Susu went back to MOU Lake, you can go later. He just remembered that he told Yi Wucai to set that up just like Luoyu City's Luoyu Lake. Yi Wucai looked at him and quickly said, Yes master, MOU Lake is built. He finally breathed easy. He knew master was truly angry just then. If master was angry to the extreme and kicked him out, he would be finished. Yimo breathed easy after handing city management to Ning Qingxue and Tang Beiwei. He believed the city would be managed better with their help. Then, Yimo went to visit Shirtai. When Shirtai saw Yimo, he was overjoyed. He thought he would be like this for the rest of his life, but he sought his master in the South Peace State and came to this city. Yimo arranged for Shirtai and Wenshulei to stay near MOU Lake before giving him the complete primordial chaos chant and some pills before leaving. Then, Yimo started preparing to rebuild the city's protection formation. Chapter 1179, Formation Mastery, MOU Treasureland. Ning Qingshuet and them knew that EMO was going to set up the city defense formation, so they didn't come to ask EMO for small things. Eventually, even Luo Ying and Luo Fei came to help. With Ning Qingshua's system of laws being enforced, MOU City became the first city on Luo Yu continent to have laws. Lin Yiban and Su Tong also followed Ning Qingshua and them. They were there to help and set up authority. Because the spirit Qi in MOU City was lacking, it was mostly mortals or Qi gathering in foundation establishment state cultivators here. There were rarely a few golden core states. The highest level was a nascent soul state cultivator. But he was Gu Wei and came to repay EMO in gratitude. He heard that EMO didn't die and was further set on staying here. Now that Ning Qingshua became the new city lord, he came to report to EMO at the city lord estate immediately. MOU City's spirit Qi was lacking, and although there was a spirit gathering formation, it couldn't attract cultivators. Those low-level cultivators came here due to EMO's name. Those who knew that EMO was being purged by the Infinity sect all left. Eventually, even the last batch of low-level cultivators were scared off by EMO's equality. So, there were very few cultivators in MOU City right now, so, despite Ning Qingshua and them being nascent soul state cultivator, even if they didn't have the two body condensation state bodyguards, their power was still at the pinnacle of the city. As for the three truth realization state guards secretly guarding, they never even came out. They were all told by Silver Moon Pill King and Xin Guanqing to help EMO set up the defense formation. As Ning Qingshua's laws were announced, some people were getting kicked out of MOU City. With some cultivators leaving, there really were few cultivators. The remaining ones admired Pill King Yi to the bone and didn't want to leave. MOU City also enforced citizenship. Everyone who entered the city had to be strictly logged. No one could come in secretly, so it was easy to leave MOU City now, but it wouldn't be easy to come in again. EMO focused his mind on the defense formation now. To him, a level 7 defense formation was pointless. He was going to set up a level 8 defense formation. He knew he was still a bit away from being a level 8 formation grandmaster, but he believed he would be able to reach that level after studying for a while. He already had new enlightenments in that ice god forbidden grounds. It even formed the fetus of a new system. But he didn't get much time to think about it at the time. But now that EMO had time to think about the formations in the ice god forbidden grounds and simulate it with the 3 birth chant, he could indeed reach level 8 grandmaster in some time. This was just one of the reasons. The other reason was that EMO believed his formation skills were better than he showed. His formations has always been set up in a rush, and he used formation flags that were used for everything. He didn't make formation flags for a specific formation. So, EMO believed that if he made unique formation flags and carefully thought about formations taking consideration of geology, his formation skills would be better. Plus, he could now barely forge mid-spirit artifacts and sometimes top-grade spirit artifacts. A forgery master's formation flags would definitely be better. Plus, ever since he reached level 7 formation grandmaster, he didn't spend much time on formations. This time, in order to break through, EMO went into the Golden Page world and used the time formation disk to perfect his formation system. He had spent an entire year simulating inside the time formation disk while only 1 month passed outside. No one went to disturb EMO. When EMO was beginning to gradually perfect his system, he put away the time formation disk and left the Golden Page world. He believed he had the capability to set up level 8 formations now. Then, he spent another month to check the geology. In this month, EMO looked carefully at the plain outside MOU City as well as the 2 intertwining rivers and decided to set up 3 formations outside MOU City. The first formation would encompass the river and plains as well as the mountain and the fields below the river. He wanted to use the spirit gathering formation to turn the field into a spirit farm to grow spirit crops. The main thing was that when more cultivators came, ordinary people could use it to trade with cultivators. That way, even ordinary people could live a nice life. This formation needed too many materials and the range was too big. With his current power, even though he was a level 8 formation grandmaster already, he could at most set up a level 7 defense formation. The second formation EMO planned to set up 100 kilometers from MOU City. EMO want to set this as a level 8 defense formation. As for the third one, it would be the final defense formation outside MOU City. He believed it must be a level 8 formation and a level 8 attack formation needed to be added. he also set up a level 7 formation outside the Spirit Marrow place, but that was seen through by a level 7 formation Grandmaster.
This gave EMO a warning. He set up the formation casually, not believing people would be able to come there, yet someone did, and he was a formation Grandmaster, so he must not let anyone find any weakness in his formation.
Not even a formation Grandmaster. In these days, EMO had been completely working on making formation flags and setting up spirit ranges.
He didn't keep a single one of the spirit ranges Silver Moon Pill King gave him. He planted them all below MOU City. In these few days, everyone could hearing rumbling sounds.
When EMO was placing the spirit range, Yu Chichao even came personally and brought 2 truth realization state cultivators to help. 3 months later, EMO set up more than 10 formations.
Defense, spirit gathering, air restriction, attack formation. He even rebuilt the formation in the City Lord Estate in MOU Lake. Eventually, EMO could simple set up level 7 formations and spent a little time to set up a complete level 8 formation. When EMO settled the spirit range below MOU City and closed the spirit gathering formation, everyone in MOU City felt an intense spirit chi. Those rare few cultivators who didn't leave MOU City felt the dense spirit chi and immediately rejoiced. They all chose to sit down and cultivate immediately. A place with this level of spirit chi density was usually only in the hands of big sects. Even big cultivation cities didn't have this. Brother EMO was really amazing. The formations he set up so quickly are all level 8 formation. Jiling brother is really unfortunate. Xinguanqing sighed. He was about to be a truth realization state cultivator and of course could feel the power of EMO's formations. Yu Chichao nodded. If Jiling was still alive, he would be overjoyed at a formation. Genius like EMO. MOU City's formations were completed. Those mortals living inside could all get a share of Spirit Farm. Those cultivators who stayed in MOU City would have their own place, but those cultivators who wanted to come to MOU City would have trouble. Under Tang Beiwei and Ning Qingshue's organization, cultivation business streets and mortal business streets formed. Pills and all sorts of resources flowed into the cultivation business streets. The precious pills that didn't appear in other places would appear in MOU City. Foundation Establishment Pill, Cultivation Increasing Pill, Blue One Pill, Condense Red Pill, Xiaohuan Pill, Soul Condensation Pill, Hollow Meridian Pill. As long as you had spirit stones, you could even buy Dew Condensation Pill and higher. In a short time, MOU City's name rang through the entire South Peace State. Almost all the cultivators wanted to flow to MOU City, and those who left before were in immense regret. It was easy to leave but too hard to get back in. Chapter 1180. Beautiful city, gradual prosperity. MOU City had the resources and future of Pill City but was 10 times, no, 100 times prettier than Pill City. The management was thousands of times better as well. In Pill City, low-level cultivators had to move aside respectfully when they saw high-level cultivators and weren't allowed to contest valuable things with them. But in MOU City everyone was equal. Now, it was too hard to settle in MOU City. There was no way to cheat the citizenship system, and the price of land was not something ordinary cultivators could afford. Even hollow spirit state and body condensation state cultivators could only rent a place, but those foundation establishment state and even chi gathering cultivators who stayed in MOU City before had their own place. Their land couldn't be taken away as in MOU City. Even a truth realization state was equal to an ordinary citizen. Those chi gathering cultivators who knew business all rented their land to high-level cultivators and now didn't need to look around for resources. They just had to rent a place together and could cultivate. As time moved on, more and more cultivators came to MOU City, and all sorts of resources, materials, and spirit herbs flowed to MOU City. MOU City's commercial streets became more and more developed and the city grew prosperous. At this moment, EMO was walking side by side with Luoying and Ning Qingxue by the river outside the city. After separation and running, they were finally settled. No one spoke now. This warmth and peace was what they'd always been seeking, and now that they finally got it, they felt how precious it was. Husband, I really like it here. If possible, I really want to live here my entire life. We can cultivate together and walk out together. Luoying raised her pretty face and her eyes were full of anticipation. She was a little older than Ning Qingxue, but her heart was younger than her. Her request was simple, to be with the person she loved in the place she liked. Everything else came second. EMO nodded and pulled their hands. When things end here and MOU City is stable, you guys can stay here and cultivate. Qingxue can help me look after MOU City. Are you going to go again? Luo Susu felt her hands shaking. She feared EMO leaving them again the most. EMO embraced Susu and said softly, I don't want to leave you guys as well. but it is a long time past the date I promised Song Yangzhu I would come for her. I'm afraid they're getting worried, so I want to bring Yi Ling and Song Yangzhu as well as Jin Guan all here. Then we can all live in Mou City and never separate. But GMO didn't say that when his power was strong enough, he would get revenge at Infinity Sect. Ning Qingxue and Luoying didn't speak. They didn't want GMO to leave, but it wasn't right to leave Song Yangzhu and them in North Far State. GMO sighed. It's a pity I'm only a level 8 formation grandmaster now. If I'm one day a level 9 formation grandmaster or even higher, I will set up a teleportation formation between Mou City and North Far State. And also there's Yimo, ask about her when you go. Ning Qingxue said sadly. She thought about her parents. Who knew if little Yimo would miss her parents? Yimo never mentioned it, but how could she not know? Yimo was worried about Yimo the most. Luoying suddenly blushed as though she wanted to say something. Yimo embraced Luoying tightly and said, Susu, what do you want to say? There's only us three here. Ning Qingxue suddenly grabbed Luoying's other arm and said, Sister Susu asked me last time why she still wasn't pregnant. But then Ning Qingxue also said quietly, actually, I want to know why we're still not pregnant after being with you for so long. They'd long been wanting to ask this, but they were too shy and were with other people. Yimo held them softly and said, Don't worry, it's just that I don't want a child now. When we're stronger, then we can think about it. Before Yimo didn't really understand, but he had realized now that if a female cultivator wanted to get pregnant, she needed to stop cultivation for at least a few years. Yimo knew now was the time for them to improve their cultivation. They couldn't stop. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the lifespan. Why even worry about having offsprings now? Yimo was already very happy with Yimo. Suddenly, a red flying sword landed on Yimo's hand. Yimo saw it and his face changed drastically. He quickly took Ning Qingxue and Luoying flying east. What happened? Ning Qingxue asked. Luoying also looked at Yimo in confusion. Yimo gave the flying sword to the two and said, It's Chang Nana who messaged me. She's Zifeng's wife. I didn't expect her and Zifeng to be in South Peace State as well. But Zifeng left her because he couldn't cultivate. I only knew this because I saw her in Truthfall City once. Zifeng is here too? Ning Qingxue asked in shock. Yimo nodded, and before he spoke, the sound of fighting came. Yimo saw Chang Nana being attacked by two Golden Core State cultivators. They were wearing Eternity Sea uniforms. Yimo knew without asking that Chang Nana probably heard he came to Mou City and wanted to come. But she was found by Eternity Sea cultivators. She was quite capable to be able to escape to the outskirts of Mou City. Chang Nana saw Yimo and them come and her face immediately rejoiced. She knew her life was saved. The two Eternity Sea cultivators saw Yimo and immediately recognized him to be Mou City's city lord, Yimo. Their face grew bad. Yimo's story of killing Hollow Spirit State Level 7 Ming Wujin was spread everywhere. Even nascent Soul State cultivators were just one slap for Yimo, much less them Golden Core State cultivators. We greet City Lord Yi. The two quickly bowed. Chang Nana quickly came up respectfully. Big brother, sister-in-law Luoying and Qingxue. The two greeted back but didn't have a deep impression of her. What's going on? Yimo asked Chang Nana. Chang Nana said, After I knew Big Brother came back to Mou City, I immediately wanted to come, but the sect knows about me seeing Big Brother at Truthfall City and they suspected Wu Yu's death has something to do with Big Brother. They've been watching me constantly. I found an opportunity and escaped here, but I was still caught up by them. Xian Bei, this has nothing to do with us. We were following her but we didn't try to kill her. We're just responsible for bringing her back to the sect, one Eternity Sea cultivator quickly said. Yimo sneered. You heard her? She calls me Big Brother and from now on, she's no longer an Eternity Sea cultivator. On her account I won't kill you today. Go back and tell your sect leader, if he still wants to scheme against me, go for it. Yes, Wan Bei will leave, the two quickly said and ran off without daring to coming back. Sorry Big Brother, I brought trouble to you again. Chang Nana said worriedly. Yimo waved his hand. Come back with us to Mou City first, don't worry about Zifeng, I will look around for him. Yes Big Brother, Chang Nana quickly said. Luoying and Ning Qingxue saw Lin Yiban rushing over from afar and immediately knew he had business with Yimo. So they said, we'll take Chang Nana back first. Do what you need to do. After the three were gone, Yimo looked at Lin Yiban and asked, Brother Lin, is there something? Silver Moon Pill King is here too and he has some business with you, Lin Yiban quickly said. Soon, Yu Chicho and Xing Guanqing came together. Yimo quickly bowed and asked, is there something urgent for the two Qianbais to come find me suddenly? Xin Guanqing smiled, can't we come to you even if there's nothing? But we really do have something. MOU City is very stable with your formations and 3 truth realization state cultivators. Marshall brother, you and I will help you find some people and bring a few old friends to settle here, otherwise, we would be too lonely. Yemo rejoiced, he knew these 2 pill kings were doing this for MOU City. How could cultivators feel lonely? Just as they were about to go, Yemo suddenly thought of one thing and quickly said, "Tu Qianbais, please stop, I have something to ask." Chapter 1181, Ji Ling's Essence Spirit, what is it? Yu Qichao stopped and asked, have the 2 Qianbei heard of Ice God Palace? Yemo remembered the blue bead and the woman that defined extreme beautiful who was in his golden page world. Yu Qichao shook his head. No, is this some sect? A new sect? I know Ice God Forbidden Grounds, but I've never heard of Ice God Palace. Xin Guanqing shook his head too. Do the 2 Qianbais know when the Ice God Forbidden Grounds appeared? Yemo asked again. The 2 shook their heads again. Xin Guanqing said, Ice God Forbidden Grounds have existed before our birth and the legends about it vary, but none of them are accurate, don't believe them. After sending off the 2, Yemo felt unimpressed. That Qing Ru woman told him to send the bead to the Ice God Palace, but he didn't even know where it was. Where would he find it? Luckily he didn't say he was going to help her for sure. By the way, Brother Lin, your ancestor's home is a 9-star village, the current Nangong village, right? Yemo asked. Lin Yiban nodded and seemed sad. Yemo patted his shoulder. If you don't mind, can you tell me about your ancestor Chu Joyu? Lin Yiban didn't hesitate. Of course, I know all about my ancestor Chu Joyu from my father. Our family tree writes that after Chu Joyu broke the void in South Peace State, he didn't reach the immortal realm but landed in a place that couldn't support cultivation. My father said that place was called Earthstar, but it got changed to Earth. It's a place with little spirit chi. Yemo thought, Chu Joyu indeed went to Earth, the place where he transmigrated. My ancestor Chu Joyu was unsatisfied. He didn't travel across the void to go to an arid place devoid of spirit chi, so he tried to get back to South Peace State. He thought of many ways and eventually used more than half of his extreme grade materials to make a top grade teleportation formation disc called Fish Jump Through Dragon Gate. But that formation disc can only bring one person back to South Peace State and could only be used once. At that time, my ancestor had a lot of people with him, so he thought of another way. What way? Yemo asked excitedly. The Fish Jump Through Dragon Gate was indeed Chu Joyu's work. Lin Yiban said dejectedly, my ancestor wanted to set up a teleportation formation on Earth and then use the Fish Jump Through Dragon Gate to get back to South Peace State and set up another teleportation formation there. Hearing this, Yemo was confused. The teleportation formation was clearly set up, so why didn't Chu Joyu come back to South Peace State? Lin Yiban sighed. My ancestor found another small world called the Magical Continents while setting up the teleportation formation. That world's spirit chi was much denser than Earth, so my ancestor set the teleportation formation in Magical Continents. He believed it would be closer to South Peace State and easier to set up a teleportation formation. But he didn't expect to have his immortal ascension divine damnation as soon as he set up the teleportation formation from Earth to Magical Continent Mountain before he set up the teleportation formation to South Peace State. You're saying your ancestor Chu Joyu ascended into the immortal realm from the small world? Yemo asked in shock. If the teleportation formation at Xinjia Mountain wasn't set up by Chu Joyu, who did it then? If Chu Joyu ascended into immortal realm, how did Fish Jump Through Dragon Gate appear on Earth? Lin Yiban shook his head. I don't know if my ancestor ascended into the immortal realm, but according to the records of people who followed my ancestor, he gave his storage ring to his follower as soon as he noticed the divine damnation. He told him to give it to the descendants of the Chu family. The storage ring was indeed given to our family. The divine damnation was very terrifying. One lightning arc blew off the head of a mountain there. Yemo now realized why the Magical Continent Mountain was flat. Lin Yiban continued, that follower of my ancestor came back to Earth through my ancestor's teleportation formation, but neither Earth nor small world spirit chi could sustain cultivation. So in order to go back to South Peace State, one of our Chu family member used Fish Jump Through Dragon Gate to get back to our 9-star village. He wanted to get a South Peace State formation Chenbei to set up a teleportation formation to the small world, but no one knew where the small world was, so that couldn't be set up.
So that ancestor who returned to South Peace State wasn't able to get back his family on Earth and his cultivation stagnated. He changed the village name to Fish Jump Through Dragon Gate Village in remembrance of his family. Then, our Chu family fell and the Fish Jump Through Dragon Gate Village fell in others' hands.
Yi-mo sighed and patted Lin Yiban's shoulder.
Don't worry, when your cultivation reaches a level you will get back to the 9-star village.
The two spoke as they walked and came back to Mou City.
Yi-mo knew what this Fish Jump Through Dragon Gate thing was now, even if it was complete, so what? He didn't want to go back to Earth like Chu Zhouyu and be unable to come to Luoying and them. A month later, Yi-mo left Silver with Ning Qingxue and the Snow Fox with Luoying before leaving them again. He was going to North Far State to pick up Yangzhu and them as well as find Yi-mo. He couldn't use the teleportation formation. As long as one of the 9-star or 8-star sects managing the teleportation formation didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to use it. Plus, he didn't want people knowing that he was leaving Mou City. He had an extreme grade cultivation artifact. According to Lu Wuhu, it would take about 5 years, but Yi-mo didn't think that way. When Lu Wuhu told him this, he was only hollow spirit state. He was now body condensation state level 3, the stronger he was the faster Blue Moon would be. So the 5 years could be shortened to 4 years, plus, he would be in cultivation during flight and if he reached cauldron filling state mid-travel, he might only need 3 years. For a cultivator, 3 years swung by quickly. He told Song Yangzhu and them he would be back in 2 or 3 years, but this time had already passed.
He didn't know how hard it was to travel between the two states before. After Yi-mo left Mou City, he didn't go into the Heartless Sea immediately. He went to where Ji Ling died. He lost to Chen Bei who helped him wholeheartedly here. He needed to pay his respects. The battleground was a mess. The mark of the low-grade immortal artifact was still there. Jiling's shattered ship was still there as well. Yi-mo sadly took this useless flying magic artifact and bowed before leaving. At this moment, Yi-mo felt an extremely weak voice calling out. He subconsciously shook. Why did he feel that was Jiling's voice? Soon, he rubbed his head and felt he thought too much. Even though Jiling was disaster transformation state, he wouldn't be able to keep his essence spirit with a truth realization state attacking, but in his confusion he heard that weak call again. It was indeed Jiling's voice. Yi-mo rejoiced. Jiling's essence spirit hasn't dissipated yet. He reproached himself for not coming here earlier. Soon, in a stack of dirt, Yi-mo found a pale yellow rock. Yi-mo could immediately tell it was formed by a formation and was where Jiling rested his essence spirit. Indeed, as soon as Yi-mo picked up the stone, he heard Jiling's voice. My essence spirit is about to dissipate. I have a son Jichin at all formation sect. Please help me look after him, little brother Yi. Jiling's voice was getting weaker after just a few words. Yi-mo was very worried. You don't need to feel guilty. Without the immortal curl flower, even if you came earlier, it would be the same, Jiling said. Hearing that, Yi-mo thought and took out a clear bead. Qianbei, you can rest in this bead first. I will help you find immortal curl flower. Clear spirit bead? Jiling called out in shock. Chapter 1182. Crossed the Heartless Sea. A month later, a blue ray darted over tens of thousands of kilometers from Mou City and disappeared into the Heartless Sea. This was Yi-mo's blue moon. Yi-mo met Jiling's essence spirit and although it was about to dissipate, it could be saved for now with Yi-mo's spirit cleansing bead. However, he knew that if he didn't find the immortal curl flower soon, he still wouldn't be able to save Jiling. The immortal curl flower had only been said to appear in one place, although no one had seen it before, and that was the Heartless Sea. The immortal curl flower could perfectly rebuild a cultivator's body as well as essence spirit. If he found immortal curl flower, Jiling would be saved, but without it, Jiling's death was unavoidable. Yi-mo strengthened Blue Moon's formation by adding another stealth formation. Yi-mo knew the hardest part about crossing Heartless Sea wasn't time or distance, it was that there were too many powerful beings there. If one offended a powerful faction in the Heartless Sea, even truth realization state cultivators couldn't be saved, much less him. So, Yi-mo tried to keep low-key. If it weren't for Jiling, he wouldn't even plan on stopping at all. Jiling's essence spirit was weak and Yi-mo put the spirit cleansing bead on the Herb King spirit range. After doing all that, Yi-mo set up another surveillance formation on Blue Moon before attaching 8 extreme grade spirit stones and going into the Golden Page world to use the time formation disc to cultivate. Using a split of his spirit sense to control Blue Moon would reduce his speed, but Yi-mo didn't want to waste time. After flying for another month, Yi-mo was in the deep sea. He was body condensation state level 5 now and although he gave all the spirit marrow pawns to Luoying in them,
He had an extreme grade spirit range.
This was no weaker than the spirit marrow pond, and the spirit chi was even denser. The only thing was it wasn't as easily devoured as the spirit marrow. But it didn't affect Emo as he had the bitter bamboo. He didn't encounter any obstacles in this month. Even if he met some spirit beasts, Blue Moon was too fast and had already passed before they could react. The only pity was Blue Moon used 8 extreme grade spirit stones a month. Although Yu Chichao gave him some and he collected some himself, there were only about 100 now. This would only be enough to support Blue Moon for a year. The second month was about to pass, but Emo had reached body condensation state level 6. Just when he was about to reach body condensation state level 7, a flying magic artifact faster than Blue Moon chased up to him. The target was clearly Blue Moon. Emo was shook. He quickly left the golden page world and controlled Blue Moon to accelerate. With his full power concentrated on this, Blue Moon was even faster. The flying magic artifact behind also noticed this and sped up as well. Emo soon found that after the people behind accelerated too, their speed was on par with him. He had a bad feeling, but when he saw that there were only 3 people behind and the strongest one was only cauldron filling state level 3, he stopped Blue Moon. If the chase continued, he would be exposed and noticed. It was a chariot flying magic artifact, and at the front stood a pretty young girl with milky white skin. Her wavy hair fell loosely on her shoulder and her face was a little red. What shook Emo were her chests. They were like 2 huge mountains. This made Emo think of his teacher Yun Bing. Out of all the women he knew, Yun Bing's chests were definitely big, but they weren't enough compared to this girl. Thinking of Yun Bing, Emo suddenly felt a little sad. Ever since he left Ninghai, he never went to visit her nor Ting Ting. Perhaps they would never meet again. Oomph. A sneer sounded and Emo turned around. She looked at most in her teens but was already hollow spirit state middle stage. Why are you running when you saw us coming? Did you do something bad? Who gave you the right to do what you want in this place? The girl asked coldly. Emo frowned. This girl was either stupid or intentionally starting trouble. He didn't care about the girl but the 2 people behind her, one cauldron filling state level 2, one cauldron filling state level 3. Either of them would be quite tough for him to handle. It seemed her status was quite high as the 2 were her guards. Are your ears deaf? Did you not hear me asking you? The girl asked unhappily after seeing that Emo didn't reply. Emo said coldly, what does anything I do have to do with you? Is the Heartless Sea your home? Am I not allowed to pass? You're asking to die. The cauldron filling state level 2 heard this and immediately released a dark magic artifact. Emo didn't even see what it was, but the cauldron filling state level 3 stopped the cauldron filling state level 2. He said to Emo coldly, you're right, this place is our mistress's home. Considering that it's your first offense, leave your flying magic artifact and you can leave. Emo immediately realized the girl's dodgy eyes showed that she wanted his Blue Moon, but she could keep dreaming. Emo also noticed that when the cauldron filling state cultivator spoke, there was a sliver of cruelty in his eyes. Clearly, as soon as he gave Blue Moon, he would kill him. A mere body condensation state cultivator dares to cross the Heartless Sea, insolent. The cauldron filling state level 2 sneered. Emo could tell these people weren't spirit beasts, but he didn't understand why there were cultivators at the depth of the Heartless Sea. Sorry, I'm not going to play with you. Emo was about to activate Blue Moon. Since you don't want to live, I'll fulfill your dream, that cauldron filling state level 2 said and waved a black ray over at Emo's head. Emo sneered. If he really wanted to run, he wouldn't stop at all. This was the first time he fought with a cauldron filling state cultivator. He wasn't careless at all and immediately released Octagonal Cauldron and Zisu. When that dark magic artifact came above Emo's head, he immediately felt this space didn't belong to him. Even the octagonal cauldron wasn't able to spin. He was shook and thought of the strike he created at the Spirit Marrow Palace and the words of that cultivator. Domain, was this domain? This guy's domain wasn't even a little bit completed, but after that past experience and this little bit of domain, his knowledge of domains instantly cleared up. He felt that he could easily turn that binding into his. There was no reason, it was a type of confidence. The next moment, Zisu hacked out and a long purple ray and his strong desire of binding space flew out. Nice cauldron. The cauldron filling state saw Yemo's octagonal cauldron and quite liked it. Good thing, Air Wu. I want that big cauldron as well, the young girl said. Yemo sneered and hacked out Zisu even faster.
The space that bound EMO quickly shattered. Domain. The cauldron-filling state level 2 felt he couldn't restrict EMO's magic artifact, and instead his magic artifact was restricted. He really didn't understand how a body condensation state cultivator could understand domains. Even he, who was under the tutelage of the sect leader, only barely understood a little bit, but he realized too late. His magic artifact completely stopped. Rumble, crack, Zisu clashed with the dark magic artifact and purple rays splashed everywhere. That cauldron-filling state spat blood and flew out, dragging a trail of blood behind him. Chapter 1183, Borders 3 Seas. That cauldron-filling state flew out 100 meters and stopped himself. The girl and the cauldron-filling state level 3 watching were shook. They never expected a cauldron-filling state level 2 would be hacked away by a body condensation state level 6 in one strike. That cauldron-filling state level 3 saw EMO was about to continue the attack and quickly released his magic artifact to stop EMO. EMO saw this and rejoiced. This was his desired effect. He knew with his current power, even if he injured that cauldron-filling state level 2, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Drawing that cauldron-filling state level 3 away from the flying chariot was his goal. So when the cauldron-filling state tried to stop him, he turned away and flew towards the flying chariot. The two saw this and were scared shitless. They immediately knew what GMO was trying to do. Their mistress wouldn't last even half a move. Don't kill her. The cauldron-filling state level 3 quickly called. If the mistress died, them dying wasn't even a big deal, but their family would have their souls burned. The wavy-haired girl saw EMO coming and was immediately scared shitless. She saw a purple ray fly over. Am I going to die? This was her only thought. EMO wasn't brainless enough to kill this young girl. It was obvious she had a big background, and if he killed her, that would be big trouble. If he was hunted on the Heartless Sea, how could he escape? He just wanted to destroy their flying chariot. Without it, how could they chase him? Zisu hacked on the flying magic artifact and it made a huge explosion. Without looking at his result, he flew into Blue Moon and turned into a blue ray and disappeared. The flying cultivation artifact had a crack. It didn't affect flying, but it would be impossible to chase up to EMO again. Arg. The girl screamed after Blue Moon disappeared. This bastard ruined my flying chariot. I'm going to kill him. The cauldron-filling state cultivators looked at each other in shock. They were rejoicing that the strike wasn't targeted at their mistress. They were also shocked at Yemo's power. If there was only one of them, perhaps he wouldn't choose to run and would instead kill them. How was a body condensation state this powerful? This was too absurd. Did he hide his power? That cauldron-filling state level 3 asked. The cauldron-filling state level 2 fell silent and shook his head after a while. Impossible. I felt that strike. It's body condensation state cultivation essence. I really don't understand how a body condensation state cultivator is this strong. Dawu, Airwu, let's chase up. I'm not going to let that bastard get away. I'm going to kill him and get his cauldron and that flying magic artifact. Wait, and that kitchen knife. The young girl yelled. The cauldron-filling state level 3 said, Mistress, that person intentionally damaged our flying magic artifact, and even if he didn't, we can only keep up but not chase up to him. Now, it's even more impossible. He ruined my magic artifact. I'm not going to let him go. I'm going to kill him. Go back immediately. Get my father to send out the hunt order. I don't believe he will be able to run from our Tong Hai cult land. The mistress clenched her teeth. She already forgot that GMO didn't kill her, or in her subconscious mind she felt no one dared to kill her. After escaping tens of thousands of kilometers away, EMO breathed easy. Luckily he destroyed their flying magic artifact. He wouldn't be able to get any benefit out of fighting those two cauldron-filling state. EMO didn't dare to stay in Golden Page World to cultivate anymore. He controlled Blue Moon to speed north while using time to cultivate. Another month later, EMO was body condensation state level 7. He felt his power increase again. More importantly, he had a deeper feeling of space control and a completely new knowledge of domains. EMO was cultivating on Blue Moon today and suddenly his spirit sense scanned. There were 3 nascent soul state cultivators chasing a level 6 spirit beast. EMO thought his spirit sense was faulty and quickly checked again. It was right, in the depth of the Heartless Sea. There were nascent soul states chasing a spirit beast. EMO put away his Blue Moon and dashed to that level 6 sea lion. He easily kicked it unconscious and those 3 nascent soul state just arrived. Seeing what GMO did, they were all horrified. Clearly, Yemo's power was far greater than theirs. The few nascent soul state cultivators quickly bowed. We greet Qianbei.
Yemo nodded. This is the depth of the Heartless Sea. How can you overtly hunt spirit beasts? With your powers, is there no danger? The three immediately understood what Yemo meant and asked respectfully, Qianbei just came to Heartless Sea, right? Yemo nodded. Yes, what's wrong?
The nascent soul state cultivator quickly said. Qianbei might not know that despite this place being extremely far from the nearest city of South Peace State Imo City, but this isn't the depth of the Heartless Sea. This is still the border of Heartless Sea. In order to reach deep sea, even top-grade cultivation artifacts need about 2 to 3 years. We're the Sea Cultivator Alliance cultivators and this is part of the Sea Cultivator Alliance's region.
Yemo was speechless.
He had been in the Heartless Sea for 4 months and he thought he was in the deep sea, but he was still actually at the border. Suddenly, he thought, how did that cauldron-filling state know he was passing through the Heartless Sea? Yemo asked again.
Where is the Sea Cultivator Alliance? Are there large amounts of cultivators living on the islands here?
The nascent soul state immediately replied, Qianbei, this place indeed has large amounts of cultivators living here because it's not part of the deep sea. There are 3 big powers here, we call them the 3 seas. Tell me about them, Yemo said casually. One of them said, the number 1 of the 3 seas is Tonghai Cult. The cult leader Yang Lai is said to be Truth Realization State Peak Stage.
The second is our Sea Cultivator Alliance. The Alliance leader Wang Song is Truth Realization State Tertiary Stage and we have 2 Truth Realization State Vice Leaders.
The third is Songhai Palace. The 3 kings there are also Truth Realization State cultivators. Then why don't you go South Peace State but instead stay here? Yemo asked. The cultivator bowed, Qianbei, most of us came from South Peace State but the resources there are too rare and expensive. With our talent it's hard for us to find a good sect, and even if we do, we won't get many resources. But in the Heartless Sea, it's different. It's dangerous but we get paid heftily. As long as we work hard finding resources we can trade them for pills. Yemo realized, as long as one worked hard one could cultivate to the extreme on the Heartless Sea as it had boundless resources. That's right, Yemo subconsciously answered. Yes, Qianbei, but the only bad things is there are always beast tides attacking. Usually, the 3 seas would work together to stop the beast tides. Yemo didn't ask about that anymore and said, do you have a map of the Heartless Sea? The cultivator dazed but quickly said, the Heartless Sea maps are very precious, we can't get them but if Qianbei wants PME, you can try your luck on the Ling Island. It's the Sea Cultivator Alliance's land, about 300,000 kilometers from here. If Qianbei wants to go we have a map here. Then he took out a jade slip to Yemo. Yemo thanked him and gave a few soul essence pills before going. This Qianbei is so young and wealthy. He easily gave a few soul essence pills. The cultivators exclaimed. Chapter 1184, Forgery on the Spot. Yemo didn't keep heading off. He came here and realized his preparations weren't sufficient. He didn't expect there were these powers still here a few months into the Heartless Sea. So he planned to go to that Ling Island to scout out where the immortal curlflower appeared in the Heartless Sea and to buy a precise map. It would be best if he could get one that clearly stated where the spirit beast power factions were in the Heartless Sea so he could avoid them. Yemo thought that since Ling Island was just an island, it wouldn't be very big, but when he came to the island, he found that he was greatly mistaken. There was a spirit sense barrier formation but Yemo couldn't see how big the island was at all. The South Peace City was rather big but Yemo felt that even a few more of that city wouldn't even be 1/10 of the land here. There was actually such a huge island here in the Heartless Sea. This was far from what Yemo expected. What shook him the most was that the defense formation here reached level 9 peak stage. Even Jiling might not be able to set it up. After entering the island, Yemo felt a powerful spirit sense scan over clearly checking his power, but that spirit sense didn't stop at all and he didn't get questioned. There were many cultivators here but Yemo didn't see any beast cultivators. They were all human cultivators. When Yemo first came in, he found that the prosperity here was no lesser than any great city on land. The spacious streets had all sorts of stores on the sides and in some open spaces, there were some stalls. This was a huge market and there were all sorts of cultivators there. There was the smell of the ocean. Yemo scanned with his spirit sense and most of the materials here were related to the sea. Yemo asked and a decent level 5 beast core was only a few thousand top grade spirit stones.
This price was very cheap. Yemo wasn't interested in these beast cores here. If there was one level 8 or above, he might ask about it. Yemo came to a rather large shop called Sea Treasure Place. He wanted to buy a large map, but as soon as he walked into the shop, his body went cold and his power was instantly limited to below golden core state. Yemo was shook and subconsciously was about to release his magic artifact, but he soon calmed down. This probably wasn't targeted at him. Anyone who came in here would have his power restricted. He carefully looked around and saw all the cultivators here acted normal, and he knew he was thinking too much. He broke out in a cold sweat and became more careful. On this island, even a shop was this careful and could set up such terrifying formations that limited others' power. This was too shocking. Even in the South Peace State, he didn't see such a shop. He couldn't set up this power-limiting formation. If this wasn't someone else's shop, Yemo even wanted to study this formation. What formation was this powerful that could even limit one's power? But Yemo knew he couldn't do that. Perhaps as soon as his spirit sense touched the formation, he would be taken away for questioning. Contrary to the South Peace State, there were no attendants nor someone to introduce you to things. You had to go look around yourself and ask. There were tens of cultivators looking inside, and he also looked around. He was planning to ask someone if there were sea maps, but when he saw the variety of forgery materials, he was immediately interested. He needed all sorts of materials to practice forgery. He was a level 6 forgery great master. If he bought some materials and kept practicing forgery, would he be a cultivation artifact forgery grandmaster when he went back to North Far State? Yemo also saw a strange phenomena. The spirit artifacts here was absurdly expensive, while the materials here were much cheaper than the South Peace State. Sigh, I really want to learn forgery. If I knew, I wouldn't have to hunt beasts and find materials anymore. A nascent soul state cultivator shook his head inside. Yemo heard this and had an idea. He didn't have many spirit stones left, and now he had a better way of collecting materials. Thinking about this, Yemo walked up to the person behind the counter and asked, "Is there a sea map here?" The person was only golden core state and could tell Yemo was stronger than him. He quickly said, "Yes, Qianbei, please wait a moment." Then, he casually took out more than 10 jade slips and said, "Qianbei, our Sea Treasure Place's sea maps are the most complete. This includes everywhere within a few million radius of the Ling Island, and the markings are very clear." Yemo took out a few and looked before frowning. "I don't want this, I want the map for the entire Heartless Sea." With this, all the cultivators in the shop looked at Yemo. Clearly Yemo asked for too much. "Ha!" The person dazed and shook his head. "Qianbei, there's no sea map for the Heartless Sea, even the entire Ling Island won't have it. An auction 10 years ago had one, but it wasn't very complete. It was bought away for 100 million spirit stones." Yemo was shook. Even if there was such a map, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Seeing this, the person smiled. Clearly, there were too much ignorant cultivators like Yemo. He clearly wanted to cross the Heartless Sea. Many cultivators wanted to do this, but none of them succeeded. "Thank you." Yemo smiled bitterly. He still wanted to ask about the immortal curlflower, but it seemed he didn't need to, or he would be seen as a queer. Yemo didn't have the mood to buy materials here anymore. They were cheap, but he needed large amounts. After leaving the shop, Yemo felt his power recover. He felt more threatened by the formation of the shop. But this method was quite useful. If he could master this formation, perhaps he could use it for his shop in Mou City. He didn't continue asking other shops and instead came to the market. He found a spacious place and put up a sign, "Forgery on the spot." Yemo calculated the price for a spirit artifact and the materials needed. The spirit artifact was 5 times the price of the materials. This was quite absurd. In South Peace State it would be about 1.5 to 2 times the price, so Yemo's sign read, "Forgery of middle grade spirit artifact, price is 2 times the price of the materials." That means if you gave 2 times the materials, you can get 1 spirit artifact. Yemo thought he would immediately get a lot of people wanting to ask him for forgery, but he waited for a whole day and there was not a single customer. Did these people love getting ripped off at shops, or did they not want something from a roadside stall? This wasn't right. Cultivators wouldn't care about that. They only cared about quality. There were quite some cultivators looking at this sign, but they pointed at it and left. He wasted a whole day and didn't get a single customer. Just when he was about to leave, he heard a person ask timidly, "May I ask if you really only take double the price of the materials?" Yemo heard this and rejoiced. He looked up and saw 1 man and woman. Both were golden core state primary stage. It was the female cultivator speaking. Her hair was slightly yellow and her body was skinny, Emo quickly said. Yes, just double the material price, but you're my first customer, I've decided to forge for free. Emo just needed a start, chapter 1185, booming business, huh? The two cultivators looked surprised and joyful. They didn't expect that because they were the first customers, they didn't even have to pay. The skinny sallow female cultivator quickly said, thank you, Qianbei. Then, she took out a big block of sea blue coral and said, I only have this material and I want to make a low-grade flying spirit artifact. If it's not enough I have a few more level 5 spirit beast materials. It was because she didn't have enough materials but still wanted a flying magic artifact but didn't have enough payment for the forgery master that she was so overjoyed when she saw Emo's advertisement. A few people who knew the two shook their heads. He's clearly a fraud and they still believed him. I heard someone did this last year. He collected a lot of materials but didn't forge a single spirit artifact. That person was powerful so the people who lost their material couldn't do anything about it. Emo heard the discussion clearly and frowned. He finally understood why he had no business. Someone already used this move and he was a fraud. The two heard people's discussion and immediately became nervous. The male cultivator looked at the sea blue coral in Emo's hands and was very scared Emo would ruin it. Because it was obvious that Emo's power was something they couldn't mess with. If Emo broke their material, they could only suck it up. Emo saw this and smiled calmly. If you guys believe me then I will help you forge a flying magic artifact. If you don't believe me I will give the sea blue coral back to you right now. No, Qianbei, I trust you, the female cultivator said adamantly. Emo nodded. Okay, then I'll help you make it now. The sea blue coral was a level 5 extreme grade material. If it was given to Lu Wuhu, Emo believed Lu Wuhu could even forge a top grade or even a half extreme grade spirit artifact. Although he couldn't compare with Lu Wuhu, if he could only forge a low grade spirit artifact he would be too much of a failure. So, Emo had decided to at least forge a middle grade flying magic artifact. Emo waved his hand and a deep orange flame appeared in his flame. Emo's flame immediately shocked the people around. Purple flower fire, it's a rare flame. Can he really forge spirit artifacts? He's not a fraud? I remember that forgery cultivator before didn't forge artifacts in front of anyone. He said he was forging in the restriction and it eventually failed. Then, the materials were gone. I think this Qianbei has real capabilities, otherwise he wouldn't do this in front of everyone nor have purple flower fire. It's probably so, this way he wouldn't be able to keep the materials for himself secretly. The sea blue coral soon turned into a blue liquid under the purple flower fire and floated before Emo sent signs into the blue liquid. It was extremely fast and even the cultivators watching couldn't count how many hand signs Emo used. It seemed Emo was inscribing formations while refining the materials. It doesn't seem right, I've seen other people forge, why doesn't he have a cauldron? Yeah, he at least needs a forgery cauldron, right? This is so strange. The discussions didn't affect Emo at all. He of course knew forgery needed a forgery cauldron. Usually only low-grade magic artifacts could be forged without forgery cauldron. High-level spirit artifacts and even cultivation artifacts weren't able to be forged without a forgery cauldron. 3 Birth chant was about everything growing and simulating itself. Confining it wasn't the best way. So, he gave up the forgery cauldron and didn't use it to confine the magic artifact. Emo found that forging this way had a higher requirement for spirit sense based on the level of the magic artifact. Ordinary forgery masters would have damaged the materials already before the magic artifact formed because their spirit sense wasn't enough to control the material, but Emo had purple eye soul sever so his spirit sense was powerful, but Emo discovered that if he didn't use a forgery cauldron, the magic artifact forged would be much stronger than other magic artifacts of the same level. With this experience, Emo was even more adamant on giving up the forgery cauldron. For a time, he even wanted to give up pill cauldron for pill concoction, but he soon found that giving that up made him only concoct heaven grade level 1 pill at most. And the pills concocted were very potent, they weren't mild at all and would easily damage the cultivator's meridians. It wasn't beneficial for cultivators. Eventually, Emo's conclusion was that for forgery, it was better to be powerful and dominating, but for pill concoction, the pill cauldron was needed to remove the dominance and make the pills mild. Perhaps once he became an extreme grade pill king, he wouldn't need a pill cauldron but still could concoct mild pills.
As more and more people watched, the blue gust shone brighter and brighter. Eventually, it was even a little too radiant. Another 7 minutes later, the blue gust buzzed and soon it began to morph. This time was short, and when the spinning stopped, an extremely exquisite blue flying magic artifact appeared in Yemo's hand. Top-grade spirit artifact. It's actually a top-grade spirit artifact? Level 5C blue coral was forged into a top-grade spirit artifact. Is this real? The defense formation on it looks like at least level 6. Amazing! Such a powerful flying magic artifact. The discussion grew louder and louder. The crowd grew more and more excited. No one expected that Yemo was not only not a fraud but a forgery master who could concoct top-grade spirit artifacts. He was at least a level 7 spirit artifact forgery master. This made the two cultivators very excited. Their face became red and they also began to worry. They were worried if Yemo would take back the free deal. The price difference between low-grade and top-grade spirit artifacts was huge. A top-grade spirit artifact could buy tens of low-grade spirit artifact. Yemo handed the flying ship magic artifact to the female cultivator and said, "I've made a top-grade spirit artifact. Are you happy with it, friend?" The female cultivator took the spirit artifact excitedly and even her hands were shaking. How could she not be happy with this? If Yemo didn't help her, even if she worked hard for a few decades, she might not be able to get this. Yemo did this to promote his name. Thank you Chinbei. The male cultivator reacted and quickly thanked. Yemo waved his hand. "You're the first to come to my business, you're helping me too. Don't worry." Then, Yemo got up and saluted with his fists. "Friends, I'm here for forgery." Everyone saw it just then. It's still the same price. 2 sets of materials for a middle-grade spirit artifact or top-grade spirit artifact. Those friends who need it can sign up now. With this, the spectating cultivators all rushed up. Everyone saw Yemo's forgery capabilities, and if they missed this opportunity, they would be idiots. The cultivators near the sea almost all had large amounts of materials. Yemo saw everyone rush up and quickly waved his hand. "Everyone line up and prepare your materials. Those who disrupt order and cut in lines will not be attended to." Hearing this, no one dared to cut in lines. Then, Yemo began his work and middle-grade spirit artifacts flew out of his hands like a conveyor belt. Those cultivators who got spirit artifacts were overjoyed and thanked him many times. Using double the price of the materials to get a spirit artifact, no one wouldn't want this. As more and more materials stacked up in Yemo's storage ring, they eventually formed a small mountain. His forgery speed grew faster and faster. At the start, he failed a little on top-grade spirit artifacts. But eventually, it became a 100% success rate. 3 days later, Yemo even began to forge extreme-grade spirit artifact, and now he stopped accepting middle-grade spirit artifact orders. This way, the materials he got were higher and higher level. News of this spread out and more cultivators came. Yemo was by himself and clearly couldn't deal with all these orders, so he hung up a new sign. Chapter 1186. How many prodigies exist in the world? The sign's meaning was clear, because more and more people were coming and Yemo couldn't deal with them all. Those cultivators with sea maps had priority. Those cultivators who knew where high-level spirit herbs appeared also had priority. He was looking for fruits such as Sha fruit, truth spirit grass, soul return fruit, immortal curl flower. The most important was immortal curl flower. Those cultivators who saw this list felt their skin began to creep. Other than soul return fruit, they were all level 9 spirit herbs. But in order for Yemo, the forgery master, to help them, these cultivators still went around looking for sea maps and news of these few legendary spirit herbs. In the next few days, Yemo collected another large stack of materials but also collected a large stack of sea maps. Yemo looked and they were all fragmented. There was no entire map of the Heartless Sea. As for the spirit herbs he listed, there was not a single piece of news about them. 3 days later, Yemo had a certain success rate for extreme-grade spirit artifacts, but he still had no signs of the immortal curl flower. Yemo had collected a lot of materials. He sighed and was prepared to leave Ling Island and continue moving forward. Staying here was wasting time. Good skills, good capability. An exclamation caught Yemo's notice and he saw a middle-aged man standing not far away. He was Cauldron Filling State Level 6 power. This Cauldron Filling State cultivator walked up and saluted with his fists. "Friend, I'm the Ling Island's Truth Treasure Alliance Manager Wang Huaneng." Yemo quickly got up and saluted with his fists.
I'm solo cultivator EMO. EMO could tell this was a forgery business corporation.
Him doing forgery for such a cheap price must have threatened their interests. Luckily he had enough materials and was ready to leave. Wang Huaneng smiled.
Dao Frenji, you forged here for half a month. Do you know what would happen if you did this at Tonghai Cult's Tonling Island or at Songhai Palace's Songhai Three Islands? Yi Mo cursed. If he wasn't trying to find the immortal curlflower for Jiling Qianbei, he might have left Ling Island already. Manager Wang, Yi Mo just came here and didn't know the rules.
Don't worry, I will leave the Ling Island immediately, Yi Mo explained.
Wang Huaneng laughed. Dao Frenji, don't worry, our Ling Island is different than Tonghai Cult and Songhai Palace. We're a sea cultivator alliance. You have the capability to be forging here, we're not here to kick you away, we just want to invite you over to talk about some business. Although this Wang Huaneng didn't seem to have any bad intentions, Yi Mo didn't plan to go with him. He believed the Truth Treasure Alliance was probably trying to bring him and have him forge for them. He didn't have the time to do that. Yi Mo saluted with his fists again. Thank you, Manager Wang, but I have other things.
I won't go with you, please understand this.
Wang Huaneng seemed to know what Yi Mo thought.
Dao Frenji, don't worry, I'm not here to invite you to forge for our Truth Treasure Alliance.
As for the spirit herbs you wrote, if you have interest you can come and have a chat with me.
Hearing this, Yi Mo immediately said, okay, Manager Wang, please wait a moment.
Yi Mo then finished the last top-grade spirit artifact and put his things away.
He saluted with his fists to the cultivators lining up.
Friends, thank you for your support, the forgery for this time will end now. Many cultivators made a ruckus, but no matter what, they didn't dare to start trouble with Yi Mo.
No one could see through his power and they knew that Manager Wang was the Truth Treasure Alliance manager and cauldron-filling state middle stage. Which low-level cultivator could offend him? The cultivators asking Yi Mo for forgery were either Golden Core State or Nascent Soul State, there were rarely a few Hollow Spirit State.
So despite not being willing, they could only leave. Yi Mo came with Wang Huaneng to a luxurious commercial building.
On the front door there were the three shiny golden words, Truth Treasure Alliance. It seemed like the words were about to fly away. Wang Huaneng gave him a sign to go in.
Yi Mo frowned, but even so, he walked in without hesitation. After Yi Mo walked in, he breathed easy.
He was scared that as soon as he came in, his cultivation level would immediately be suppressed like the Sea Treasure Tower. But this wasn't the case. Wang Huaneng brought Yi Mo to the top floor and after entering, Yi Mo found that there were already two cultivators here. Two female cultivators, one middle-aged, beautiful woman and another looking to be in her 20s. She was also very beautiful. The middle-aged woman coiled her hair above her head giving her a rather noble look and her female cultivator dress fully showcased her beautiful curves. The snowy white neck that was revealed further embellished her beauty. The young girl next to her was tall and had a soft-looking face. Her eyebrows were thin but Yi Mo was sure they weren't drawn. It was natural, her skin was also just as snow white as the middle-aged woman. But she had more youthful look to her. Her hair was very long but also coiled up. However, it was done casually. Yi Mo could smell a faint aroma as soon as he walked in. What made Yi Mo care the most wasn't their looks but their power. The middle-aged woman was Disaster Transformation State Level 2 and the young girl was Hollow Spirit State Level 7. But Yi Mo was sure she wasn't old, at most a few years older than Jingyingli, such a young age and she was Hollow Spirit State Tertiary Stage. Dao Frenji, this is our Alliance leader Sister Meng, she's also the Vice Alliance leader of the Sea Cultivator Alliance.
Sister Meng wanted to find you this time. Wang Huaneng introduced her but didn't introduce the young female cultivator. Yi Mo saluted with his fists to the woman and said, Yi Mo greets Qianbei.
The middle-aged woman smiled to Yi Mo and said, Master Yi, please have a seat, just call me Sister Meng, no need to call me Qianbei. I've taken a step ahead of you in cultivation but in forgery you far surpass me.
Yes Sister Meng, Yi Mo said and then sat down.
If they were really going to do harm to him, with his body condensation state power, he wouldn't be able to escape regardless whether he came along or not. The Hollow Spirit State girl saw Yi Mo sit down and quietly poured a cup of spirit tea for Yi Mo and Wang Huaneng before standing next to the middle-aged woman. Master Yi is this young and can already forge extreme-grade spirit artifacts.
Your future is indefinite.
Sister Meng saw Yimo sit down without anxiety, and a glimmer of approval flashed across her eyes. Yimo could only salute with his fists and say, "One Bei just wanted to get some materials, but I didn't think much about the consequences. Sister Meng, please." Sister Meng waved her hand and smiled. "This is the Sea Cultivator Alliance. Even if you forge here for a year, it's your freedom. Don't worry, you can reach body condensation state at this age and also have this level of forgery. Clearly, you're a prodigy amongst prodigies." Yimo believed that if the Truth Treasure Alliance didn't want him to forge for them, then they probably wanted his forgery means. But Yimo didn't mind, he was still perfecting his means, and it all came from the 3 birth chance simulations. It was a new system, but it was far from complete now, so he didn't mind. However, Sister Meng said, "I saw your extreme grade spirit artifact. The forgery means aren't good, but the formation on it is also top grade. If I'm not wrong, you're at least a level 6 formation grade master, right?" Hearing this, Yimo realized that they called him over not because of his forgery skills but his formation skills. Sister Meng continued to look at Yimo with approval and exclaimed, "You're this young in body condensation state tertiary stage, but also a great master in forgery and formations. How many prodigies are there in the world?" Yimo thought to himself, "I'm a level 8 formation grandmaster, okay? I've only just begun playing with forgery." Chapter 1187, Shu 18 discs. Yimo didn't know what the middle-aged woman meant, so he didn't speak. After she applauded Yimo, she said, "I heard you requested for news of a few level 9 spirit herbs?" Yimo replied, "Yes, one base Qian Bei needs immortal curlflower. I know this sort of spirit herb only occurs in legends, but I still want to ask around. Even if I can't find it, I know I tried." The woman smiled and didn't jeer at Yimo overestimating himself. "Immortal curlflower is indeed only in legends, no one has ever found it. I do have news about it, but it's probably fake." Yimo's heart skipped. He quickly got up and bowed to the woman. "Please tell me, Sister Meng. If there's anything you need me to do, I will do my best." He knew why this woman only spoke halfway, she was clearly waiting for him to ask. But he couldn't help it, it didn't matter if he suffered a little loss for Jiling Qianbei. The woman nodded and asked Yimo, "Are you a level 6 formation great master?" Yimo was already level 8 formation grandmaster, and in a few years he might even reach level 9 formation grandmaster, but Yimo knew he didn't need to say it, as level 6 formation great master was clearly enough. That woman thought he was level 6 formation great master and still called him over. Yimo felt the more he could hide the better, so he nodded, "I'm rather experienced in level 6 formations." The woman didn't notice Yimo's play on words and believed Yimo admitted he was a level 6 formation great master, so she immediately said happily, "It seems that our Sea Cultivator Alliance's luck is good." Then she asked, "You have no sea chi on you at all, you must not be from Heartless Sea. Your bones are rather immature and you're very lively, you must not be older than 100, you're probably even only 30 to 40. An ordinary cultivator who can reach body condensation state tertiary stage at this age and be a great master in both formation and forgery. I, Meng Hanan, have never seen this before." Yimo was shook, this woman was too powerful. She could even tell his age. The young girl behind her also looked at Yimo in shock. She thought that Yimo would be nearly 100 if not older, but her master said he was only 30 to 40? How was this possible? Seeing Yimo nodded, she said happily, "Since you came here, you probably already know the 3 powers of the Heartless Sea Outer Sea?" Yimo nodded. The woman continued, "The 3 powers are rather collaborative, but that's only when the beast tide comes. The borders of Heartless Sea is big, but the concentration of the top cultivation resources are at a huge island. That island is called Fengchu Island. It has tens of thousands of kilometers of area and has an abundance of high-level spirit herb. This island is the place where the 3 powers gather their high-level spirit herbs. But it can only be entered once every 50 years. The cultivators who can go in are only foundation establishment state, and the spots are limited." Meng Hanan looked at Yimo and said, "Master Yi, you probably know what I mean now. If we have more people going in, then we gather more spirit herbs, but if we have less, then there are less spirit herbs." Yimo asked in confusion, "Then just send the same number of people as the 3 powers?" Meng Hanan sighed. "If it's split like that, we see Cultivator Alliance would agree the most, that Fengchu Island has a huge formation protecting it. It's probably left behind by ancient cultivators. Every 50 years, foundation establishment state cultivators can stay in there for a month. At most 100 cultivators can go in, so if everyone sends in 33, there's still one extra.
Just for that one extra, no one is willing to give it up. Yi Mo was speechless.
Just take turns then, Meng Hanan explained, that Tong Hai cult leader Yon Lanyi believed Tong Hai cult is the strongest, so they should have one extra spot. We in the Tsang Hai Palace didn't agree, so eventually, we've decided on having a tournament to decide how many people goes in. The first has 50 spots, second has 30, and third has 20 spots.
Yi Mo realized and looked at her. Sister Meng, you want me to go to the tournament for Sea Cultivator Alliance? Meng Hanan nodded. Yes, our Sea Cultivator Alliance has become last 3 times in a row. We've been getting the least amount of spirit herbs.
Even prodigy cultivators need high-level spirit herbs to be produced. Because we have been getting the least spirit herbs, our power has been sliding down. Yi Mo was thinking that according to what Meng Hanan said, that island would even have level 8 spirit herbs. This was rather substantial. Even the Truth Fall Palace didn't have level 8 spirit herbs. Meng Hanan smiled. With Master Yi's body condensation state tertiary stage power and formation grade master skills, if you can get second in the tournament for us, we would have 10 extra spots.
I can promise you a koan filling pill. Yi Mo didn't care about a koan filling pill at all.
He was a level 7 pill king. He already had the spirit herbs for koan filling pills. Although it was said to be free pill concoction after the pill concoction tournament at Pill City, the big sects weren't stupid enough to really let a level 7 pill king concoct free for them, but Yi Mo still said, "Thank you, Sister Meng."
Meng Hanan saw that Yi Mo seemed very calm after hearing the koan filling pill and was a little surprised.
Usually, a body condensation state tertiary stage would be overjoyed hearing about this pill. She didn't think much and said, "This is a tournament between cultivators within 100 years old. The place is a misty island next to the Fengchu Island called Chu 18 Discs. It has nothing to do with the Fengchu Island. The island is always hidden in the mist and would only show when the Fengchu Island is about to show.
It also has many formations that are set by ancient cultivators.
Each disc's formation level is different. The higher the number, the higher level the formation.
Cultivators who go in the disc can be easily killed if they're not careful. Those lucky would be teleported out."
Yi Mo thought of the Pill City Pill King 12 steps. Why did this sound so familiar? Meng Hanan suddenly asked. You probably came from South Peace State. You must have heard of the Pill King 12 steps.
Yi Mo was shook. He thought Meng Hanan was reading his mind.
But when he looked at her, he realized that wasn't the case. He breathed easy and nodded. Sister Meng, I came from South Peace State. I've heard of the 12 Pill King steps.
Meng Hanan nodded.
It said that the 12 Pill King steps was a low-grade immortal artifact made by an ancient immortal forger based on the Chu 18 discs.
What? Yi Mo was shook.
He had always thought the 12 Pill King steps was a formation set up by a powerful being for the Pill King tournament. Meng Hanan smiled.
Probably even a lot of people in Pill City don't know. There's nothing strange about it. Many people thought Chu 18 discs is an immortal artifact, but it's indeed an island. Yi Mo asked, Sister Meng, you want me to represent the Sea Cultivator Alliance to compete there? Meng Hanan said apologetically, yes, those cultivators older than 100 years would be teleported away by the 18 discs, sometimes even killed. No matter how strong you are, you can only go in if you're younger than 100 years. You're young enough and you're a formation master. You should be able to get to the 9th disc. If you get there, we can get second place for sure. Although your power isn't very high amongst the contestants, your formation skills can cover for that. What? Yi Mo was shook. He was body condensation state level 7. Were there people at body condensation state level 8 within 100 years? In the South Peace State, even body condensation state within 100 years was extremely rare, much less body condensation state tertiary stage. Chapter 1188, a deal. Meng Hanan saw Yi Mo's face and immediately knew what he thought. She said, the Chu 18 discs looks like huge round discs. After every disc the formation grows more complicated. It's said that the last disc is a peak that soars into the clouds. Each time we have a tournament, each power can send 10 people. Whoever gets the farthest is the first. If 2 powers both get on the same disc, then it's up to the amount of people behind.
Then, Meng Hanan looked at Yemo apologetically. Each time, there are cauldron-filling state cultivators amongst the contestants.
Usually 3 on each side. This time, Yemo couldn't hold it and got up. He looked at Meng Hanan in disbelief. Sister Meng, there are cauldron-filling state cultivators within 100 years of age in this place? There are so many too? This is really unbelievable. The girl behind Meng Hanan finally couldn't hold it anymore and burst into laughter.
Yemo was too emotional. In a cultivation level as high as South Peace State, 100-year-old body condensation states were extremely rare, and yet in the outer sea of Heartless Sea, there were this many cauldron-filling state cultivators within 100 years. Was the difference really this huge? If there were really such prodigies, the South Peace State 9-star sects would have long been here already. These people were countless times stronger than Yuan Guannan and Tian Alfing. Meng Hanan smiled. Don't worry, Master Yi, let me explain. Although we're the 3 biggest powers here, there are also some beast cultivators. Some don't like battle and does business with humans. As time went on, some beast cultivators who can morph into humans married human cultivators. This way, a few of their offspring would be extremely talented. These people would only need to be fed all sorts of spirit herbs and pills for their cultivation speed to be 10 times faster than ordinary cultivators. Yemo still looked at her suspiciously. If that was the case, then this world would be dominated by these half-bloods. But Meng Hanan continued, this type of cultivators use up an astounding amount of spirit herbs. Even a sect would be able to raise only a few, and there's one problem. These cultivators would find it very hard to progress after cauldron-filling state peak stage. Less than 1% reach disaster transformation state. As for truth realization state, there's not a single one. Yemo breathed easy, thinking this was normal. Meng Hanan smiled. Master Yi, don't worry, each power is only allowed to bring out 3 of such cultivators. The rest are human cultivators like you. There's indeed danger going into the competition, and if you don't want to go, I won't force you. If you are willing to go, I will tell you where the immortal curl flower is said to have appeared and give you a Kuan-filling pill after the match. Hearing this, Yemo realized that the wavy-haired girl he met before was probably a half-blood. Yes, I agree. Yemo nodded without hesitation. Then he thought of the wavy-haired girl. She was clearly a member of the Big Three. What if he went to the tournament and was seen by her? Would she look for trouble? He had to speak about this first. Plus, with his experience, it was clear that arrogant girl would look for his trouble. Seeing Yemo agree, Meng Hanan immediately said happily, there's about a week before the tournament. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Yemo said straight up, I do have a few questions. When I came to the Ling Island, I offended this girl. I don't know which power she's from. If she comes looking for trouble, please help me, Sister Meng. She probably has a powerful background. Meng Hanan frowned. Can you be more specific? What features does that girl have? Yemo nodded. He had a deep impression of that girl and said, she's very arrogant, her skin is very white, her hair is wavy, her chest is very big. Yemo didn't think much before he said this, but after saying it, he immediately realized his words weren't appropriate. There were 2 women in front of him. People might think he was lustful, as the first thing he noticed was someone's chest. But Yemo knew he really couldn't be blamed. That girl's chest was really too huge. As soon as Yemo said this, that quiet girl looked down and her face blushed. Yemo felt awkward, but Meng Hanan smiled. I think I know who she is. Does she have a chariot flying magic artifact? Yemo patted his head. With Meng Hanan's reminder, he immediately changed the way he spoke. Yes, she also had 2 bodyguards. She chased me for a long time. When I stopped and asked her, she wanted to rob my flying magic artifact. In order to break free, I could only damage her flying chariot. Meng Hanan heard this and looked at Yemo in shock. That young girl is the daughter of the Tong Hai cult leader Yang Yuer. Her mother is a beast cultivator, but not from the Heartless Sea. Her 2 bodyguards are both cauldron-filling state. You could escape from them? Meng Hanan was shocked but still a little dubious. Yemo immediately said, I was no match for them, but I used their arrogance and broke their chariot with some means. Meng Hanan's eyes flashed with a sliver of worry and she sighed. Even so, you're quite amazing, but don't worry. You didn't do anything wrong. No matter how much Yon Lanyi is protective of his daughter, he won't do anything to you in the tournament. Yemo breathed easy hearing this. That young girl was clearly not a good person. he didn't want to fight with that stubborn and selfish princesses.
Seeing Meng Hanan agree, Yemo asked again, I also want to ask, can you tell me the location of the immortal curl flower now? Meng Hanan smiled. I was going to tell you even if you didn't ask.
Then, she took out a jade slip. This is a fragmented map of a sea region. I once went there with Marshall Brotherwine, but this is in the depth of the Heartless Sea. I almost died there. This map marks the immortal curl flower, but I don't know how long this map has been around for.
Even if there was an immortal curl flower, it's probably gone.
This is the only thing I have. If Yemo quickly took the jade slip and said, thank you, Sister Meng. He had 0 leads on the immortal curl flower, but now there was finally something. Meng Hanan nodded but pointed at the girl behind her. This is my disciple Meng Qi, she's going to the tournament as well. She doesn't know much about formations, so another reason I'm asking you to go is also to take care of her a little.
Yemo asked confusedly, then why not just not go? Meng Hanan smiled.
You might not really understand the Chu 18 discs, it's dangerous but it can improve cultivators' mental state. Those who go usually have reduced heart demons.
It can also cleanse the spirit sense, making you reach higher levels faster. Hearing this, Yemo was immediately excited. What he cared about most was spirit sense. If his spirit sense was purified, would his purple eye soul sever be stronger?
Meng Hanan said, so if you go there too it would benefit you as well.
Are you unable to leave during the tournament? Yemo asked again. Meng Hanan seemed to know what Yemo thought. Don't worry, since I promised to not let Yong Yuer touch you, I can protect you.
Once you enter the Chu 18 discs, you can only come if you get killed or fail or wait 18 days when the place closes.
Oh, Yemo said disappointedly.
He was indeed worried about Yong Yuer. Meng Hanan said it nicely, but he had nothing to do with the Sea Cultivator Alliance.
They were just doing a deal.
Plus the cult leader of Tong Hai Cult was Truth Realization State Peak Stage, the strongest person in the Outer Sea. Meanwhile Meng Hanan was only Disaster Transformation State Primary Stage. The difference was huge. I heard that if you reach the top of the last disc, you can leave whenever you want. But from the ancient times till now, no one seems to have been able to reach there. The best the 3 powers have accomplished was the 12th disc, Meng Hanan said. Chapter 1189, Meng Qi's request for help. After bidding Meng Hanan farewell, Yemo could only be arranged to stay at Truth Treasure Alliance's place.
He was still digesting the news Meng Hanan gave him. The 12 Pill King Steps was just an immortal artifact.
He didn't expect cultivators from the cultivation realm could forge immortal artifacts. How powerful must that forgery master be? But he wasn't bad either. In such a short time, he could already forge extreme-grade spirit artifacts.
The only concern was that he didn't really trust Meng Hanan's promise. Yang Lanyu won't do anything to you in the tournament.
What about afterwards? It was not that he didn't trust this woman's character, but he didn't trust her strength. In the cultivation realm, power was everything. If that obnoxious girl wanted trouble with him, then as long as the alliance leader of the Sea Cultivator Alliance agrees, Meng Hanan wouldn't be able to protect him for sure.
The reason Meng Hanan gave the jade slip to Yemo straight away was that she wasn't afraid Yemo would run off. Yemo never thought of running anyway.
Plus, he knew he wouldn't be able to run away even if he wanted to. That's why he asked Meng Hanan if he could leave in Chu 18 discs. Meng Hanan said that no one has ever reached the top of the 18 discs and the most anyone has ever reached was 12.
He wouldn't be teleported out unless he reached the 18th disc. But could he reach the top? If he could, he wouldn't let Meng Hanan be responsible for his safety.
His greatest assurance was his level 8 formation skills. No one is allowed to know this. He believed that even if there would be a level 8 formation grandmaster within 100 years, it would be extremely rare.
Meng Hanan said that formation skills were more important than power in the Chu 18 discs.
Perhaps he could use his formation skills to reach the 18th disc. Then, he would be able to leave whenever he wanted. Thinking about this, Yemo felt a little reassured. Just when he wanted to look at the jade slip about immortal curl flower, his spirit sense noticed someone at the door. It was that hollow spirit state girl, Meng Qi. Yemo opened the restriction before she knocked and saluted with his fists.
Martial Sister Meng, do you have any business with me?
Meng Qi also bowed to Yemo and said uneasily, Meng Qi greets Martial Brother Yi, I'll be relying on your help for the Chu 18 discs later.
Her voice was soft like a bird singing. Yemo couldn't help think.
Both her and the Yongyuer who stopped him were extremely beautiful, but why was the difference this huge?
Yemo smiled and put away the jade slip.
I'll need to thank Sister Meng for helping me get the immortal Curlflower's location.
Meng Qi smiled. She looked at the restriction on the door but didn't speak. Yemo thought and immediately shut the restriction before asking, "Martial Sister Meng, do you need to say something? Come in and have a seat first."
Meng Qi saw this and sighed. "Martial Brother Yi, if you offended Yongyuer, then I suggest you not to participate in the Chu 18 discs.
She won't let you go. It's useless even if my master helps.
The cult lord of Tonghai cult adores Yongyuer extremely. He won't do anything to you before the competition, but he will look for your trouble after it and even kill you for sure.
See, Cultivator Alliance Martial Uncle Wan won't get on Yong Lanyi's bad side for you.
Plus, you damaged Yongyuer's favorite flying cart." Yemo's heart sunk. He knew that Yongyuer was not easy to deal with, but he didn't understand why Meng Hanan used him, and Meng Qi came to tell him this. He didn't know Meng Qi at all. Meng Qi continued, "A foreign cauldron-filling state cultivator offended Yongyuer, but to be honest he just called her spoiled, and then in the end, the cultivator fled to the Songhai Three Islands, but he was still caught by the cult leader and even his soul was burned in the end." Yemo took a cold breath in. This was too cruel, and that cultivator only called her spoiled. What was she going to do to him for damaging her chariot? "Why are you helping me?" Yemo asked. "Because I have a way for you to escape, and if you want I can help you, but there's one condition," Meng Qi said. "Tell me about your condition," Yemo said. Meng Qi suddenly waved her hand and set up a few more restrictions, but they were too low level.
Yemo smiled. "Don't worry, no one will know about what's happening in here. Don't forget, I'm a formation master." Hearing this, Meng Qi blushed.
She soon recovered and bit her lips before saying, "I'm not from Luoyu continent nor Ling Island. 10 years ago, I came to a barren island in the Heartless Sea and my master passed by and saved me. In order to thank her, I stayed with her.
Time went on and I got used to here, so I didn't think of leaving." Hearing this, Yemo wasn't too shocked. He came from Earth too.
She said she didn't leave, meaning that she had a way to leave. Meng Qi was not too used to Yemo's unsurprised reaction, but she recovered quickly and continued, "But last year, the Tonghai sect's young master Yong Wuzi came to Ling Island and saw me. He immediately proposed to me with my master and alliance leader Wang.
My master had no ability to reject and the alliance leader didn't say anything." Yemo finally asked with surprise, "Yongyuer has a brother? If she was already this bad, wouldn't her brother be worse?"
Meng Qi said pitifully, "You can tell who that Yong Wuzi is from his sister. He's a demon. He raped his father's concubine, but after his father knew, not only did he not blame him, he gave his concubine to him instead. Yet, he said it wasn't exciting anymore and killed her."
Yemo was dumbfounded.
"What was this? There's a space-breaking rune hidden in my Dantian, but I don't have an opportunity to activate it. It must be activated in a place with very dense spirit chi, then I can go back to where I came from. I was planning to find this place when my power was high enough, but I can't wait till that moment. After the Chu 18 discs, I will be sent to the Tonghai sect."
Yemo fell silent and seeing this. Meng Qi said desperately, "I can use my identity to take you out of the formation on the island." Yemo suddenly asked, "How do you know I can take you to run away? I'm only body condensation state power. How many powerful beings are on Ling Island? If that really works, you can do it yourself and run."
Meng Qi stared at Yemo and said, "I can't run very far, but you're different. You have an extreme grade cultivation artifact, a flying magic artifact.
Without it, there's no way Yongyuer's flying cart couldn't chase up to you."
Yemo was shook. Her mind was so calculated. Yemo nodded. "Martial Sister Meng, you're very meticulous, but I'm sure you've thought things too simply. I don't need to try to know you won't be able to take me out of the island. Even you won't be able to leave the island at all. If you don't believe me, you can try.
Even if you don't watch me, that Wang Tsong would. I don't suggest you try because it would make things worse for you."
Ha! Meng Qi heard this and dazed for a moment before slumping down. She knew this but just didn't want to face reality. Chapter 1190, Enemies Meet. Yemo sneered and continued, "Even coming here, you're probably being watched."
Meng Qi had calmed down. She knew Yemo was saying the truth.
She got up and her face recovered but just seemed more numb. Thank you, Martial Brother Yi, for helping me realize this.
Meng Qi will be leaving, Meng Qi said dejectedly. Yemo smiled and waved his hand. How far from the Chu 18 discs would the cultivator older than 100 years be affected?
Meng Qi didn't know what this meant, but she still replied, the 18 discs are in the center of the island. I heard that during every tournament, the masters of the three powers would be at the border of the island.
That's tens of kilometers from the outermost disc.
If they get closer, they would be affected. They stand at the border of the island because there's a huge white tablet there that can record the progress of the tournament.
Can the cultivator's spirit sense go inside the Chu 18 discs?
Yemo asked. This was the most important part to his plan. If the 18 discs can't barricade spirit sense, then he wouldn't be able to get away. Meng Qi looked at Yemo in confusion. No, those cultivators who go into the 18 discs would disappear from the spirit sense of the people outside. If the contestant passes the first disc, there would be a stone tablet at the entrance to the second disc. You just have to mark your name on there, and then the huge white stone tablet at the border of the island would show your name and your progress.
Yemo rejoiced and asked, then what if I don't mark my name, or if some contestant dies during the competition?
Meng Qi immediately said, the stone tablet won't record your progress if you don't mark your name, but that doesn't affect the contestants. Once you get teleported out, your name would turn blue. If you die, your name would turn red and it would stop at the disc you were before you died.
Yemo breathed easy. This was good then. Now he only needed to worry Abbott if he could reach the top. Yemo nodded. Don't worry, wait till the day of the competition, I might have a way to help you.
Really?
Meng Qi's eyes lit up immediately. Yemo smiled. I'm not confident, but you know my predicament, it's not much different from yours.
Go back first, it's not good for you to stay here too long, Yemo said to her. If people saw him with Meng Qi for too long, they might start watching him too. Meng Qi regained her composure after knowing the possibility of escape. So she bowed to Yemo and quickly left Yemo's place. In the next few days, Yemo didn't go out. He started to study formations in his room. He was sure that the formations in the Chu 18 discs wouldn't be simple and would be over level 8 formations, but he could only hope they weren't beyond level 9 formations. Yemo knew he wasn't able to improve his formation skills very much in a few days, but it would still help a little. 6 days passed quickly and no one came to find Yemo during this time, not even Meng Qi. On the last day, Yemo suddenly thought of something that could happen and immediately broke into a cold sweat. Without hesitation, he took out an empty storage ring and inscribed more than 10 explosion formations on it before putting a few top-grade restrictions and then putting it on his finger. Then he breathed easy. The second day, Yemo just opened his door and Wang Huaneng came. Yemo knew it was the time for the competition, so he saluted with his fists. Manager Wang, is it almost time for the competition?
Wang Huaneng nodded.
Yes, Martial Brother Yi, please come with me.
Yemo nodded and smiled.
Okay, please lead the way, Martial Brother Wang. Wang Huaneng nodded and said as they walked, Martial Brother Yi, I really admire your forgery skills. Although I can also forge low-grade cultivation artifacts, I feel your forgery means are much stronger than mine. Yemo smiled. He didn't know what this guy meant, so he said humbly, you're too polite, Martial Brother Wang. Wang Huaneng said seriously, I'm not being polite, I truly admire your forgery skills. I didn't dare to disturb Martial Brother Yi these few days due to Sister Meng's orders, but after the tournament, we must have some discussions.
Yemo laughed. Easy, easy.
He didn't believe at all that Wang Huaneng didn't know how powerful Yongwei was. If he knew and he still said this, it meant he was trying to keep him here.
Yemo didn't mind.
He just needed Meng Hanan to be able to send him safely into the Chu 18 discs. With Yongwei's attitude, she would definitely look for trouble inside the Chu 18 disc islands. There was no way she wouldn't go to an event like this. Yemo and Wang Huaneng soon came to the square of the Sea Cultivator Alliance. There was a huge teleportation formation at the border. It was filled with cultivators.
Yemo just looked casually and knew there were at least 3 truth realization state cultivators and nearly 10 disaster transformation state cultivators.
This was stronger than an ordinary 9-star sect. This was just their surface power as well. Yemo saw Meng Hanan and Meng Qi immediately. Meng Qi was standing quietly next to Meng Hanan just like at the start. Meng Hanan immediately smiled to Yemo and said to a middle-aged man next to her, this is the cultivator I recommended, he's Yemo, he's very good. He's not old, but he's already body condensation state tertiary stage and a level 6 formation great master. The male cultivator nodded and looked at Yemo, making Yemo feel uncomfortable. Meng Hanan then waved to Yemo. Yemo, this is RC Cultivator Alliance's alliance leader, Wang Song, come here. Wang Song had a long face. His chin was sunken, but his power was astounding. Yemo could tell this guy was a truth realization state level 7 cultivator. After Yemo greeted him, Wang Song nodded, not bad, not bad, you're already a level 6 formation great master at this age. Your forgery is also this good, your future is boundless. Do well and RC Cultivator Alliance won't mistreat you.
Yemo quickly saluted with his fists. Thank you, Alliance Leader Wang.
Then, Wang Song said to the rest of the people.
We've been last 3 times in a row, I hope the people you have chosen won't disappoint me again. Then, he looked at the 8 cultivators at the teleportation formation. We'll be relying on you guys this time, as long as you can get a better spot than last time, everyone can make a request. Even if you want a top-grade cultivation artifact, I can get one for you. Other than this, the participants will be heavily supported by RC Cultivator Alliance. Yes, Alliance Leader, we will try out best. They said together, great. Wang Nag nodded and waved his hand, go to chew 18 discs now. Yemo followed behind Meng Hanan and went into the teleportation formation. This teleportation formation was huge and 100 people didn't seem squished. As the spirit stones were embedded into the teleportation formation ring, the teleportation formation lit up with white light and the people were teleported away. Yemo thought there would only be 100 or so people in the teleportation formation, and so there would be at most 500 people at the 18 discs, but when he arrived he knew how wrong he was. This place was filled with cultivators, about 20,000 of them. Wang Huaneng saw this and explained, those cultivators spectating arrived here more than 10 days ago. It's no wonder that there are so many here. But Yemo didn't have the mood to reply to Wang Huaneng as he saw that big-chested, wavy-haired Yongyuer, and she noticed him immediately as well. Chapter 1191, I will be back. Yongyuer was dazed the moment she saw Yemo, but she immediately exploded and pointed her finger at Yemo, shrieking, it's you dare to come here. I'm going to kill him. Her face was already turned red and her big balloons shook up and down, showing how agitated she was. Her look was very seductive, but no male cultivator dared to look at her chest. What's going on? A tall but soft-looking man next to her asked worriedly. Yongyuer took in breath and pointed at Yemo. He's that bastard that hacked my chariot. If I didn't move away fast, he would have hacked me. I'm going to kill this bastard, his storage ring will be compensation. That tall yet soft-looking man's face sunk immediately and stared at Yemo coldly. A mere body condensation state insect dares to touch my daughter, you're asking to die. The cultivators around felt an intense killing intent. Yemo's heart sunk. This man was truth realization state peak stage and his killing intent was much stronger than Lu Wuhu's. Clearly, he was Yongyuer's father, Tong Haisek's leader. Seeing his fury, Yemo suspected whether he would even get the chance of going into the Chu 18 discs. Meng Qi was more worried than Yemo and looked at her master, desperately hoping she would say something. Luckily, Meng Hanan didn't disappoint her. Before Yang Lani attacked, she bowed to him and said, Hanan greet cult leader Yang. Yemo will be representing us for the tournament. If he didn't recognize Princess Yuera before and offended her, Hanan will be apologizing for him. Please forgive him this time on account of the Sea Cultivator Alliance. Yang Lani heard this and his face went cold while sneering, I will kill him for sure even if he's the overlord of the Heartless Sea for offending my daughter. If you dare to stop me, then don't blame me. Yemo's heart sunk again. He already tried to underestimate Meng Hanan but he still overestimated her, martial brother Wang. Meng Hanan looked at Wang Song. Wang Song looked coldly at Yemo and was about to speak. His eyes were showing that he wanted to kill Yemo himself. There was nothing about Yemo's boundless future and how the Sea Cultivator Alliance won't mistreat him. Yemo didn't need to wait for Wang Song to say something to know that he wasn't going to help for him. He might even say that he wasn't from the Sea Cultivator Alliance. Before Wang Song said anything, Yemo got up and saluted with his fists to Yang Lani. Cult leader Yang, before it was because Wan Bei didn't know it was Yuera Princess so I offended her, but this time I'm representing the Sea Cultivator Alliance. If you kill me in front of all these people,
the Sea Cultivator Alliance would have no face at all. Who would dare to come to the Sea Cultivator Alliance?
Ha ha.
Yonglani laughed, but his eyes were cold.
I'm going to kill you now, so what?
This made Wang Song's face look bad, but he still didn't say anything. Yemo said again, "It's right that cult leader wants me dead because I offended Princess Yuer, but I'm someone with gratitude. Sea Cultivator Alliance leader Wang gave me a lot of help. I want to help him compete in this tournament first. After the tournament, you can do whatever you like." Wang Song's face was cold, but he was furious. He never even saw Yemo before today, yet this guy said he owed him in front of so many people. Yemo came to the tournament to pay his gratitude, and if he didn't anything, then it would indeed be detrimental to the Sea Cultivator Alliance. But he didn't want any trouble with Yonglani over Yemo, this insect. "Humph, I'm going to rip your tendons and burn your soul. You think you can escape by going to the tournament? I'll tell you now, if you fail you will be teleported out immediately." "But I want you dead now," Yongyuer said. Yemo said calmly, "That's fine, as long as I pay back Alliance leader Wang's great help you can do whatever you want to me." Yemo's words already made the cultivators around here discuss quietly. Wang Song knew he had to speak, so he saluted with his fists to Yonglani. "Sai, brother Yong, I saw wrong, I didn't expect I helped someone like this. I wouldn't have helped him if I knew earlier. Since this guy offended Princess Yuer, he deserves to die. Brother Yon, you can do whatever you want. I won't mind." Yemo heard this and his heart went even colder. He didn't expect this Wang Song was this cowardly. He already said all that, and yet Wang Song still wants to suck up to Yonglani. "Give me your storage ring first." Yongyuer glared at Yemo. Yemo heard this and rejoiced. He gave his storage ring over immediately and said, "I offended Princess Yuer, I never planned to continue living, please take me storage ring." Then he saluted to Yonglani, "If cult leader doesn't believe me you can kill me now." Yemo then saluted with his fists to Wang Song, Alliance leader Wang. "No matter what, my gratitude to you won't change. If cult leader Yon wants to kill me now, please don't help me. Although it's a shame I won't be able to compete for the Sea Cultivator Alliance, I'm still forever grateful to you." Wang Song's face looked worse. Clearly Yemo wanted him to lose face in front of the Sea Cultivator Alliance. Even so, he still didn't help Yemo at all, but Yemo was thinking about how he would escape if Yonglani really attacked. The 5-element mobility was powerful, but would he have a chance with this truth realization state cultivator like Yonglani? But there was no way he was just going to let them kill him. Even if he was going to die, he would bring one with him. Yemo felt helpless again. It was indeed not reliable to rely on someone else. Meng Hanan said things nicely, but she wasn't able to help at all. Yonglani saw that Yongyuer was just thinking about how to open Yemo's storage ring and scan the bleak-faced Wang Song before saying, "You won't have a way to escape anyways. No matter how much you gloat, you just want to live a little longer. I'll give Alliance leader Wang some face today and let you live a little longer." "Father, he won't have a while." Yongyuer looked up with her pretty face and said to a huge man nearly 2 meters tall, "Brother, I'll leave it to you. You won't fail to catch a guy without a storage ring, right?" The man sneered, "Sister, don't worry, I can crush trash like him with a finger." Yemo noticed this man was cauldron filling state level 3 and his lips were extremely thick and his face was dark. So this was Yong Wuzi. No wonder Meng Qi was that scared. This guy was clearly not someone good. He really wondered how the pretty-faced Yonglani gave birth to this horrifying guy. Meng Qi breathed easy hearing that Yemo would be spared for now. But then her heart skipped again. She didn't expect Yong Wuzi to be participating in the Chu 18 discs. She guessed that Yemo's escape way might have something to do with the Chu 18 discs, but with Yong Wuzi, they might not even be able to survive inside. Chu 18 discs formation has opened. All contestants please enter the first disc, the announcer said. Yemo was excited. As long as he went in the Chu 18 discs he would have a way to get away. If he wasn't able to get to the 18th disc, he would go in the golden page world. As for Meng Qi, if he couldn't help himself, how could he help her? He would at most kill Yong Wuzi for her. Yemo walked in with a lowered head. Everyone probably thought he was sighing about his miserable fate. Meng Hanan seemed to know she owed Yemo and didn't say anything. Her face was full of guilt. Yong Wuzi snarled at Yemo, "You will soon know you shouldn't have come inside, you will regret." Then, Yong Wuzi walked in. Yemo stood at the door and turned back before saying to Yon Lanyi, cult leader Yon, I will be back. Chapter 1192, Taking on Cauldron Filling State. Everyone thought Yemo was sucking up to Yon Lanyi, even Yon Lanyi himself believed so too, but he sneered in contempt. No matter how much Yemo sucked up to him, he would kill Yemo. No one could offend his daughter. He probably wouldn't even have the chance to kill Yemo himself, only his essence spirit would come out of the Chu 18 discs. No one understood what Yemo meant except for himself. He wasn't going to come back now, he would come back to kill Yon Lanyi, come back to kill Yongware, and as for Yang Wuzi, he wasn't going to let him leave the Chu 18 discs. When he was body condensation state middle stage, he could take on cauldron filling state level 2, now that he was body condensation state tertiary stage, how could he be scared of a Yang Wuzi? After Yemo followed the 29 people into the 18 discs, he immediately felt the surroundings go dark. When he released his spirit sense out, he couldn't see anyone outside anymore. There was soft watery grass under his feet. Yemo was shocked. This restriction was too powerful, this formation was too powerful. It was just one step, but the difference was huge. There was a maniacal laughter, but soon, people knew why there was laughter. It was Yang Wuzi. He stared at Yemo. Clearly intending to kill him, Yemo stared at him and didn't talk. The other people saw this and quickly left as though not wanting to relate to Yemo. Even the Sea Cultivator Alliance's cultivators didn't dare to stay with Yemo. Some cultivators who wanted to invite Meng Qi to join them quickly gave up on the idea, seeing the ferocious-looking Yang Wuzi. After Yang Wuzi finished laughing, his face formed a seemingly soft look that appeared ferocious to others. Just when Yemo was wondering why this guy made this disgusting face, Yang Wuzi said to Meng Qi, Qi, let's form a team, I will take you to the 9th disc for sure. Meng Qi's eyes showed disgust. She didn't even look at Yang Wuzi as she walked up to Yemo and said, I will be going with Martial Brother Yi, you can group with your Tong high sex people. I have nothing to do with you, not before nor in the future. Martial Brother Yi, you will soon find that you have no Martial Brother Yi. Yang Wuzi glared at the cultivators who still hadn't left. They left quickly without daring to say a thing. Meng Qi released a flying sword and then another extreme grade spirit artifact longsword, giving the sword to Yemo. Take this first, even if you're no match, we can stab him a few times. She clearly thought Yemo had no storage ring and thus no magic artifact. Yemo waved his hand. Stay back, leave this animal to me. Yemo took a step forward and a huge cauldron appeared before his head. At the same time, Zissou was also released. How do you still have this cauldron? Wasn't your storage ring taken away? Yang Wuzi clearly knew of the octagonal cauldron, meaning that Yang Yuer already told him about it. He also heard that Yemo could take on cauldron filling state level 2 Air Wu and have the advantage. He didn't believe it at the time. How could a body condensation state fight a cauldron filling state cultivator? Body condensation state cultivators' cultivation essence had just solidified. They were a far cry from cauldron filling state cultivators who knew a little about domains. Yang Wuzi grew calm and said, even if your magic artifacts are here, I can kill you easily. Yemo didn't waste time talking at all. He was going to kill Yang Wuzi for sure. Yang Wuzi sneered and a huge spiked club was released. It immediately shot out tens of dark rays while expanding, but soon the dark rays and the club stopped expanding. You have domain, how is that possible? Yang Wuzi was shook. Once a cultivator reached hollow spirit state, he would have essence spirit and his spirit sense would grow many folds. Once cultivator reached body condensation state, his cultivation essence would solidify and thus his cultivation essence would also grow many folds. Compared to hollow spirit state, this was many more times stronger. Some prodigies would even learn the primary stage of domains, which was fields. Not all body condensation state would know fields. Fields weren't domains, it was a far cry from that, but it was the fetus of domain. Only once a cultivator learned fields would he be able to progress that into a domains. No matter how prodigious the cultivator was, he would need to have some understanding of domains to reach cauldron filling state. Only once you reached cauldron filling state would a cultivator first begin to control the world around him. Without domains, you couldn't control space and everything. This is why only truth realization state cultivators could form the cultivation essence giant hand and easily grab low-level cultivators. They knew the concept of domains. Everything under the cultivation essence giant hand was their domain. No one can break free, Only a master who also understood domains could fight with them. Of course, some cultivators had mastered the complete domain in disaster transformation state, and those cultivators weren't much weaker than truth realization state cultivators. They might even be able to kill people above their level. From cauldron filling state to truth realization state, it was a progress of perfecting your domain and learning the laws of the world. A few truth realization state powerful beings would learn a higher level of domain, and that was realms. The chances of that was not even 1 in a billion. The reason Yang Wuzi was so shocked was that Yimo was only body condensation state, yet he surpassed fields and began to form his domain. How could he not be shocked? Meng Qi also looked in disbelief. A body condensation state cultivator skipped fields and went straight into domains. This was too shocking, but clearly, Yang Wuzi was stronger than that. Air Wu and ripples started to form around his body that soon clashed with the purple sword rays. The purple sword rays were instantly crippled and the club regained its speed as it struck the cauldron. Yimo was sent flying tens of meters back. Yang Wuzi grabbed his club and smirked at Yimo. So what if you formed the basis for your domain? A mere body condensation state tertiary stage, I can kill you like a chicken. Meng Qi saw the blood on the corner of Yimo's mouth and quickly went to help him. Martial brother Yi, are you alright? If Yimo died, her fate would be tragic too. Yimo waved his hand. I'm fine, but this animal is much stronger than that guy before. He was body condensation state level 6 when he fought Air Wu and injured him with one strike despite Air Wu underestimating him. However, he was body condensation state level 7 now, and yet he was injured after clashing with Yang Wuzi. That wave might be the domain Yang Wuzi was talking about. Yimo took a step forward and hacked out with Zisu. When fighting against someone like Yang Wuzi, you couldn't retreat, or you would lose your momentum. When Zisu first hacked out, it was a meter-long purple ray, but when it came above Yang Wuzi's head it was nearly 10 meters. It didn't stop at all and went even longer while emitted purple sword rays from the side. Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike. This was the first time Yimo used Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain with full power. Yang Wuzi's face finally looked serious. He felt the threat of this strike. He yelled and his club turned into a black rain. Chapter 1193, Yimo is too mysterious. Meng Qi saw the long purple sword ray and immediately was immersed in it. It was so pretty, she had the feeling that she wanted to jump in to feel that purple beauty. She even felt the purple ray was calling her to go in. Meng Qi subconsciously moved a step and then she saw the purple ray emit countless purple sword rays. So pretty. She finally moved but soon shivered at the killing intent. She woke up and saw the dense clutter of dark rays wanting to stop the purple ray. Meng Qi finally woke up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She took many steps back and felt more shocked at Yimo's strike. She didn't even have the ability to resist that strike. Meanwhile, Yang Wuzi was able to release his magic artifact and block it. Yang Wuzi was indeed powerful, and the stories of him being able to kill people above his level must not be fake. Zisu and the club clashed together, creating a heaven-shocking sound. Waves of powerful cultivation essence struck Yimo's octagonal cauldron. The dark rays that were densely cluttered also struck the octagonal cauldron. Even with Yimo's powerful cultivation essence, he couldn't help spitting blood. The purple ray was shrinking rapidly, and even the purple sword rays were being emitted slower. They weren't as vibrant as before. Crack, there was another huge explosion. Yimo knew that although Yang Wuzi stopped the sword power of his Hua Mountain Strike, he wasn't able to stop Zisu. Zisu had shrunk back down and passed through Yang Wuzi's chest with a bloody mist. Yang Wuzi flew back 100 meters and looked at the broken club in disbelief. When he looked at Yimo again, there was fear in his eyes. This body condensation state was strong to this extent. Yimo didn't intend to stop at all. He didn't even wipe the blood from his lips as he hacked out again. Yang Wuzi saw that Yimo ignored him and was furious. A dark halo appeared above his head and he charged forward too like Yimo while releasing his club. Yimo saw clearly that the dark halo was actually a bed. This guy's defense magic artifact was actually a big bed. This was the first time Yimo had seen this. With a clank, Yang Wuzi shook and his bed was stopped. Yang Wuzi was shocked. Yimo's attack could affect his control of his magic artifact and make it stop. This was too terrifying. He didn't dare to conserve any strength and used all his cultivation essence on his club as he smashed out. He regretted not wearing his armor. Yimo's spirit sense sword was blocked by the defense magic artifact. Yimo's spirit sense was pained. That bed defense magic artifact was too strange. Even his purple eye soul sever was blocked. Yimo didn't dare to be careless and let out Shadowless, Rumble, Zisu, and the club clashed together again. purple rays splashed everywhere but neither of them retreated. Rumble rumble, the two's magic artifacts clashed together again and again, but no one changed their method of attack. Many huge craters have formed at the battle scene but the two didn't feel it at all. Meng Qi looked in shock. She didn't know why Emo was fighting Yang Wuzi head-on. If Emo used that strike again, he would be able to heavily injure Yang Wuzi, but Emo closed his eyes. He had many means to suppress Yang Wuzi, but whether it was Hua Mountain Strike, Formation Kill Strike, or even Lightning Sword, he didn't use a single one. Yang Wuzi looked ferocious but there was fear in his heart. Although he wasn't able to kill him alone, only beat him, with Shadowless he would be able to kill Yang Wuzi without a problem. The reason he didn't kill Yang Wuzi was because he wanted to feel the Illusion Cloud 7 strike. Yang Wuzi was good practice, he felt his strike was getting clearer and clearer while being easier and easier. Yang Wuzi was getting more and more shocked. Usually in a fight like this, he could easily beat cultivators higher level than him, but facing Emo he was scared. He felt his momentum was getting weaker and weaker but Gmos was getting stronger and stronger until eventually he wouldn't be able to block it at all. When Zissou hacked off another pile of spikes on the club, Yang Wuzi wanted to run but Gmo knew what Yang Wuzi was thinking. Zissou didn't hack out the repetitive strikes again, instead, there was a veil of purple. It was like Hua Mountain Strike but different. Hua Mountain Strike was a long ray but this strike was an increasing huge purple veil. Yang Wuzi was swept by that purple veil and felt he was sinking into a mud pit. Domain, this is the real domain, you've actually learned domains. Yang Wuzi yelled out in shock. He finally realized why Emo fought with him monotonously. It was to use him to practice his domain. Yang Wuzi couldn't think about other things. He spat out a few mouthfuls of essence blood and took out 2 runes. He waved his hand and the runes exploded. In that instant, the purple veil splashed away like fireworks. Yang Wuzi felt the pressure around him ease and he breathed easy. He took away his magic artifact and wanted to run. He was truly scared now. His cultivation level was higher than Emo but it was Emo using domains. Even if Emo was same cultivation level as him and did this, he wouldn't feel this bad. How could Emo let him get away? He had begun to control domains. This strike wasn't finished yet but it was a fundamental change to him. The instant Yang Wuzi was going to run, Shadowless chased up. The mobility rune wasn't even activated yet and Yang Wuzi felt a pause. Before he could move, a long purple ray reached over from the ends of heaven. Yang Wuzi looked at this in despair and murmured, "Purple ray again." Splurge, blood splashed everywhere and Yang Wuzi was cut in half. A essence spirit seeped out cursing, "My father won't let you go." Emo didn't seem to hear this and waved his hand. A black lightning arc struck out and that essence spirit was turned to dust. In his death, Yang Wuzi finally realized that Emo didn't even use his full power. If Emo used this lightning sword at the start, he might have long been killed. After Emo killed Yang Wuzi, he took back Shadowless and ate a few pills before sitting down to recover. Emo paid a price too. His spirit sense was lightly injured when attacking that bed and he received internal injuries after those head-on clashes. Seeing Emo start to recover, Meng Qi looked dazedly at the dead Yang Wuzi in disbelief. Emo killed Cauldron filling state level 3 Yang Wuzi with body condensation state level 7 power. Yang Wuzi could be said to be the strongest one in here, yet Emo could even kill him. This meant that no one could pose a threat to Emo inside the Chu 18 discs. Meng Qi looked at Emo and realized everyone, including the cult leader and Wang Song, had underestimated Emo. He was too mysterious. Emo didn't have a storage ring but his magic artifact flew out. This meant he was prepared to hand out his storage ring and also meant that his extreme grade cultivation artifact was still here. Meng Qi breathed easy after Yang Wuzi was killed. It was like a nightmare was gone. She finally realized why Emo said to Yang Lanyi, "I will be back." He wasn't sucking up to him, he was coming back to kill him. Chapter 1194, Chu First Disc. After a while, Emo got up and took Yang Wuzi's storage ring before burning his body. He nodded to Meng Qi and said, "Let's go to the second disc." Meng Qi followed Emo and the two walked rapidly. The first disc was some wetlands and some swamps. A few low-level spirit beasts appeared once in a while that ran off without them needing to do anything. Soon, the two found some simple trap and kill formations. They were hidden well but their level was too low. Even a foundation establishment state who didn't understand formations would be safe entering such formation. These were all level 1 and level 2 formations. I heard that the first and second disc have formations below level 3. So, the cultivators who didn't die at the first disc all go to second disc for sure, Meng Qi explained. At the fourth and fifth discs, there are level 4 formations, level 6 and level 7 are said to be level 5 formations.
This hard? Yemo heard this and stopped. Meng Chi looked at Yemo. Martial brother Yi, level 7 and below, I'm confident to pass, it's not very hard? Yemo frowned for a while and said, I'm not talking about the 7th disc, I mean according to your words, then wouldn't the 18th disc be beyond a level 9 formation? Meng Chi looked at Yemo in shock and murmured after a while, You want to get on the 18th disc and run away? Yemo smiled, otherwise how am I going to escape? Meng Chi suddenly shook her head. No, your idea won't work. I know that the 12th disc is only a level 7 formation and the 18th disc won't surpass a level 9 formation, but I know you won't be able to get to the 18th disc. Yemo was only a level 6 formation grade master, it was already substantial that they could get to the 12th disc. Hearing this, Yemo realized that it was not that the formation will increase a level every disc, this meant that at the 18th disc, there might not be formations beyond level 9. When the two started breaking these formations, Yemo didn't care at the start, but later on he watched carefully. These formations were simple and below level 2, but their means were very amazing. Even with Yemo's level 8 formation skills, he couldn't tell where the heart of the formation was at. This meant that these formations were low level, but they were set up with top grade means. Each one seemed like a natural formation. If Meng Chi didn't remind him that one could only stay a day at the first disc, he would want to sit down to investigate the formation here. He was sure if he did that for a few days, his formation skills would increase drastically. Although he simulated his own formation system, if he could get the essence of someone else's formation system, it would benefit him greatly. The reason he could reach level 7 formation grandmaster was because he was inspired by the formation at the Ice God Forbidden Grounds. Yemo thought of another problem. How could such low-level formations that couldn't even stop Foundation establishment state cultivators appear here? If there was an explanation, then it was that these low-level formations were for cultivators to study. From the first disc to the 18th disc, it was a learning process. Realizing this, Yemo walked even slower and started to study these low-level formations. 3 Birth Chant was good at simulating and developing. When Yemo finished the first disc, these level 1 and level 2 formation means had formed a basis in his mind. When Yemo came to the border of first and second disc, he indeed saw a stone tablet and there were 27 names. Clearly, all 27 had reached the second disc. Yemo and Meng Chi wrote down their names and went into the second disc. The moment Yemo went in, he felt this pushing power as though he was going to be pushed out. Meng Chi felt it too. Yemo realized that this was like the pushing power on the 12 Pill King steps. It was made based on the Chu 18 discs, so it was no wonder they had the same pushing power. Meng Chi's face changed because if the second disc had this power, what were they going to do at the 18th disc? Even if Yemo was a level 9 formation grandmaster, how could he keep going up against this pressure? Yemo saw Meng Chi's face change and knew what she was thinking. He smiled to her and said, "Stay closer to me." Meng Chi was dazed but immediately came behind Yemo. She trusted Yemo wasn't someone to take advantage of her, plus she didn't dislike him. A faint aroma came and Yemo was lost in his mind for a moment. He was thinking about Luo Ying and Ning Qingxue, the eyes they looked at him with when he left. They wanted him to come back quickly, but he fell in the range of the 3 sea powers. Luckily that Songhai Palace wasn't involved. But Yemo didn't regret it all. Jiling helped him a great deal. Even if he knew it was a trap, he would still trade with Meng Hanan. He came back to his senses and used Purple Eye Soul Sever. He immediately felt the pressure around him disappear. It was indeed like the Pill King 12 steps. Just when Meng Chi was thinking about why Yemo told her to come close, she felt the pressure disappear. She immediately realized what Yemo meant and said joyfully, "Martial brother Yi, you have a way for the pressure to disappear?" Yemo nodded, "Yes. Without it, even if we followed a level 9 formation grandmaster, we won't be able to get to the 18th disc." At the same time, Yong Lanyi looked at the white stone in shock. Yemo and Meng Chi's name appeared on it, but why wasn't Yong Wuzi's name on there? What's going on? Almost a day had passed and the names started appearing on the second level, but Yong Wuzi's name still didn't appear. Yong Lanyi couldn't hold it anymore and roared, "Erwu, come over, tell me about that Yemo who fought with you last time." Yong Lanyi yelled. Erwu shivered and quickly came over recounting the story. "You're saying he's mere body condensation state level 6 and he injured you with one move? He also had the basis of a domain?" Yong Lanyi's voice went cold. "Yes, I was too careless at the time." Erwu didn't even dare to look up. Yong Lanyi's voice went even colder. "Careless my ass, even if you weren't careless, you're no match for that bastard. Piss off." He kicked in air Wu spat blood while flying away, but he didn't dare to say anything. Yang Lanyi sneered to himself. Very well, I underestimated you. A mere body condensation state cultivator has a domain. If you dare to kill my son, I will burn your soul for 10,000 years. Everyone felt the bleak killing intent rise up from Yang Lanyi and subconsciously moved away. Wang Tsang frowned and looked at Meng Hanan. If Yimo really killed Yong Wuzi, there would be conflict between the two. If someone else recommended Yimo, he would give him out, but he couldn't do that for Meng Hanan. There was a truth realization state tertiary stage behind her. At this time, a contestant came out from the 18 discs and landed. Before he got up, Yang Lanyi's cultivation essence giant hand grabbed him and Yang Lanyi roared, "Where is my son?" Chapter 1195, Generous Person. Meng Qi followed closely behind GMO. There were mostly level 2 formations at the second disc and even she didn't take them seriously, but she found that most of the time, GMO just walked around a few times and those attacks and trap formations were wasted. But sometimes, GMO would stand in front of one for a long time. After a long while, Meng Qi realized what GMO was doing. He was studying these formations. GMO was indeed doing so. He found that he learned much more at the second disc than the first. He believed that if he continued like this, then at the 18th disc, he might really become a level 9 formation grandmaster, even though they used up some time. They surpassed some people when they came to the entrance of the third disc. Those cultivators marking their names saw Yimo and Meng Qi and were extremely shocked. They didn't expect Yimo could come here. How could Yong Wuzi let Yimo go and let him walk with Meng Qi? Just when Yimo and Meng Qi marked their names, a body condensation state tertiary stage level 7 cultivator stopped Yimo. Stop. Kid, did you use some scheme to escape from our young master? No matter how cunning you are, you will die at my hands. Before he could finish, Zissou brought out a long purple ray. This cultivator was a beast cultivator too and only body condensation state level 7. This must mean he was good at formations. This cultivator was going to use his magic artifact, but he didn't expect Yimo to attack without even him finishing his sentence. In his worry, the body condensation state cultivator immediately released his magic artifact, but when he held it, he felt the space around him stagnate. In that instant he realized what it was. This was a domain. Shock flashed across his face, but before he could regret, Zissou already brought up a bloody mist. Yimo threw over a purple flame and took back a storage ring. The entire process was very smooth, making it obvious that he did this often. A Sea Cultivator Alliance Nascent Soul State Tertiary Stage saw Yimo kill a body condensation state level 7 with one strike and screamed. In that instant, he was teleported out after losing control. Everyone was silent. No one dared to speak in front of Yimo after seeing this. Some smart cultivators had realized that Yong Wuzi might have already been killed by Yimo. Meng Qi was also dazed. She saw Yimo's battle with Yong Wuzi earlier, but now he instantly killed a cultivator about the same cultivation level as him. Clearly, his battle power increased a lot after the battle. He seemed to be constantly progressing. The other two cultivators from the Tong Hai cult saw this and didn't dare to say anything. Brother Yi, nice. Unexpectedly, someone came up to greet Yimo at this moment. This cultivator looked like he was in his 30s and was body condensation state level 1 power. His face was a little bronze colored but his eyes were very bright. The cultivator saluted with his fists. I'm Jing Xueqing, from the Tsun Hai Palace. You're the Tsun Hai Palace's first king, Jing Shangdong's. Meng Qi said in shock. Jing Xueqing laughed in self-mockery. That's right, my father is the first king of the Tsun Hai Palace, Jing Shangdong. Ha, every time someone says my name, the first thing they think about is my father. Meng Qi was a little embarrassed. Sorry, your father is too famous, it's just out of habit. Jing Xueqing didn't mind. It's fine. Perhaps decades later, when people mention Jing Shangdong, would they ask if he was Jing Xueqing's father? Ha ha. Jing Xueqing was open and didn't seem cunning. This gave Yimo a good impression. Although it was due to him killing Yang Wuzi, Yimo didn't mind. Who would want to connect with you if you were useless? Even Ji Ling approved of him due to his talent. Only after they connected with you due to your talent would they begin to understand you. Then, they would realize that you're not just about talent, then you become best friends. Brother Jing, you praise me too much. I'm Yimo, just a solo cultivator. I'm just passing by the Sea Cultivator Alliance now. Yimo saluted with his fists. Jing Xueqing saw there were no cultivators around and waved his hand, letting a cauldron-filling state next to him go in first before asking. Did you kill Yong Wuzi's brother Yi? Otherwise, there's no way he would let you go. Yimo smiled. Yes, I killed him. Yimo's straightforwardness got Jing Xueqing's approval and he clapped his hands.
Brother Yi, nice courage, I admire people like Brother Yi. If Brother Yi doesn't mind, you can come with me to Songhai Palace after the tournament.
I hope to become friends with Brother Yi, would you give me that honor?
Yimo also approved more and more of Jing Xueqing. This guy knew he killed Yong Wuzi and still invited him to Songhai Palace, clearly wanting to protect him this way. He was saying it like this to save his face in front of Meng Qi, but Yimo was planning to leave here, so he wants going to go to Songhai Palace. He still said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Jing, but that Yong Lanyi wasn't going to let me go to begin with, and now that I killed Yong Wuzi he will be more furious. So there's no need to go to Songhai Palace, I have no opportunity to go." Jing Xueqing took out a jade card. "Brother Yi, if you go out before I come out and that Yong Lanyi dares to look for trouble, then give this jade card to my father.
As long as you maintain that you didn't kill Yong Wuzi, it's fine.
No matter how unreasonable that Yong Lanyi is, he won't dare to do what he wants in front of our Songhai Palace. Of course, if I go out first then this won't happen." Then, Jing Xueqing mocked himself, I still ended up using my father's card. Yimo was dazed. This was the first time he met Jing Xueqing and they approved of each other, but this Jing Xueqing dared to let his father protect him. Regardless of whether it would work, this was very generous help, because if Jing Shangdong dared to help him in this situation, he would become mortal enemies with Yong Lanyi. They might even fight on the spot. "Brother Jing, I'm a mortal enemy to that Yong Lanyi.
I will bring trouble to you." Yimo pushed the card back. Jing Xueqing laughed. "Brother Yi, are you looking down on me?
That Yong Lanyi is strong, but our Songhai Palace is no pushover. If you're willing to be friends with me then take the jade card, I can guarantee with my life that you can be a guest at Songhai 3 Islands." Yimo saw that Jing Xueqing said this and didn't act too distant anymore. He took the jade card and saluted with his fists. "Brother Jing, in that case, I'm making this friend for sure. But I might not be able to go to Songhai Palace this time. Don't worry, the next time I come over here, I will come visit for sure." "Okay, in that case I'll be going a step ahead, we'll talk once we go out." "Even if you don't come to Songhai Palace I can come to Ling Island." Jing Xueqing laughed and walked into the third disc.
Clearly, he didn't expect Yimo was going to be leaving here immediately. Yimo nodded.
"This Brother Jing is a rather generous and straightforward person, he's a worthy friend.
He's not even 100 and yet he's body condensation state level 1, quite substantial." Little did Yimo know that Jing Xueqing was praising him the same way.
He could reach body condensation state level 1 at this age because he had many fortunes and he was the young master of the Songhai Palace. On the other hand, Yimo was a solo cultivator and younger than him, but also stronger than him. What made his blood boil was that Yimo killed Yong Wuzi and just straight up admitted it. No one would dare to do this in the Heartless Sea Outer Rim, but Yimo did.
How could he not be friends with Yimo? At the same time, Yong Lanyi grabbed that cultivator and roared, "You said that Yimo killed our contestant Chun-Li? In one move? Speak." Chapter 1196, This is what I should do. After entering the third disc, Yimo didn't hold back anymore. He didn't even study the formations as intently. He wanted to study the formations here for a good half-month, but he knew that was implausible. Luckily, he only needed to know the framework of the formation. Meng Qi was numb from following Yimo. She heard that the fast people would need at least half a day to pass the first 3 discs, yet Yimo only used 15 minutes to pass the third. When they came to the entrance of the 4th disc, they found only 3 names on it. Meng Qi followed Yimo and quickly passed the 4th and to the 5th. This time, there were no names written on it. This meant that they reached the 5th disc first, but strangely, Yimo didn't go in and sat down instead. After another half a day, 2 Tonghai cultivators came here. When they saw Yimo they had a serious look. They immediately released their magic artifacts. Clearly they already knew that Yimo killed Changli with 1 strike and even Yong Wuzi might have been killed by Yimo. They had good formation skills but they were just hollow spirit state power. Yimo waved his hand. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I have a jade slip here, one of you please give it to Yong Lanyi. This news is very helpful for your sect leader. I admire Yong Lanyi greatly so I've worked hard to help him with this." The hollow spirit state didn't dare to hesitate and quickly took the jade slip while still being wary of Yemo. If Yemo dared to attack, he would teleport out immediately. Yemo saw that the cultivator just took his jade slip but didn't do anything, so his face immediately sank. Did you not hear what I just said? I told you to give this to Yon Lanyi, are you deaf? The hollow spirit state cultivator shook and said carefully, but we're in the tournament. Yemo scanned him and said plainly, so you're saying competing is more important than delivering my message? No, no. The hollow spirit state quickly said. He was really scared Yemo would suddenly cut him, then hurry up. Yemo raised his voice. The hollow spirit state cultivator was scared to the point of shaking, and he no longer dared to resist the power of the Chu 18 discs and was teleported out. Seeing this, Yemo ignored the other pale-faced hollow spirit state and went into the fifth disc. Mengchi finally couldn't hold it and said after walking a while, I feel you were like that Yon Lanyi just then. Yemo smiled. Really? I learnt it from him. After falling silent for a while, she said, it's not good to learn from him, I don't like that type of person. Yemo smiled this time and didn't reply. Of course he wasn't going to learn this tyrannous attitude from Yon Lanyi, but he didn't need to explain to Mengchi. He did this just to see if he could make Yon Lanyi spit blood. Outside, Yon Lanyi threw that cultivator who just got teleported out, and he was shaking with anger. He knew Yemo and Mengchi were fine, and Yemo killed his cult's body condensation state cultivator Chunli. With his ability to kill him in one strike, Yang Wuzi is clearly dead. There was just endless regret in his mind right now. He regretted not killing Yemo on the spot and letting him go in the Chu 18 discs. Although Yemo would still be teleported out, his son was dead. He swore that if that Yemo came out, he would tear him muscle by muscle and let his essence spirit be burned by the tainted abyssal flame while he watched his body getting shredded down. That Mengchi, he would strip her naked and let thousands of people rape her. Even so, that wasn't enough to satisfy his fury. Even Yongyuer didn't dare to keep playing with her storage ring and looked hatefully at the Chu 18 discs, but Yon Lanyi eventually controlled his anger. His face was calm. At this moment, another contestant was teleported out. Yon Lanyi saw that cultivator and grabbed him over immediately. Pang Bo, you're the only level 6 formation grandmaster, why would you be teleported out? Speak! Pang Bo's face was scared pale and he was shaking. Another truth realization state cultivator walked over. Cult leader, don't get agitated. Put him down and let him speak. Yon Lanyi nodded and threw Pang Bo on the ground. Tell me precisely. Yes, cult leader. Pang Bo said shakily. At the entrance to the fifth disc, I saw Yemo waiting there. He killed Cheng Li and waited at the door. He gave a jade slip to me and told me to give it to cult leader. If I didn't come out, he would kill me immediately, so, Yon Lanyi said with a green face. Show me the jade slip. Yes. Pang Bo didn't dare to hesitate at all and took it out. Yon Lanyi checked it and found it was fine before he scanned his spirit sense in. As soon as his spirit sense touched it, the jade slip made a thudding sound and Yon Lanyi immediately released a cultivation essence barrier. But that thud didn't do any damage. Instead, it turned the jade slip into a firework and that airflow quickly seeped out. No one noticed that one dark ray flew towards Yongyuer's storage ring. Everyone knew of the situation. But they didn't know what Yemo meant. One cultivator pointed in the sky and said, "Look." With this, everyone looked up and a row of words appeared on the sky. Yon Lanyi, you white-skinned babyface, you look handsome, but your son Yang Wuzi is dark and ugly. How could he be your son? I believe you must know the cause, but since you're so kind, I helped you get back at him and killed this illegitimate child. No need to thank me, it's something I should be doing. The row of words stayed in the air for a long while before disappearing. Seeing this, many cultivators wanted to laugh but no one dared to. Everyone could guess Yon Wuzi wasn't Yon Lanyi's son, but only Yemo dared to say it. But this cultivator called Yemo was quite interesting. He dared to say such thing to Yon Lanyi overtly. Did he not know there are things for cultivators in this world that are thousands of times more terrifying than death? Yon Lanyi's fist was cracking, blood rushed up to his throat. If he wasn't so powerful, he would have spat blood. Just when fire was about to beam out of his eyes, he saw the storage ring in his daughter's hand and was shook. He immediately said, "Give me the storage ring." Yongyuer didn't dare to say no and immediately gave it. The moment it left her hand, a terrifying energy was released.
Yang Lanyi set up a cultivation essence barrier in a split moment and threw Yang Yuer out. Rumble rumble, Yemo had set up the explosion restriction in short time. He knew that no matter how long he spent on it he wouldn't be able to injure Yang Lanyi at all, but the instant he threw Yang Yuer out, her clothes were torn a little. She wasn't injured and she immediately took out a new set of clothes. But her pretty face was now red with anger. Yang Lanyi's hair was just a little messy after the explosion, but he could no longer control his anger. That bastard who kept saying he deserved to die had long been scheming against him. Yemo, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. Yang Lanyi said word by word. One cultivator from the Tsun High Palace saw this and frowned. To be able to make this jade slip and set up all these mechanisms, no ordinary cultivator could do it. One needed to be far better than Yang Lanyi in restrictions and formations. More importantly, this cultivator must have very powerful spirit sense control and spirit sense. Chapter 1197. Are you willing to strip naked? It was already a little hard for Meng Qi to enter the fifth disc, but GMO walked around freely. There seemed to be nothing that could stop him. Whether it was an attack, trap, or illusion formation, even though Meng Qi knew Yemo was a level 6 formation grade master, she didn't expect him to walk this freely into the sixth disc. Sometimes, she even suspected if Yemo was beyond a level 6 formation grade master now. She was also confused how Yemo made the pushing power disappear, but she didn't ask this. In fact, Yemo was already trying hard to reduce his speed. Sometimes when he saw a very exquisite formation, he would stop and study it for a while. Even so, on the third day, they still passed to the ninth disc and came to the entrance of the 10th. There were a few level 6 formations in the ninth disc, and according to his experience, Yemo was sure that 10th disc would have all level 6 formations. Yemo didn't go in at the entrance of the 10th disc, nor did he write his name. Instead he sat down and Meng Qi followed. Meng Qi asked carefully, Martial Brother Yi, are you worried that the 10th disc will be all level 6 formations and we will be teleported out? Yemo smiled. I'm worried, but not about that. He paused and looked at Meng Qi. If we marked our names on the ninth disc, what do you think the Sea Cultivator Alliance will get? Meng Qi thought for a while before answering. I think they would get either second or last place, definitely not first. Yemo shook his head. I disagree. I'm sure that if I mark my name here, Sea Cultivator Alliance would get either first or second place, definitely not last. I think probably second place. Sun High Palace contestants can get to the ninth for sure. He knew this because the guy he forced out was Tong Hai Sect's formation master. With that, Tong Hai Sect is pretty much out of the game. He then looked at Meng Qi and added, if it wasn't that your master helped me, I wouldn't mind Sea Cultivator Alliance being last, but no matter what rank they get, the ninth disc will be the last tablet I mark my name. Meng Qi fell silent. She couldn't say anything about it. She knew why Yemo still hadn't marked his name. He was waiting for others. If they went too fast, it wasn't good. Half a day later, Yemo got up and marked his name. Let's go to the 10th disc. Then he turned around to Meng Qi. Sometimes, don't trust people who aren't very close to you like your master. Meng Hanan, being unable to fulfill her promise, made Yemo doubt her character. Meng Qi frowned. Martial Brother Yi, I know my master didn't help you and you have a bad view of her, but she really treats me nicely. It's not that she doesn't want to help us, but her ability is limited. Yemo sneered and didn't respond. If she couldn't help them, why make the promise? Meng Hanan clearly didn't care about his life. Meng Qi saw this and sighed. Sea Cultivator Alliance's Yemo and Meng Qi went into the 10th disc. Sun High Palace is only at the 7th disc. Cultivators were discussing. Wang Song looked at the white tablet excitedly. He never believed Yemo would be able to pass the 9th disc and be the first, but after news of Yemo killing a body condensation state level 8 with one move got out, he grew excited. If Yemo was really that powerful and he was level 6 formation grade master, then the Sea Cultivator Alliance would get a big surprise this time. He guessed right. Yemo was able to get into the 10th disc this quickly, meaning that he quite possibly would reach 11th and 12th. If Yemo went into 11th, then it was obvious that Sea Cultivator Alliance would be first. This means they would get 50 people going into Fengchu Island. This had never happened before. As long as Yemo could help him get first, it was fine. He wouldn't care if Yemo was killed by Yang Lanyi. Meng Hanan saw this and was also surprised, but thinking that a genius like Yemo was about to be killed by Yang Lanyi, she felt guilty. She didn't consider Yemo's safety very seriously. Indeed, Yang Lanyi was more furious. He didn't expect this insect's formation skills to be this powerful. He was first and was that far ahead of second. His top contestant was forced out by him, so it was impossible for them to get first this time, but soon, the spectators were confused. After Yemo and Meng Qi went into the 10th disc, they seemed to have gone into hiding. Jing Xueqing and another cultivator had passed the 8th disc, but they still didn't leave the 10th disc. Everyone thought they had encountered trouble. Another day passed. Jing Xueqing also marked his name on the 9th disc and went into the 10th, but Yemo and Meng Qi still stayed at the 10th. Wang Song frowned and asked Meng Hanan, "What's going on?" With the power Yemo displayed, it was highly possible he would pass the 10th disc, but Yemo still didn't leave his name. Meng Hanan also frowned and shook her head. "I don't know Yemo, but Chi-Chi should be fine." Yemo took Meng Qi into the 11th disc and didn't leave his name. Meng Qi knew that Yemo didn't want to get first for the Sea Cultivator Alliance at all. Since Yemo didn't mark his name, of course she wasn't going to as well. When Meng Qi followed Yemo into the 14th disc, she realized that Yemo wasn't a level 6 formation grade master at all. He was at least a level 7 formation grandmaster. Yemo was only injured a little by an attack formation in 14th disc, and Meng Qi suspected Yemo did it on purpose as he wanted to see the formation. Meng Qi was right. Yemo indeed activated that attack formation on purpose, but it wasn't just to test its power but also to see how it ran. Yemo knew that with his level 8 formation skills, it was a bit hard to reach the 18th disc, so he had to keep increasing his formation skills on the way. At the 14th disc, Yemo suddenly stopped. He looked back at Meng Qi and said, "I don't believe there is someone who can reach the 14th disc." Meng Qi nodded in agreement. Yemo looked at Meng Qi and suddenly said, "If I tell you to take off all your clothes and let me see, would you agree?" Meng Qi was softly listening to Yemo's words, but after hearing this, her face burst red and fury beamed through her eyes. "What did you say?" Her heart went cold. She thought Yemo was a righteous person and a hero, big brother-like figure, but now she knew she saw wrong. At this moment, he made this request: even if she died, she wouldn't want this guy to assault her, but Yemo stared at her and wasn't desperate at all. Meng Qi breathed heavily but calmed down. She stared at Yemo coldly. "Let go of my protection, let me go out, I don't want to follow you." Yemo shook his head. "Sorry, I can't let you go alone, you will die for sure and that young Lanyi will give you a horrible death." Meng Qi heard this and shivered, but she still said coldly, "Even if I die, that's my problem, it has nothing to do with you." Yemo said calmly, "It does. If you go out, people will know I can reach the 18th disc and they will stop me around there." Chapter 1198, Entering the 16th disc. Meng Qi calmed down and said coldly, "Even if you kill me, I won't take off my clothes, keep dreaming." Suddenly, she stopped. Wait, if Yemo wanted her, he didn't need to ask for her approval at all. Could she resist him? Plus, why would he be in the mood for that now? Also, Yemo was right. If she went out, would her master be able to protect her? She wouldn't even be able to commit suicide in front of young Lanyi. No matter what Yemo was thinking, he was just one person. She would just pretend it was a nightmare. Thinking about this, she calmed down and her fury was gone. She started loosening her clothes and she said coldly, "Okay, I agree. I hope after you do what you do, you can fulfill your promise and take me out of here." Yemo smiled plainly. "Martial's sister Meng, you don't need to take off your clothes. You've misunderstood me. But the fact is, I do need to check your body. I need to check if there are any marks left on you. This is like taking off your clothes. But I'm not taking you out to fulfill my promise. If you're not willing, I won't force you. But one thing I need to make clear: if I can get to the 18th disc, I won't allow you to come with me." Meng Qi was dazed and immediately understood what Yemo meant. Her face went red with awkwardness. She said in a stutter, "Martial brother Yi, you're saying I've been marked?" Yemo nodded. "Yes, so it's up to you if you're willing, but you understand what I mean." Meng Qi said quietly to Yemo, "Sorry, Martial brother Yi, I thought of you in a bad way. Check me. Regardless, I won't resist." Yemo nodded. He was happy with her decisiveness. If she didn't even have this, she would be a burden to be with. "Relax your mind," Yemo said and grabbed her wrist. His spirit sense scanned her from head to toe, not even letting of the fingernails. Meng Qi couldn't feel Yemo's spirit sense but knew what he was doing. She could even feel that Yemo's hand wasn't on her wrist but all over her body, making her shake. Her face was bursting red with embarrassment. She knew she had no privacy in front of Yemo at all. She just wanted to leave the Chu 18 discs as quickly as possible and use the space travel rune to leave Luoyu continent and never see Emo again. At this moment, Emo's hand suddenly left her wrist and a hidden black spot appeared in Emo's hands. Meng Qi could see it clearly with her spirit sense and she asked sluggishly, "Martial brother Yi, this is the spirit sense mark on my body?" Yi Emo breathed easy. He was scared that there would be a mark and he wouldn't be able to find it. Yi Emo nodded. "Yes." "Ha?" Meng Qi dazed. She didn't know who marked her body. She suddenly felt despair that her master was that nice to her but still secretly marked her body. Yi Emo seemed to know what she thought and comforted her. "It's probably not your master's. The spirit sense mark belongs to a truth realization state cultivator and his power is low." Meng Qi heard this and was shook. "I understand." When her master brought her to see the Vice Alliance leader Tai Ha, he tested her talent. Tai Ha was master's support and a truth realization state cultivator. This meant that the spirit sense mark was left behind by Tai Ha. If he did this, then her master would know for sure. Although she was a little sad, she thought that she was saved by her master, so she calmed down. She had long cast her embarrassment aside and looked at the black dot and asked, "Martial brother Yi, do you have a way to destroy it?" Yi Mo smiled. "Why would I want to destroy it?" He wasn't going to destroy it, then they would lose the lead. As long as they still had a lead, they wouldn't be too wary of Meng Qi. Yi Mo took out his formation flag and started setting up a formation. In just 15 minutes, he set up a trap formation in the 14th disc and put the mark inside. Then, he took her and left. They were all high level 7 formations, but GMO was on the verge of breakthrough, so although these formations were good, they weren't enough to stop him. But even though GMO was learning as he went, he still brought Meng Qi into 15th disc. In here, it didn't feel wet as before, but both felt that the spirit Qi here was more dense, many times more. Such dense spirit Qi. Meng Qi exclaimed. Suddenly, she asked, "Martial brother Yi, if I used the space travel rune here, would I be able to leave?" Yi Mo shook his head. "I don't know, but I don't suggest you try here. If you fail, you will be teleported to Yan Lanying and I will be troubled too." Meng Qi said adamantly, "I won't tell your plan." Yi Mo shook his head. "Because at that time, Yan Lanyi won't need you to tell him for him to know." Meng Qi shivered. How could she know the means of truth realization state cultivator? Who knew if he couldn't soul search her? Meng Qi stopped talking and just followed Yi Mo. At the same time, she watched the 15th disc formations. She didn't know a single one, but she was sure any one of them could stop her. At the beginning of the 15th disc, there were ordinary level 8 formations. And although Yi Mo was on the verge of breakthrough, he was still a level 8 formation grandmaster, so he began to slow down. Meng Qi followed Yi Mo closely and didn't dare to lag a single step behind. Yi Mo saw all sorts of formations here that amazed him. What he didn't dare to believe was that there were even some level 7 spirit herbs here. This was probably due to the drastic increase in spirit Qi. Yi Mo investigated the formations while collecting spirit herbs. If it wasn't that Yi Mo could come into the Chu 18 discs, Meng Qi would think Yi Mo was some 1,000-year-old cultivator. Otherwise, how could he walk so freely here? In a day's time, Yi Mo and Meng Qi passed into the 16th disc. His formation skills also improved more, but Yi Mo was still within the realm of level 8 formation grandmaster. Once they came into the 16th disc, Meng Qi and Yi Mo felt an even denser spirit Qi. Meng Qi breathed comfortably and looked ahead in admiration. "I really want to cultivate here for a few years. I would be able to reach body condensation state for sure." Yi Mo realized now that there was definitely a spirit range under here, and one that was a low level. In the 16th disc were all top grade level 8 formations, and so although Yi Mo was on the verge of breakthrough, he didn't dare to be careless. One little mistake and he would be in Yan Lanyi's hands. Chapter 1199, Level 9 Trap Formation. Outside, Yan Lanyi closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking, but everyone could feel his killing intent. More and more cultivators were being teleported out. Tonghai Cult only had 2 people left trying to pass the 9th disc, while the Songhai Palace had the most people still in the trial. Jing Xuecheng had passed the 10th disc and went into the 11th disc. 2 more of his power faction were still on the 9th disc. As for C Cultivator Alliance, other than the names Yi Mo and Meng Qi left on the 9th disc, the best they had only passed the 8th disc. The rest of the contestants all failed. Wang Song looked bleakly at the white stone. Meng Qi was fine and she went into the 10th disc with Yi Mo, but even now they still hadn't marked their names on the 10th disc. If even the 2 cultivators from Tonghai sect marked their names on the 9th disc, the C Cultivator Alliance would still be last.
He even suspected that Yemo was angry at him for not helping and intentionally didn't leave his name.
If that was the case, he would kill Yemo first before Yanlanyi. Yemo stopped at the first trap formation at the 16th disc. There were too many variations in formations. Even the same formation set up with different means would have different effects if Yemo didn't go from low to high in here and directly faced the 16th disc instead. Even he would need a while to break it, so he stopped at the first trap formation. He wanted to study it deeply to set up a foundation for entering the 17th disc. Mengchi sat behind Yemo cultivating. She didn't even collect the spirit herbs as she knew how dangerous it was now. Yemo could have used 1 day to pass the 16th disc, but he used 3 days. Then he took Mengchi into the 17th disc.
Martial Brother Yi, you're a level 9 formation grandmaster? Mengchi finally couldn't resist asking.
She felt the level 8 formations at 16th disc didn't trouble Yemo much. Yemo shook his head. I'm not yet level 9 formation grandmaster, I'm only level 8.
Hearing this,
Mengchi was shocked out of her mind. A level 8 formation grandmaster within 100 years, this was unbelievable, but soon, she began to worry. Yemo said he wasn't a level 9 formation grandmaster, then that means he didn't have confidence in passing the 18th disc. Martial Brother Yi, you mean? Mengchi didn't dare to ask. Yemo knew what she wanted to say and smiled. That's right, I don't have certainty in passing the 18th disc, but now that I stand at the 17th disc, it means I have a chance of passing.
Who can be sure I can't reach level 9 formation grandmaster here?
Mengchi looked dazedly at Yemo, not expecting Yemo dared to try and reach level 9 formation grandmaster here. It was no wonder he studied the formations before for so long. But even if he used all 18 days to study, could he reach level 9 formation grandmaster? 18 days, not 18 years or 180 years. Mengchi was speechless, but she immediately thought that since Yemo could reach level 8 formation grandmaster within 100 years, who could be sure that he couldn't reach level 9 formation grandmaster in these 18 days? Looking at Yemo, he was far from even 50 years old.
Thinking about this, Mengchi couldn't help asking, Martial Brother Yi, are you 50 years old?
Yemo was dazed, but he shook his head. Mengchi was speechless. This meant that Yemo was probably only in his 30s or 40s, and yet he already reached this height. There were many more prodigies in her cultivation world than Luoyu continent, but she had never seen someone as absurd as Yemo, horrifyingly young, and his power, formation skills, and forgery skills were all through the roof. As they spoke, Yemo realized they were in a misty world. He was shook. This was the first time he didn't even see a formation and he was trapped. Mengchi also realized this and knew they were trapped. She didn't dare to speak. She even thought they were trapped because she distracted Yemo and regretted greatly. Yemo knew this had nothing to do with her. The 3 birth chant allowed him to even form his golden core during a fight. How could he be affected by words? Don't move, stay close to me, this is a level 9 trap formation.
It might also be an illusion formation, Yemo said.
He told Mengchi not to move as he didn't know this formation. If the two moved, they might be separated instantly. If Mengchi separated from him, she would either be teleported out or killed. Mengchi didn't dare to move at all. Yemo let out his spirit sense carefully and found that his spirit sense couldn't pass through the mist at all and was devoured. Yemo suddenly thought of the misty valley in the herb valley. It also devoured spirit sense. Yemo sat down and started to study this level 9 formation. Mengchi didn't dare to look around and looked at Yemo without blinking. She felt Yemo's back was beginning to fade. She was so scared she was immediately about to grab Yemo's clothes, but what shook her was she missed. A powerful pushing force came. Mengchi was shook. She wanted to stop that pushing force, but it grew larger and larger. Soon, she would be teleported out. The next moment, she took out her flying sword. If she was teleported out, she would use it to suicide. Mengchi didn't dare to imagine her fate if she fell in Yang Lanyi's hands. At this moment, Yemo also woke up in shock to find Mengchi wasn't behind him. If she got teleported out, it meant his plan of escaping from the 18th disc would be spoiled. At this moment, Yemo couldn't worry about studying this formation and threw out formation flags. Moments later, the mist dissipated and he saw Mengchi was about to suicide with a flying sword. Yemo dashed over to her without hesitation and took away the flying sword while protecting her with spirit sense sever. Mengchi woke up and saw that she was saved by Yemo and couldn't help crying tears of joy. I'll carry you. Yemo knew he only understood a little bit of this formation and that's how he was able to save her, but this didn't mean he would be able to save her next time too. Mengchi nodded and jumped on Yemo's back.
Yemo took out a top-grade spirit artifact band and wrapped her tightly before sitting down to study the formation. Yemo used his 3 birth chant to simulate the level 9 formation and try to break through to level 9 formation Grandmaster. But Meng-Chi wasn't able to calm down. Yemo tied her too tightly. Her chest was completely squished against Yemo's back. The masculine chi of manliness seeped over and she couldn't stop thinking. She had never touched a male cultivator and was very shy. Yet she didn't dare to move now as she was scared it would distract Yemo. As time went by, Meng-Chi felt her body was soft. She had this inexplicable feeling of joy. She bit her lips and tried desperately to control her shivering. Suddenly, Yemo rose up and howled. His formation flag sprayed out and Meng-Chi felt the white mist dissipate rapidly. Chapter 1200, reaching the peak and leaving, Yemo realized this moment that his formation system came from the 3 birth chant. It was a unique system and he didn't need to study others' formations. No matter how unique others' formations were, as long as he was a level 9 formation Grandmaster, other level 9 formations meant nothing to him. The first 16 discs experience told him that all level 8 formations couldn't stop him because he was a level 8 formation Grandmaster. If he wanted to focus on studying other people's formations, he would instead be heading down the wrong path. For other formations, he only needed to know the logic behind the formation. At this moment, Yemo's view finally opened up. His formation skills finally opened a crevice between level 8 and level 9. The moment he stood up and sprayed down formation flags. He reached level 9 formation Grandmaster. Meng-Chi saw Yemo walk out of the illusion formation and start to spend less and less time on formations. Eventually, he spent most of the time collecting spirit herbs. There were a few level 8 spirit herbs at the 17th disc. Meng-Chi finally couldn't resist asking, "Martial Brother Yi, you've broken through?" Yemo smiled. "That's right, I've just reached level 9 formation Grandmaster. So the 17th disc's formations pose no threat to me. I went down a wrong path before, otherwise I would have reached level 9 formation Grandmaster earlier." Meng-Chi took a cold breath in. Yemo really became a level 9 formation Grandmaster in such a short time. Were there really such people in the world? She had completely forgotten she was on Yemo's back now and said after a while, "Martial Brother Yi, when you went into the Chu 18 discs were you certain you could break through to level 9 formation Grandmaster?" Yemo shook his head. "How can that be possible? I wasn't certain at all, but the Chu 18 discs is a special place. It helps greatly with understanding formations. I think this is set up by some ancient sect to help sect members understand formations." If Yemo wasn't able to break through to level 9 formation Grandmaster, he still had his backup. He would go into the Golden Page world and ask Ji Ling for help. If even Ji Ling couldn't help him, he would hide into the Golden Page world. When the two reached the 18th disc, they were shocked by the scene before them. At this moment, they realized that they stood at the peak of the 18th disc. There was no pressure nor formation here. This meant that Chu 18 discs only had 17 discs. The last disc was just for show. At the peak in the middle, there was a huge spirit gathering formation, and in the center there were 2 extreme dense spirit chi spirit ranges, extreme grade spirit range. Meng-Chi yelled out in shock. She had never seen one before, but she recognized it. Yemo took a cold breath in too. They were really indeed extreme grade spirit ranges. What shocked him the most were the 2 white jade tables next to the spirit range. Each table had something on it. The first was a female-style handkerchief and the other was an azure. Yemo was sure that the handkerchief was beyond an extreme-grade cultivation artifact. This meant that it might be a low-grade immortal artifact. However, it was for women. The azure caught Yemo's attention more. Usually blue gave people a cool feeling, but Yemo felt this intense heat from it. It's an extreme-grade cultivation artifact. Meng-Chi called out and her eyes were full of desire as she stared at the handkerchief. But she immediately remembered she was still on Yemo's back and quickly said, "Martial Brother Yi, put me down. There's no pushing force here." Yemo put her down and stared at the handkerchief. "That's definitely not an extreme-grade cultivation artifact. I have a feeling it's a low-grade immortal artifact." "Ha!" Meng-Chi's embarrassment retreated and her face was covered in shock. Even only a rare few 9-star sects could have low-grade immortal artifacts. "The handkerchief is yours, the blue ore is mine," Yemo said without hesitation. He felt that ore would benefit him greatly, but he didn't know how. Meng-Chi quickly waved her hand. "I won't take it, you can have it all, Martial Brother Yi. I can only come here because of you." I just want you to take me out of here and let me use the space travel rune to leave Luoyu continent and I will be very happy. Emo smiled. Does it look like I'm someone who takes everything for myself?
That handkerchief is for girls, since we encountered it we can share it. I will take one of the extreme grade spirit ranges.
Meng Qi quickly said, I won't take the spirit range, I can't take it. She already agreed to Emo giving her the handkerchief. Emo nodded. I know you can't take it, but the other one can't be taken, it must be left here. Why? Meng Qi asked in confusion. Emo waved his hand. It's hard to explain, but you just need to know it must not be taken away. If Emo took away the other one, it might cause the formations to fail like in the Ice God Forbidden Grounds. That would be suicide. Just when Emo took out the spirit range, he felt something was wrong. He couldn't care to think much and threw the handkerchief to Meng Qi while he took the blue ore. At the same time he released Blue Moon, Meng Qi realized the moment she felt the handkerchief that it was definitely higher than an extreme grade cultivation artifact. As soon as Meng Qi got on Blue Moon, Emo threw out a few formation flags and Blue Moon went into stealth mode. He dashed out of Chu 18 discs and left. When Emo took one of the extreme grade spirit ranges, everyone felt a rumble on the island. What's going on? Some cultivators called out. In that instant, the remaining contestants were teleported out. Wang Sang breathed easy. The Tonghai Sex people weren't able to pass the 9th disc and were teleported out, but that rumbling didn't go on for very long before stopping. When Yang Lanyi saw that Emo wasn't teleported out, his power rose and he reached out to grab Jing Shuecheng, who went into the 11th disc. He was the only cultivator who passed the 10th disc and Emo had gone missing in the 10th disc, so the first he was going to ask was Jing Shuecheng, but before his hand reached Jing Shuecheng, another cultivation essence giant hand reached out and the two hands collided. A huge explosion sounded and a huge ravine appeared where they clashed. Cult leader Yong has such a big temper. But it's not enough to do what you want with the Songhai Palace. A cold voice sounded and a middle-aged man stood out. Yang Lanyi calmed down. He realized his actions were inappropriate just then. He could do that to other people but not to Songhai Palace cultivators. The first king of Songhai Palace, Jing Shangdong, was only a little weaker than him and was also truth realization state level 9. Realizing this, Yang Lanyi saluted with his fists. Brother Jean, I was desperate to get revenge for my son. Sorry about the offense, but can Brother Jean let your son tell me if he saw Emo at the 10th disc? Hearing this, everyone looked at Wang Song contemptuously. Yang Lanyi did the same thing to see Cultivator Alliance and Songhai Palace. But Songhai Palace dared to retaliate while Sea Cultivator Alliance acted like a coward. Wang Song heard this of course and his face was extremely bleak, but he didn't say anything. Hearing this, Jin Shangdong looked at his son. Shuecheng, he's asking you a question. If you want to answer then answer, if you don't want to answer then let's go. Hearing this, Yang Lanyi's face went green but he couldn't use this as an excuse to start war with Songhai Palace. The three kings didn't differ much in power. He wouldn't be able to get the upper hand if they fought. Jin Shuecheng realized something and looked at his father in confusion. Father, that Emo didn't come out? How is that possible? We became friends in the 18 discs. Jin Shangdong heard this and laughed. Shuecheng, good eyes. That Emo is a worthy friend. Hearing their conversation, Yang Lanyi's face grew worse but he realized that Jin Shuecheng probably didn't know where Emo was. Then, he looked at Meng Hanan and asked coldly, Vice Alliance leader Meng, you should know your disciple, how is she?